Preface of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Céline Major. History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. Preface. This is not an abridgment of my 3 volumes on the Civil War, but a fresh study of the subject in which I have used my work as one of many authorities. Whenever I have transferred sentences, paragraphs, and pages, I have done so because, after a study of the original authorities, I found that I could give my conclusions no better than in my first work. Since writing the 3 volumes published respectively in 1895, 1899, and 1904, much new original material has come to light and valuable treatments of certain periods of the Civil War have appeared. I owe especial indebtedness to the official records of the Union and Confederate navies, Diary of Gideon Welles, Life of Rawlins, which J. H. Wilson kindly permitted me to read in manuscript before publication, the letters and diaries of John Hay, Miss Nicolet's Personal Traits of Lincoln, Life and Letters of General Meade, W. R. Livermore's Story of the Civil War, J. Bigelow, Jr., The Campaign of Chancellorsville, W. R. Thayer, Life of John Hay, The Reminiscences of Carl Schurz. I owe a literary revision of this volume to my son Daniel P. Rhodes. I am indebted to D. M. Mattison for valuable assistance in historical research, and for a careful reading of the manuscript with verifications. I acknowledge the aid of my secretary, Miss Wyman, that of Charles K. Bolton, librarian, Miss Wildman and Miss Catanack, assistants in the Boston Athenaeum. Boston, 1917. End of preface. Chapter 1, Part 1, of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Part 1. The great factor in the destruction of slavery was the election of Abraham Lincoln as President in 1860 by the Republican party, who had declared against the extension of slavery into the Territories. The Territories were those divisions of the national domain which lacked as yet the necessary qualifications for statehood through insufficient population or certain other impediments. They were under the control of Congress and the President. The Republicans were opposed to any interference with slavery in the states where it already existed, but they demanded freedom for the vast unorganized territory west of the Missouri River. How the election of Lincoln was brought about I have already related at length in my History of the United States, from the Compromise of 1850 to the final restoration of Home Rule of the South in 1877, and more briefly in the first of my Oxford lectures. It was a sectional triumph, inasmuch as Lincoln did not receive a single vote in 10 out of the 11 states that afterwards seceded and made up the Confederate States. Charleston, South Carolina, an ultra-pro-slavery city and eager for secession, rejoiced equally with the northern cities over the election of Lincoln, but the Charleston crowds were cheering for a Southern Confederacy. Herein were they supported by the people of South Carolina generally, who saw in the election of Lincoln an attack on their cherished institution of slavery, and cared no longer for political union with a people who held them to be living in the daily practice of evil. They regarded their slaves as property, and believed that they had the same constitutional right to carry that property into the common territory as the northern settlers had to take with them their property in horses and mules. Lincoln as President would deny them that privilege. In other words, he would refuse them equality. In his speeches he had fastened a stigma upon slavery. Believing it wrong, he must oppose it wherever he had the power, and he certainly would limit its extension. Could a free people, they asked, have a more undoubted grievance? Were they not fired by the spirit of 1776, and ought they not to strike before any distinct act of aggression? Revolution was a word on every tongue. The crisis was like one described by Thucydides, when the meaning of words had no longer the same relation to things. Reckless daring was held to be loyal courage. Prudent delay was the excuse of a coward. Moderation was the disguise of unmanly weakness. Frantic energy was the true quality of a man. The people of South Carolina, amid great enthusiasm, demanded almost with one voice that their state secede from the Federal Union. The authorities promptly responded. A convention duly called and chosen passed an ordinance of secession, which was termed a Declaration of Independence of the State of South Carolina. This act, in view of the South Carolinians and of the people of the other Cotton States, was based on the states' reserved right, under the compact entitled the Constitution. Martial music, bonfires, pistol firing, fireworks, illuminations, cries of joy and exultation greeted the passage of the ordinance, which seemed to the people of Charleston to mark the commencement of a revolution as glorious as that of 1776. Meanwhile, the United States Senate, through an able and representative committee of 13, was at work on a compromise in the spirit of earlier days. In 1820, according to Jefferson, the knell of the Union had been rung. The slavery question, said he, "like a fire bell in the night, awakened and filled me with terror." But then the Missouri Compromise had saved the Union. Again in 1850, when the South and North were in bitter opposition on the same issue of slavery, and threats of dissolution of the Union were freely made by Southern men, the controversy was ended by Clay's Compromise. And now, in 1860, the people of the Northern and of the border slave states, ardent for the preservation of the Union, believed that Congress could somehow compose the dispute as it had done twice before. The Senate Committee of 13 at once took up the only expedient that could be expected to retain the 6 remaining Cotton States in the Union. This was the Crittenden Compromise, called after its author, a senator from Kentucky, and the portion of it on which union or disunion turned was the article regarding territorial slavery. Crittenden proposed as a constitutional amendment that the old Missouri Compromise line of 36 degrees 30 feet should serve as the boundary between slavery and freedom in the territories. North of it, slavery should be prohibited, south of it, protected. As phrased, the article was satisfactory to the Northern Democratic and border slave state senators, who together made up 6 of the committee. The 2 senators from the Cotton States would have accepted it, had the understanding been clear that protection to slavery was to apply to all territory acquired in the future south of the Compromise line. The 5 Republican senators opposed the territorial article, and as it had been agreed that any report to be binding must have the assent of a majority of these 5, they defeated in committee this necessary provision of the compromise. William H. Seward, one of the 13, the leader of the Republicans in Congress, and the prospective head of Lincoln's cabinet, would undoubtedly have assented to this article could he have secured Lincoln's support. But Lincoln, though ready to compromise every other matter in dispute, was inflexible on the territorial question. That is to say, as regarded territory which might be acquired in the future. He could not fail to see that the territories which were a part of the United States in 1860 were, in Webster's words, dedicated to freedom by "an ordinance of nature" and "the will of God," and he was willing to give the slaveholders an opportunity to make a political slave state out of New Mexico, which was south of the Missouri Compromise line. But he feared that if a parallel of latitude should be recognized by solemn exactment as the boundary between slavery and freedom, filibustering for all south of us and making slave states of it would follow in spite of us. "A year will not pass," he wrote further, "till we should have to take Cuba as a condition upon which they, the Cotton States, will stay in the Union." Lincoln, therefore, using the powerful indirect influence of the President-elect, caused the Republican senators to defeat the Crittenden Compromise in the committee, who were thus forced to report that they could not agree upon a plan of adjustment. Then Crittenden proposed to submit his plan to a vote of the people. So strong was the desire to preserve the Union that, had this been done, the majority would probably have been overwhelming in favor of the compromise; and although only an informal vote, it would have been an instruction impossible for Congress to resist. Crittenden's resolution looking to such an expression of public sentiment was prevented from coming to a vote in the Senate by the quiet opposition of Republican senators. The last chance of retaining the 6 Cotton States in the Union was gone. Between January 9 and February 1, 1861, the conventions of Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas passed ordinances of secession. Early in February the Confederate States was formed. Delegates from 6 Cotton States assembled in Montgomery, and proceeding in an orderly manner formed a government, the cornerstone of which rested upon the great truth that slavery is the Negro's natural and normal condition. They elected Jefferson Davis president, and adopted a constitution modeled on that of the United States, but departing from that instrument in its express recognition of slavery and the right of secession. When Lincoln was inaugurated president on March 4th, he confronted a difficult situation. Elected by a union of 33 states, he had lost, before performing an official act, the allegiance of 7. Believing that no state can in any way lawfully get out of the union without the consent of the others, and that it is the duty of the President to run the machine as it is, he had to determine on a line of policy toward the states that had constituted themselves the Southern Confederacy. But any such policy was certain to be complicated by the desirability of retaining in the Union the border slave states of Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, and Missouri, as well as North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, whose affiliations were close with the 4 border states. All 7 were drawn towards the North by their affection for the Union, and towards the South by the community of interest in the social system of slavery. One of Lincoln's problems then was to make the love for the Union outweigh the sympathy with the slave-holding states that had seceded. It is difficult to see how he could have bettered the policy to which he gave the keynote in his inaugural address. "I hold," he said, "that the union of these states is perpetual. Physically speaking, we cannot separate. The power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government." This last declaration, though inevitable for a president in his position, outweighed all his words of conciliation, and rendered of no avail his closing pathetic appeal to his dissatisfied fellow countrymen not to bring civil war on the country. During the progress of the secession, the forts, arsenals, custom houses, and other property of the federal government within the limits of the Cotton States were taken possession of by these states, and in due time all this property was turned over to the Southern Confederacy, so that on March 4th all that Lincoln controlled was 4 military posts, of which Fort Sumter, commanding Charleston, was much the most important. Since the very beginning of the secession movement, the eyes of the North had been upon South Carolina. For many years she had been restive under the bonds of the Union. Her chief city, Charleston, had witnessed the disruption of the Democratic National Convention, and the consequent split in the party which made certain the Republican success of 1860, that in turn had led to the secession of the state and the formation of the Southern Confederacy. Fort Sumter had fixed the attention of the Northern mind by an occurrence in December 1860. Major Anderson, with a small garrison of United States troops, had occupied Fort Moultrie. But, convinced that he could not defend that fort against any attack from Charleston, he had secretly, on the night after Christmas, withdrawn his force to Fort Sumter, a much stronger post. Next morning, when the movement was discovered, Charleston fumed with rage, whilst the North, on hearing the news, was jubilant and made a hero of Anderson. Lincoln recognized the importance of holding Fort Sumter, but he also purposed to use all means short of the compromise of his deepest convictions to retain the border slave states and North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas in the Union. The action of these 3 turned upon Virginia, whose convention was in session, ready to take any action which the posture of affairs seemed to demand. The fundamental difficulty now asserted itself. To hold Fort Sumter was to Lincoln a bounden duty, but to the Virginians it savored of coercion; and coercion in this case meant forcing a state which had seceded back into the Union. If an attempt was made to coerce a state, Virginia would join the Southern Confederacy. The Confederate States now regarded the old Union as a foreign power whose possession of a fort within their limits, flying the American flag, was a daily insult. They attempted to secure Sumter by an indirect negotiation with the Washington government, and were encouraged by the assurances of Seward, Lincoln's Secretary of State and most trusted counselor. Had the President known of Seward's intimation, which was almost a promise, that Sumter would be evacuated, he would have been greatly perturbed, and would have called a halt in the negotiations to the end that the Southern commissioners be undeceived. On April 1st he was further troubled by a paper, "Some Thoughts for the President's Consideration," which Seward had privately submitted to him as an outline of the fit policy to be pursued. This was, briefly, the evacuation of Fort Sumter, the reinforcement of the other posts in the South, a demand at once for explanations from Spain and France, and, if they were not satisfactory, a call of a special session of Congress to declare war against those 2 nations; also explanations to be sought from Great Britain and Russia. With that same rash disregard of his chief and blind reliance on his own notions of statecraft, which he had shown in his negotiations with Justice Campbell, the intermediary between himself and the Southern commissioners, who had been sent to Washington by Davis, He gave the President a strong hint that the execution of this policy should be devolved upon some member of the Cabinet, and that member himself. The proposed foreign policy was reckless and wholly unwarranted. Our relations with these four powers were entirely peaceful. To use Seward's own words less than 3 months before, "There is not a nation on earth that is not an interested, admiring friend." Seward had got it into his head that if our nation should provoke a foreign war, the Cotton States would unite in amity with the North, and like brothers fight the common foe under the old flag. Lincoln of course saw that the foreign policy proposed was wild and foolish, but ignored it in his considerate reply to "Some Thoughts for the President's Consideration." He kept the existence of the paper rigidly a secret. He did not demand the Secretary's resignation. He had for him no word of sarcasm or reproach. The President submitted to another drain on his time and strength in the persistent scramble for office. "The grounds, halls, stairways, closets of the White House," wrote Seward, "are filled with office seekers." And Lincoln said, "I seem like one sitting in a palace assigning apartments to importunate applicants, while the structure is on fire and likely soon to perish in ashes." When he ought to have been able to concentrate his mind on the proper attitude to the seceding States, he was hampered by the ceaseless demands for a lucrative recognition from his supporters, and by the irrational proposals of the chief of his cabinet. The great problem now was Sumter. What should be done about it? On the day after his inauguration, the President was informed that Anderson believed a reinforcement of 20,000 men necessary for the defense of the post. After being transported to the neighborhood by sea, they must fight their way through to the fort. For the South Carolinians had been steadily at work on the islands in Charleston harbor, erecting batteries and strengthening the forts which bore on Sumter. Moreover, Anderson's provisions would not last beyond the middle of April. General Scott, the head of the army, advised the evacuation of Sumter, a logical step in the course of action toward the South, which he and other men of influence had advocated, and which he expressed in the pertinent words, "Wayward sisters, depart in peace." At the Cabinet meeting of March 15, the President asked his advisers, "If it be possible to provision Fort Sumter, is it wise to attempt it?" 4 agreed with Seward, saying "No." Only 2 gave an affirmative answer. Lincoln undoubtedly had moments of thinking that the fort must be evacuated. With his eye upon Virginia, whose convention he hoped might adjourn without action, he may have promised one of her representatives that he would withdraw Anderson, provided the Virginia Convention, always a menace of secession while it continued to sit, would adjourn sine die. The evidence is too conflicting to justify a positive assertion; but if such a proposal were made, it was never transmitted to and acted upon by the Convention. In the final decision, the sentiment of the North had to be taken into account. To abandon Sumter would seem to indicate that a peaceful separation would follow; that the principle of the sovereignty of the States and secession had triumphed. Finally, with increasing support in his cabinet, Lincoln came to a wise decision. Reinforcement from a military point of view was impracticable. To reach the fort, the North might have to fire the first shot; but as a political measure he decided to "send bread to Anderson," so that Sumter would not have to be evacuated from lack of food. In accordance with his previous promise, he sent word to the Governor of South Carolina of his intention. Beauregard, commander of the Confederate troops at Charleston, who in company with the Governor heard the formal notification, telegraphed it to the Confederate Secretary of War at Montgomery, receiving 2 days later, April 10th, the order to demand the evacuation of Fort Sumter, and, if this was refused, to proceed to reduce it. The demand was made; and when Anderson had written his refusal to comply with it, he observed to the Confederate aids, the bearers of Beauregard's note, "If you do not batter the fort to pieces about us, we shall be starved out in a few days." Beauregard, acting with caution, transmitted this remark to Montgomery, where equal caution not to precipitate hostilities was shown in the reply. "Do not desire needlessly to bombard Fort Sumter. If Major Anderson will state the time at which he will evacuate Sumter, you are authorized thus to avoid the effusion of blood." Evacuation was redemanded by Beauregard's aids at 3/4 of an hour after midnight of April 11th. This was again refused, but Anderson wrote, "I will evacuate Fort Sumter by noon on the 15th instant, should I not receive prior to that time controlling instructions from my government or additional supplies." The aids considered these terms "manifestly futile," and acting in accordance with the letter of their instructions, they gave the order to Fort Johnson to open fire. The first shell was fired at 4:30 on the morning of April 12th. This shot, the signal for the bombardment to begin, caused a profound thrill throughout the United States, and in point of fact it inaugurated 4 years of civil war. The bombardment was unnecessary. Sumter might have been had without it. Beauregard was needlessly alarmed over the relief expedition that was bringing bread to Anderson. He feared a descent upon the South Carolina coast by the United States fleet then lying at the entrance of the harbor, for the supposed purpose of reinforcing Fort Sumter. One of his aides reported that 4 large steamers are plainly in view standing off the bar. The people in Charleston thought that there were 6 men of war in the offing. In connection with the general alarm on shore, it is interesting to note the actual mishaps of the relief expedition. This was intended to consist of 4 warships, 3 steam tugs, and the merchant steamer Baltic. The Baltic, with G.V. Fox, who had command of the expedition, on board, arrived off Charleston 1 hour and a half before the bombardment began, but found there only 1 warship. Another arrived at 7 in the morning. But without the Powhatan, the most important of the warships, and the one carrying the equipment necessary for the undertaking, nothing could be accomplished, and no attempt was made to provision the fort. Administrative inefficiency, Seward's meddlesomeness, and a heavy storm at sea conjoined to cause the failure of the expedition. Fox and his companions watched the bombardment, chafing at their powerlessness to render their brothers in arms any assistance. Before leaving Sumter, Beauregard's aides notified Anderson in writing that in an hour their batteries would open on the fort. Anderson and his officers went through the casemates where the men were sleeping, waked them, told them of the impending attack and of his decision not to return the fire until after daylight. The first shell was from Fort Johnson. At 4:30 it rose high in air, and curving in its course, burst almost directly over the fort. The next shot came from Cummings Point, fired, it is said, by a venerable secessionist from Virginia who had long awaited the glory of this day. The official account does not confirm the popular impression, but the lieutenant colonel in command wrote that his men were greatly incited by the enthusiasm and example of this old Virginian, who was at one of the Cummings Point batteries during the greater part of the bombardment. After Cummings Point all the batteries opened in quick succession. Sumter was surrounded by a circle of fire. Meanwhile the men in the fort, alive to the novelty of the scene, watched the shot and shell directed at them, until, realizing the danger of exposure, they retired to the bomb proofs to await the usual roll call and order for breakfast. Having no more bread, they ate pork and damaged rice. At 7 o'clock, Anderson gave the order, and Sumter discharged its first gun at Cummings Point, following up this shot with a vigorous fire. An hour and a half later Sumter opened upon Moultrie, and from that time a steady and continuous fire between the two was kept up throughout the day. For the people of Charleston, who gathered on the housetops and thronged to the wharves and to their favorite promenade, the Battery, this artillery duel was a mighty spectacle. They had lost all love for the Union. They hated the American flag somewhat as the Venetians hated the Austrian, and though apprehensive of danger to their husbands, sons, and brothers, they rejoiced that the time was drawing near when the enemy should no longer hold a fort commanding their harbor and city. In the early afternoon the fire of Sumter slackened. Cartridges were lacking, although the 6 needles in the fort were kept steadily employed, until all the extra clothing of the companies, all coarse paper and extra hospital sheets, had been used. After dark Sumter stopped firing. The Confederate batteries continued to throw shells, though at longer intervals. As, during the dark and stormy night, it was almost confidently expected that the United States fleet would attempt to land troops upon the islands, or to throw men into Fort Sumter by means of boats, there was ceaseless vigilance on Morris and Sullivan's Islands. Early on Saturday morning, April 13, the bombardment was renewed. The men in the fort ate the last of the damaged rice with pork, but they sprang briskly to their work. Fort Sumter opened early and spitefully, and paid especial attention to Fort Moultrie, wrote Moultrie's commander. Soon hot shot from Moultrie and other batteries set the officers' quarters on fire. The powder magazine was in danger. Anderson ordered 50 barrels removed and distributed around in the casemates, the magazine doors to be closed and packed with earth. As in the meantime the wooden barracks had taken fire, endangering the powder in the casemates, he commanded that all but 5 barrels should be thrown into the sea, At 1 o'clock the flagstaff was struck and fell, and the fallen flag, though soon hoisted again, together with the smoke and the flames, gave the Confederates reason to believe that Anderson was in distress. An aide under a white flag was dispatched to him from Cummings Point, 3 more from the city by Beauregard. Negotiations followed, resulting in honorable terms. "I marched out of the fort Sunday afternoon, the 14th instant," reported Anderson, "with colors flying and drums beating, bringing away company and private property, and saluting my flag with 50 guns." In this momentous battle, no man on either side was killed. As compared with the military writing of 2 years later, the crudity of the contemporary correspondence and reports is grimly significant. They told of the work of boys learning the rudiments of war, boys who would soon be seasoned veterans wise in the methods of destruction. A strenuous schooling this, and the beginning of it was the artillery duel in Charleston Harbor. Beauregard's aides assumed too great a responsibility in giving the order to fire the first shot. They should have referred Anderson's reply to their chief. There can be no doubt that the Confederate States would have obtained peacefully on Monday what they got by force on Sunday. If Beauregard had had Anderson's last response, he would unquestionably have waited to ask Montgomery for further instructions. The presence of the United States fleet was of course disquieting; yet the danger from this source, even as exaggerated in Beauregard's mind, could be averted quite as well by acting on the defensive as by the bombardment of Fort Sumter. But South Carolina was hot for possession of the fort, and the aides who gave the order that precipitated hostilities were swayed by the passion of the moment. In April, 1861, war was undoubtedly inevitable. The House, divided against itself, could not stand. The irrepressible conflict had come to a head. Words were a salve no longer. Under the circumstances, it was fortunate for Lincoln that the South became the aggressor. Davis's elaborate apology, and the writing inspired by it, could never answer the questions put by Northern to Southern soldiers when they met under a flag of truce, or in the banter between Confederates and Federals when opportunities offered. Who began the war? Who struck the first blow? Who battered the walls of Fort Sumter? At one stamp of his foot, the President called the whole nation to arms, wrote Henry Adams in 1861, while in Washington. He referred to the proclamation asking for 75,000 volunteers, whose first service would probably be to repossess the forts, places, and property which had been seized from the Union. Lincoln wrote this on the Sunday when Anderson marched out of Sumter, April 14, and following closely the act of February 28, 1795, his authority, he called forth that number of militia, apportioned among 27 states, to suppress, in the 7 cotton states, combinations beyond the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, and he summoned Congress to meet on July 4 in special session. In the particulars communicated by the War Department to the several governors, the time of service was fixed at 3 months, but this represented in no way the President's opinion as to the probable duration of the war. He was simply following the act of 1795, which provided that the militia could be held to service for only 30 days after the next meeting of Congress. After 2 days full of indignant outbursts at the insult to the flag, the people of the North read the President's call for troops. "That first gun at Sumter," wrote Lowell, "brought all the free states to their feet as one man." "The heather is on fire," said George Ticknor. "I never before knew what a popular excitement can be. At the North there never was anything like it." Governors, legislatures, wherever these were in session, and private citizens acted in generous cooperation. Men forgot that they had been Republicans or Democrats; the partisan was sunk in the patriot. Washington was supposed to be in danger of capture by the Southern troops flushed with their victory at Sumter; armed and equipped soldiers were needed for its defense. The 6th Massachusetts was the first regiment to respond, leaving Boston on April 17 and arriving in Baltimore 2 days later. The only approach by rail to Washington was through Baltimore, where the strong feeling for secession was vented in threats that Northern troops, bent on the invasion of the South, would not be permitted to pass through its streets. The colonel of the 6th, being informed in Philadelphia of the situation, timed his arrival in Baltimore for the morning of April 19. Here a transfer was usually made by means of horses, drawing the passenger cars through the streets from the Philadelphia to the Washington station, a mile distant, where a change was made to the cars of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, which owned the 40 miles of single track to the nation's capital. 7 companies were thus driven rapidly through the city. Meanwhile an angry mob had collected, torn up the railroad, and erected a barricade to dispute the passage of the rest of the regiment. Informed of this, the captains of the 4 remaining companies decided that they must march to the station; but before they had started, up came the mob, carrying a secession flag and threatening that, if an attempt were made to march through the streets, every white nigger of them would be killed. The captain of whom the command devolved gave the order to march, a policeman leading the way. As the soldiers stepped forward they received a volley of brickbats and paving stones from the mob. 100 yards farther on they came to a bridge which had been partially demolished. "We had to play hopscotch to get over it," said the captain. The order "double quick" was then given, which led the mob to believe that the soldiers either had no ammunition or dared not use it. In their growing rage they fired pistol shots into the ranks, and 1 soldier fell dead. The captain gave the order "fire." A number of the mob fell. The mayor of Baltimore arrived and placed himself at the head of the column. "The mob grew bolder," he wrote, "and the attack became more violent. Various persons were killed and wounded on both sides." As his presence failed to allay the tumult, the mayor left the head of the column, but the 4 companies marched on, fighting their way through their comrades, aided by the city marshal with 50 policemen who covered their rear. In the Baltimore and Ohio cars, with the blinds closed, the regiment received a volley of stones which so infuriated one of the soldiers that he fired and killed a prominent citizen, a mere looker on. Finally the train got away, and reached Washington late in the afternoon. Of the regiment, 4 had been killed and 36 wounded. The casualties in the mob were larger. In Baltimore the excitement was intense. "The streets are red with Maryland blood," are the marshal's words. Secessionists and Southern sympathizers were rampant. Stifling the Union sentiment of the city, they carried everything with a high hand and dictated the action of the constituted authorities. "The excitement is fearful. Send no more troops here," is the joint dispatch of the governor of Maryland and the mayor of Baltimore to the president. So great was the commotion that a part of the state and city military was called out. Citizens volunteered, and after being more or less adequately furnished with arms, were enrolled for the purpose of defense under the direction of the Board of Police. In Monument Square a mass meeting assembled, whose sentiment was decidedly opposed to any attempt at coercion of the Confederate States. Apprehending a severe fight and bloodshed, if more Northern troops attempted to pass through Baltimore, the mayor and city marshal ordered the burning of certain bridges on the Philadelphia, Wilmington and Baltimore Railroad, the line to Philadelphia, and on the Northern Central, the line to Harrisburg. 3 bridges on each railroad were burned, thus completely severing the rail communications with the North. The 7 days since the evacuation of Sumter had been crowded with events of a deeply ominous character. On April 17 the Virginia Convention, sitting in secret, had passed an ordinance of secession, an act which became known to the authorities in Washington on the following day. As a rejoinder to Lincoln's call for 75,000 troops, Jefferson Davis by proclamation invited applications for letters of marque and reprisal against the merchant marine of the United States. The President retorted, April 19, by proclaiming a blockade of Southern ports from South Carolina to Texas inclusive, and declaring that privateers, acting under the pretended authority of the Confederate States, would be treated as pirates. On the 18th, the United States commander at Harper's Ferry in Virginia, deeming his position untenable, abandoned it after demolishing the arsenal and burning the armory building. On the 20th, the Gosport Navy Yard was partially destroyed by the Union forces and left to the possession of the Virginians. On the same day, Robert E. Lee, who was esteemed by Scott the ablest officer next to himself in the service, and who had been unofficially offered the active command of the Union army, resigned his commission, thus indicating that he had decided to cast his lot with the South. The gravity of the situation was heightened by the severance of communications between the national capital and the North, as a result of the trouble in Baltimore. On Sunday night, April 21st, the telegraph ceased to be available. The only connection the government now had with its loyal territory and people was by means of private couriers. These made their way with difficulty through Maryland, where for the moment an unfriendly element prevailed. Correct information was difficult to get, and rumors of all sorts filled the air. The government and citizens alike were apprehensive of an attack on the capital. They feared that Beauregard's South Carolina army would be transported north as fast as the railroads could carry it, and reinforced in Richmond by Virginia troops would easily take Washington. Preparations were made to withstand a siege. Panic seized the crowds of office-seekers, driving them northwards. Many secessionist citizens, fearing that the whole male population of the city would be impressed for its defense, left for the South. Washington, wrote General Scott on April 22, is now partially besieged, threatened, and in danger of being attacked on all sides in a day or 2 or 3. The arrival of the 8th Massachusetts and 7th New York at Annapolis, who had finished their journey to that point by water, prompted the governor to telegraph to the President advising that no more troops be ordered or allowed to pass through Maryland. And he suggested that Lord Lyons, the English minister, be requested to act as mediator between the contending parties of our country. John Hay, then one of the President's private secretaries, has given in his diary a graphic account of these days. Of the novel scene of the 6th Massachusetts quartered in the capital, he wrote, "The contrast was very painful between the gray-haired dignity that filled the Senate chamber when I saw it last, and the present throng of bright-looking Yankee boys, the most of them bearing the signs of New England rusticity in voice and manner, scattered over the desks, chairs, and galleries, some loafing, many writing letters slowly and with plow-hardened hands or with rapid-glancing clerky fingers, while Grow, representative from Pennsylvania, later Speaker of the House, stood patient by the desk and franked for everybody. The town is full to-night, April 20th, of feverish rumors about a meditated assault upon the city. This morning, April 21st, we mounted the battlements of the Executive Mansion and the ancient Lincoln, took a long look down the bay. Troops were expected to arrive via Fort Monroe, Chesapeake Bay, and the Potomac River. It was a water haul. A telegram intercepted on its way to Baltimore states that our Yankees, 8 Massachusetts, and New Yorkers, 7th New York, have landed at Annapolis, April 22nd. Weary and footsore, but very welcome, they will probably greet us tomorrow. Housekeepers here are beginning to dread famine. Flour has made a sudden spring to $18 a barrel." The President was keenly alive to the importance of holding the capital and feared greatly for its safety. As Tuesday the 23rd passed, and no soldiers came, he paced the floor of the Executive Office in restless anxiety, looking out of the window down the Potomac for the long-expected boats. Thinking himself alone, he exclaimed in tones of anguish, "Why don't they come? Why don't they come?" That same day had brought a mail from New York 3 days old, containing newspapers which told that the uprising of the North continued with growing strength and unbounded enthusiasm, that the 7th New York Regiment had already departed, and that troops from Rhode Island were on the way. Next day, April 24th, wrote Hay, was one of gloom and doubt. Everybody seems filled with a vague distrust and recklessness. The idea seemed to be reached by Lincoln when, chatting with the volunteers, 6 Massachusetts, this morning, he said, "I don't believe there is any North. The 7th Regiment is a myth. Rhode Island is not known in our geography any longer. You are the only Northern realities." Meanwhile, the 7th New York and 8 Massachusetts were marching to Annapolis Junction, where they found a train which took them quickly to Washington. The 7th Regiment arrived first, April 25th. Forming as soon as they left the cars, they marched up Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. To the people who noted their military bearing, and to the President who reviewed them, they were a goodly sight. Their arrival indicated that the route from the loyal North to its capital was open, that other regiments were on the way soon to arrive, and that Washington was safe. It was not until May 9th, however, that Northern troops attempted to pass through Baltimore. Coming from Perryville in transports and landing under the guns of a revenue steamer, they were then carried in cars under ample police protection through South Baltimore. They were not molested. 4 days later, and 24 after the severance of communication, the first train from Philadelphia arrived at the capital, and shortly afterwards regular railroad communication with the northern cities, for passengers as well as for the military, was re-established. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2. Of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Part 2. The people of the Confederate States looked upon Lincoln's call for 75,000 troops as a declaration of war, implying a policy of invasion of their territory, and attack upon themselves and their property. The uprising in the South was precisely similar to that in the North. The people declared that they would resist the Lincoln government as long as they could command a man or a dollar. The cooperation of governors and individuals with Davis matches the cooperation of Northerners with Lincoln. If a European, ignorant of the names of our states or of our public men in 1861, were to read the official records, the only way he could tell which side he was reading about would be by reference to the editors' titles of Union or Confederate correspondence. The first stakes for Lincoln and Davis to play for were Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, and Arkansas. Despite the unfortunate demonstrations in her chief city, Baltimore, Maryland contained a powerful element whose love of the Union was shared by her governor. Under his guidance, with the tactful help of the President, she cast her lot with the North. 2 days before the bombardment of Sumter, Roger A. Pryor, a Virginia secessionist, in an impassioned speech in Charleston said, "I will tell you, gentlemen, what will put Virginia and the Southern Confederacy in less than an hour by Shrewsbury clock. Strike a blow." He knew his countrymen. The excitement in Virginia was equal to that in the Cotton States. To the requisition for her quota of troops under the President's call for 75,000, her governor expressed the public opinion in a defiant refusal. Montgomery had already heard that Virginia was "in a blaze of excited indignation" against Lincoln's proclamation. On April 17, her convention, by a vote of 103 to 46, adopted an ordinance of secession which was to be valid if ratified by a vote of the people on the fourth Thursday of May. As the authorities assumed the result of the popular vote, they proceeded to join the fortunes of Virginia with the Confederate States. Having telegraphed to Montgomery the common desire, the governor received at once this dispatch from Davis: "Resolution for alliance received. Proposition cordially accepted. Commissioner will be sent by next train." In fulfillment of this promise, Alexander H. Stephens, the Vice President of the Confederate States, went to Richmond. Although he wrote of the "embarrassment and difficulties" in getting the arrangement effected, the common aim and sympathy were so certain that he negotiated a military alliance between the Confederate States and Virginia, giving the control and direction of her military force to Davis. On May 7th, the Confederate Congress admitted her into the Confederacy, and accepting the offer of her convention, April 27th, made Richmond their capital, May 21st. The governor of North Carolina replied to the Secretary of War, "I regard the levy of troops made by the administration for the purpose of subjugating the States of the South as in violation of the Constitution and a gross usurpation of power. I can be no party to this war upon the liberties of a free people. You can get no troops from North Carolina." Before Lincoln's call for troops, 2/3 of the people of North Carolina were opposed to secession. Now, however, as speedily as a convention could be assembled, an ordinance of secession was adopted by unanimous vote, and North Carolina became one of the Confederate States. On May 6, Arkansas, through her convention, passed an ordinance of secession with only one dissenting vote. Soon afterwards she joined the Southern Confederacy. In answer to Lincoln's requisition for troops, Tennessee's governor said, "Tennessee will not furnish a single man for purpose of coercion." She did not adopt an ordinance of secession, but during the month of May her legislature made a military league with the Confederate States, and she became one of them, subject to the vote of the people, which was taken on June 8th. By a majority of nearly 58,000, they declared in favor of separation from the Union, and joined the Southern Confederacy. "Kentucky," so telegraphed her governor, "will furnish no troops for the wicked purpose of subduing her sister Southern States." But he could not draw her into the secession movement. A drift of conflicting opinions held her in the balance, but Lincoln knew his native State well, and by tact and forbearance he guided the Union men so that their influence continually spread until the month of August, when, in the newly elected legislature, they had a majority of nearly 3/4 in each branch. Missouri's governor was likewise favorable to secession, replying to the call for troops, "Your requisition, in my judgment, is illegal, unconstitutional, and revolutionary in its object, inhuman and diabolical. Not one man will the State of Missouri furnish to carry on any such holy crusade." He had, however, a resolute antagonist in Francis P. Blair, Jr., a man of extraordinary physical and moral courage, of high social position in St. Louis, and personally very popular. Between him and the governor there ensued 4 months of political and martial maneuvering, but Blair won in the end, and Missouri remained in the Union. The array was now complete. 23 states were pitted against 11, 22 million people against 9, and of the time 3.5 million were slaves. Each side had peculiar advantages, but neither section understood the other. If the South had known that secession must result in war and that the foe would be a united North, it is doubtful if she would have proceeded to the last extremity. It is still more doubtful if the North would have fought, had she known that she must contend against a united Southern people. The remark of Chatham, "Conquer a free population of 3 million souls, the thing is impossible," had become an axiom of the English race. But now the North confronted 5.5 million earnest and brave people, supported by 3.5 million servants, who grew the food and took care of the women and children at home while the men fought in the field. The North was contending for the Union on the theory that a strong and unscrupulous minority had overridden the majority of Southerners who had no desire for secession, loathed the idea of civil war, and, if protected and encouraged, would make themselves felt in a movement looking towards allegiance to the national government. Lincoln comprehended the sentiment of the North, and he never gave public expression to any opinion that he did not sincerely hold. In his 4th of July message to the special session of Congress he said, "It may well be questioned whether there is today a majority of the legally qualified voters of any state, except perhaps South Carolina, in favor of disunion. There is much reason to believe that the Union men are the majority in many, if not in every other one, of the so-called seceded states. I have discussed this matter so thoroughly in my history that it is unnecessary for me to recur to it at length. Nevertheless, I may observe that on returning to the subject 20 years after my first discussion of it, and on going through the original materials again, I have been more firmly convinced than before of the unanimity of the Confederate States after the President's call for troops. The citations from William H. Russell's letters to the London Times, and from his diary, which I gave in my 3rd volume, furnish an authoritative corroboration of the other evidence. This intelligent and fair-minded man, who sympathized with the North because he hated slavery and was convinced that the invocation of state rights was for protection to slavery, extension of slave territory, and free trade in slave produce with the outer world, made a journey through the Southern states between April 14th and June 19th, 1861, and became convinced that the people of the Confederacy were united. Summing up the results of his tour, he wrote, "I met everywhere with but one feeling, with exceptions which proved its unanimity and force. To a man the people went with their states, and had but one battle cry: States' rights, and death to those who make war against them." In spite of his supercilious criticism, Russell wished the North to win, because he foresaw in her victory the destruction of slavery. But he did not believe that she could triumph. In April, while in Charleston, he wrote, "I am more satisfied than ever that the Union can never be restored as it was, and that it has gone to pieces, never to be put together again in the old shape, at all events, by any power on earth." In New Orleans, on May 31st, he set down in his diary, "Now that the separation has come, there is not, in the Constitution or out of it, power to cement the broken fragments together." On the steamer on the Mississippi which brought him from a Confederate camp to Cairo, he met an Englishman who was steward of the boat, and not averse to giving his opinion, which Russell quotes with apparent approval of the concluding statement. "This war," the steward said, "is all about niggers. I have been 16 years in the country, and I never met one of them yet was fit to be anything but a slave. I know the two sections well, and I tell you, sir, the North can't whip the South, let them do their best." Mixed with the stern determination on both sides to fight out the conflict was a sincere regret that the Union should be broken. When an old gentleman whom Russell met in Charleston spoke of the prospect of civil war, tears rolled down his cheeks, but regarding it as the natural consequence of the insults, injustice, and aggression of the North against Southern rights, he had no apprehension for the result. Mrs. Chesnut wrote of the separation, "The wrench has been awful." When the Virginia Convention was considering the ordinance of secession, one delegate, who spoke against it, became incoherent in his emotion, and finally broke down sobbing. Another, who voted for it, wept like a child at the thought of rending ancient ties. It is Henry Adams' opinion, based on his recollections of Washington in the winter of 1861, that Not one man in America wanted the Civil War or expected or intended it. Similar was Nicolet's impression at the same period in Springfield while assisting Lincoln. Nobody wanted war, is the word. And when it came, J.D. Cox and James A. Garfield, then members of the Ohio legislature, groaned at "the shame, the folly, the outrage" of civil war in our land. John T. Morse, in his biography of Lincoln, which possesses somehow the authority of a contemporary document, as well as the interest of an artistic study of a great man, wrote: "Historians say rhetorically that the North sprang to arms, and it really would have done so if there had been any arms to spring to. But muskets were scarce." The correspondence in Volume I, Series 3 of the official records amply confirms this statement. The governors of the several states, in their communications to the United States War Department, began by asking for muskets and cannon. Soon they were begging for them. Ohio was undoubtedly a fair example of the states west of the Alleghanies. McClellan, who had been appointed Major General of her volunteers, made an inspection of the state arsenal and found a few boxes of smooth-bore muskets rusted and damaged, 2 or 3 smooth-bore 6-pounders which had been honeycombed by firing salutes, a confused pile of mildewed harness which had once been used for artillery horses. As he went out of the door he said half humorously, half sadly, "A fine stock of munitions on which to begin a great war." The governor of Iowa's demand of the Secretary of War, "For God's sake send us some arms," exemplified the feeling of all. All the states wanted rifled muskets, of which the government had only a small supply; and when they received old flint-lock muskets or the same percussioned, they felt that due attention was not being paid to their necessities. Morton, the governor of Indiana, reported that the arms received by his state were of an inferior character, being old muskets rifled out; in very many instances, he added, the bayonets have to be driven on with a hammer, and many others are so loose that they can be shaken off. "Our boys," wrote the governor of Iowa, "don't feel willing to carry old-fashioned muskets to the field to meet men armed with better weapons." Appreciating the impotence of the federal government, Massachusetts sent an agent to Europe with money for the purchase of improved arms, and New York bought Enfield rifles in England. The governors of several states begged for accoutrements, uniforms, and clothing. There was urgent need of forage caps, infantry trousers, flannel sack coats, flannel shirts, booties, stockings, greatcoats, and blankets. "The government," wrote the Secretary of War to Morton, "finds itself unable to furnish at once the uniforms and clothing demanded by the large force suddenly brought into service." McClellan wrote of his Ohio troops, "I have never seen so fine a body of men collected together. The material is superb, but has no organization or discipline." A captain of the regular army who came to muster a number of these regiments into the United States service, looking down the line of stalwart men clad in the Garibaldi red flannel shirt, for lack of uniforms, exclaimed, "My God! That such men should be food for powder! Good-looking and energetic young fellows, too good to be food for gunpowder," wrote John Hay of the 6th Massachusetts. And the same remark might have been made of nearly all the 3 months' men from every state. Before the end of April, Lincoln had made up his mind that he had embarked on a long war. The quotas of 3 months' volunteers were rapidly filled, and as more men came forward, he determined to turn the prolonged outburst of patriotism to account, by prevailing upon the latecomers to enlist for 3 years. On May 3rd he increased the army by proclamation. The response to his different calls for troops was thus described in his 4th of July message: "One of the greatest perplexities of the government is to avoid receiving troops faster than it can provide for them. In a word, the people will save their government, if the government itself will do its part only indifferently well." Our Secretary of War, Cameron, to judge from the official correspondence during the first months of the war, appears to have been good-natured, inefficient, short-sighted, a man of narrow views. Lincoln, on the other hand, keenly alive to the situation, was repeatedly urging the War Department to accept the men who offered themselves for 3 years, and to take the chance of providing them with arms, uniforms, and monthly pay. Thus, in the beginning, even as in the later years of his presidency, his first thought was for the chief requirement of his side. He would have the men; the provision to be made for them could be left to the future. The unpreparedness of the Southern people was similar to that of the Northern, but their difficulty in procuring arms and ammunition was greater. Accustomed as they had been to buy their powder from northern factories, they were now obliged to develop this industry within their own borders. With less money and inferior credit, they found it more difficult to make purchases abroad. Moreover, the blockade soon became a serious impediment to their commerce. On May 3rd, General Scott wrote, "We rely greatly on the sure operation of a complete blockade of the Atlantic and Gulf ports, soon to commence." Mrs. Chestnut, who had dined with Jefferson Davis in Richmond on July 16th, set down in her diary, "We begin to cry out for more ammunition, and already the blockade is beginning to shut it all out." The Confederate Secretary of War, Walker, seemed to lack geniality, and showed in his correspondence with the governors more acerbity than was desirable in an officer of a new government organizing for a protracted conflict. On the other hand, Davis was at first superior in administrative capacity to Lincoln. His West Point training, army service in Mexico, and efficient conduct of the War Department for 4 years had made him familiar with military details which Lincoln had now to master with painful effort. Lee, as commander of the Virginia forces, was an efficient aid to the governor in Richmond, which city was destined to be the most important military point in the Confederacy. But, affected by the disposition that prevailed on each side to overrate the other, he, like the governor of Iowa, thought that the enemy had much superior arms. In perusing the confidential Union and Confederate correspondence between the bombardment of Sumter and the battle of Bull Run, one is struck with the unreadiness of both South and North for war, and with the contrast generally between military conditions in this country and in Europe. In 1870, the French Minister of War told his colleagues and the Emperor that France was ready, more than ready, and to a commission of the Corps Législatif declared, "So ready are we that if the war were to last 2 years, not a gate or button would be found wanting." Within 10 days he had transported by railroad to the frontier nearly 200,000 men, with cannon, horses, and munitions. Meanwhile Bismarck was asking Moltke, "What are our prospects of victory?" "I believe," replied Moltke, "that we are more than a match for them, always with the reservation that no one can foresee the issue of a great battle. And a rapid outbreak is, on the whole, more favorable to us than delay." In a little over a fortnight's time Moltke had a Prussian army more than twice as large as the French on the French frontier. Had either South or North had the comparatively imperfect preparation of France, with no similar development on the part of the other, that side would have swept everything before it. Had both South and North had the perfect organization of Prussia, the war might have been shorter. But the Prussian military system was impossible in the United States, and even if possible, it would not have been considered worth while. The Americans, like the Athenians of the time of Pericles, then preferred to meet danger with a light heart, but without laborious training. Davis, in his message of April 29th to his Congress, maintained that Lincoln's call for 75,000 troops was a declaration of war against the Confederacy, and he asked them to devise measures for their defense. Arguing that each state was sovereign, and, in the last resort, the sole judge as well of its wrongs as of the mode and measure of redress, he justified secession and the formation of the Confederate States. "We feel that our cause is just and holy," he declared. "All we ask is to be let alone; that those who never held power over us shall not now attempt our subjugation by arms. This we will, this we must, resist to the direst extremity." Davis, as President, was obliged to make the best out of a situation which he regarded with considerable misgiving. He had been averse to war, and had wished his Southern brethren less precipitate. Toward the end of June in Richmond, Mrs. Chestnut had with him a talk of nearly an hour, through which there ran, on his part, a sad refrain. His tone was not sanguine. He anticipated a long war. He laughed at the common brag that "every Southerner was equal to 3 Yankees." Only fools, he continued, doubted the courage of the Yankees, or their willingness to fight when they saw it. The Confederates, said the President in his 4th of July message, forced upon the country the distinct issue, immediate dissolution or blood. It was with the deepest regret that the Executive found the duty of employing the war power in defense of the government forced upon him. He could but perform this duty, or surrender the existence of the government. Using an expression of which he grew fond, the plain people, he addressed to them an argument in support of his position. Lincoln, of all men in 1861, was most thoroughly convinced that the Southerners would never have carried the doctrine of state rights to the point of secession had it not been for the purpose of repelling what was considered an aggression on slavery. Yet in his message there is not a word on this subject, and the reason is not far to seek. Restricting the object of the war to the restoration of the Union, he had with him Democrats and Bell and Everett men as well as Republicans. A mention of slavery would at once have given rise to partisan contentions. At this early day, however, Lincoln understood the scope of the conflict, and thus unbosomed himself to the private secretary, who was in sympathy with him. "For my own part, I consider the central idea pervading this struggle is the necessity that is upon us of proving that popular government is not an absurdity. We must settle this question now, whether in a free government the minority have the right to break up the government whenever they choose. If we fail, it will go far to prove the incapability of the people to govern themselves. There may be one consideration used in stay of such final judgment, but that is not for us to use in advance. That is, that there exists in our case an instance of a vast and far-reaching disturbing element, which the history of no other free nation will probably ever present. That, however, is not for us to say at present. Taking the government as we found it, we will see if the majority can preserve it." An official report of July 1st gives the strength of the Union Army as 186,000. The newspapers, especially the New York Tribune, had already been clamoring for an advance on Richmond. General Scott was urged not to lose the services of the 3 months' men whose time would soon expire. Politicians, fearing the effect of delay on public sentiment, supported this demand; and men of experience and good judgment joined in the popular cry. As early as May, Governor Andrew complained of the want of vigor in the Northern operations, and Senator Fessenden wrote, "I am hoping every day to hear of some decided blow." William H. Russell, basing his opinion on the European standard with which his experience in the Crimea had made him familiar, gave an account of the wretched condition of the Union soldiers in camps near Washington, whose number available for a campaign he estimated at 30,000. "I am opposed to national boasting," he wrote, "but I do firmly believe that 10,000 British regulars," then apparently thinking he must say something for England's ally, "or 12,000 French, with a proper establishment of artillery and cavalry, under competent commanders, would not only entirely repulse this army with the greatest ease, but that they could attack them and march into Washington, over them or with them, whenever they pleased." The popular cry, "On to Richmond!" was dinned in the President's ears until he yielded to the opinion that the Union army force a battle in eastern Virginia. A victory would maintain the unanimity of feeling that had prevailed since the firing on Sumter. It would be the earnest of a short war. With a short war in prospect, patriotism would continue at its present high beat, and such dissensions as might issue in an opposition party would not arise. Moreover, the goodwill of Europe would be preserved. Europe was now in sympathy with the President's assertion of the national authority, but it would be well to let her perceive that the United States government, to which she sent her envoys, had the stronger battalions. Furthermore, if the excellent men, who had volunteered for 3 months, were to be used at all in active service, they must soon take the field, as their term of enlistment was fast drawing to a close. Having taken all these considerations into account, the President called a number of generals in council with his cabinet. McDowell, a graduate of West Point, a staff officer during the Mexican War, and the present commander of the troops on the Virginia side of the Potomac, said that he would move against Beauregard, who had a force of 21,900 behind the stream called Bull Run, provided that Joseph E. Johnston, who was in the Shenandoah Valley with 9,000, could be prevented from joining Beauregard. General Scott, who felt that the army was in no condition to fight a battle in Virginia, but who had deferred to the President's wish, said, "If Johnston joins Beauregard, he shall have Patterson on his heels." Patterson, with 18,000 to 22,000, was depended upon to keep a sharp watch on Johnston, and had been instructed to beat him or detain him in the Valley. On the afternoon of July 16, McDowell's grand army, about 30,000 strong and composed, for the most part of 3 months' volunteers supported by 1,600 regulars, marched to the front, and on the 18th occupied Centreville. No living American general had ever commanded so large a body of men, and McDowell's experience as staff officer in Mexico had been with a much smaller number. Excepting the regulars, the troops were raw, as were likewise most of their officers. And this march of 27 miles, which a year later would have been considered a bagatelle, was now a mighty undertaking. There was lack of discipline, wrote William T. Sherman, who commanded a brigade. With all my personal efforts I could not prevent the men from straggling for water, blackberries, or anything on the way they fancied. The troops did not know how to take care of their rations, to make them last the time they should, reported McDowell. Moreover, their excitement found vent in burning and pillaging. These excesses, however, were checked by McDowell. Johnston, having received a telegram from Richmond to join Beauregard if practicable, managed to elude Patterson and started for Bull Run at noon of July 18th. "The discouragements of that day's march to one accustomed, like myself," he wrote, "to the steady gait of regular soldiers is indescribable." Because of frequent and unreasonable delays and lack of discipline, he despaired of reaching Beauregard in time. He accordingly made arrangements for covering the final stage by rail. After a march of 23 miles, he and his infantry completed the remaining 34 by train. The cavalry and artillery continued on the wagon road. On Saturday the 20th, he had 6,000 in union with Beauregard. McDowell had heard rumors that Johnston had joined Beauregard, but he did not credit them; so he went forward with his original plan, which was to turn the Confederate left. On Sunday morning, July 21st, he attacked. Owing to the inexperience of both officers and men, the delays in marching and maneuvering made the attack 3 hours late, yet at 10 o'clock the Union troops engaged the enemy, and being in superior force, drove him before them. The Confederates were in full retreat, but as they ran up the slope of the plateau about the Henry House, Thomas J. Jackson's brigade stood there calmly awaiting the onset. General B cried out in encouragement to his retreating troops, "There is Jackson, standing like a stone wall." As Stonewall Jackson he was known till the day of his death, and ever afterwards. Patterson had greatly overestimated Johnston's force, and feared to make an attack. Indeed, in his alarm he marched north, directly away from the Confederates, instead of following them. Unaware of his actual movement, the Confederate generals thought that he would make haste to join McDowell. Beauregard therefore deemed it advisable to attack the Union forces with his right wing and center before the expected reinforcement came. Johnston, the ranking officer, approved the plan. A miscarriage of orders prevented the movement. At the same time McDowell's attack came as a surprise, and it was the sound of a cannon that first told them he was trying to turn left. It was 4 miles to the scene of action, but Johnston and Beauregard rode thither as fast as their horses would carry them. "We came not a moment too soon," said Johnston. The Confederates were demoralized. A disorderly retreat had begun; and it needed all the firmness and courage of the commanding generals to stem the tide. Beauregard remained in the thick of the fight, in command of the troops there engaged, while Johnston rode regretfully to the rear, to hurry forward reinforcements. It was high noon when the two Confederate generals appeared on the field. The battle lasted until 3. The hottest fighting was for the possession of the Henry Plateau, which the Union troops had seized. At 2 o'clock, Beauregard gave the order to advance to recover the plateau. The charge was made with spirit. Jackson's brigade pierced the Union center at the bayonet's point. The other troops moved forward with equal vigor, broke the Union lines, and swept them back from the open ground of the plateau. The Union troops rallied, recovered their ground, and drove the Confederates from the plateau into the woods beyond. McDowell, who had this part of the field immediately under his own eye, thought this last repulse final, and that the day was his. Jefferson Davis, too anxious to remain in Richmond, went by rail to the scene of action. As he approached Manassas Railroad Junction, he saw a cloud of dust raised by wagons that had been sent to the rear, and heard distinctly the sound of firing. At the junction were a large number of men who had left the field in panic, and who now gave Davis graphic accounts of the defeat of the army. He asked a gray-bearded man, whose calm face and composed demeanor inspired confidence, how the battle had gone. "Our line was broken," came the reply. "All was confusion, the army routed and the battle lost." The conductor of the train refused to go farther, but, on Davis's stern insistence, detached the locomotive and ran it to the headquarters, where Davis found horses for himself and his aide. 2 officers guided him thence toward the battlefield. On the way he met a large number of stragglers, and received frequent warnings that there was danger ahead. But the sound of firing was now fainter, which seemed to indicate both an advance of the Confederates and a waning of the battle. Meeting Johnston on a hill overlooking the field, he might in his question have used the words of Henry V. at Agincourt, "I know not if the day be ours or no," when Johnston at once assured him that we had won the battle. It was 3:00 when McDowell saw the Confederates retire to the woods, when he hoped that the fight was over and that his army had gained possession of the field. This hope was rudely dispelled. His men had made their last desperate effort. They had been up since 2 in the morning. One division had had a long, fatiguing march. The day was intensely hot, and the fight had lasted 4½ hours. Many of the men had thrown away their haversacks and canteens. They were choked with dust, thirsty, hungry, and spent. Beauregard ordered forward all of his force within reach, including the reserve, for the purpose of making a last supreme effort to regain the plateau. He intended to lead the charge in person. Then loud cheers were heard, proceeding from fresh troops. They were the remainder of the army of the Shenandoah, who had followed Johnston as quickly as the railroad could bring them, and who were now personally ordered by him to assail McDowell's right flank. From mouth to mouth went the word, "Johnston's army has come." At the same time Beauregard moved forward his whole line. The Union troops were instantly seized with one of those unaccountable panics to which great armies are liable. They broke and ran down the hillside in disorder. McDowell and his officers tried to rally them, but the regular infantry alone obeyed commands, covering the volunteers' retreat. They crossed the fords of Bull Run and crowded the Warrenton Turnpike, a confused mass of disorganized, frightened men. The Confederates pursued them only a short distance, and McDowell intended to make a stand at Centreville. That was found to be impossible, nor could the disorderly flight be arrested at Fairfax Court House. "The larger part of the men," telegraphed McDowell from there, "are a confused mob entirely demoralized. They are pouring through this place in a state of utter disorganization." The flight of the troops was not stopped until they reached the fortifications on the southern side of the Potomac, and many of the soldiers crossed the Long Bridge into Washington. All were soon to learn that they had been fleeing before an imaginary foe, as the Confederates made no effective pursuit. Lincoln in Washington was a prey to the same anxiety as Davis in Richmond. After his return from church, he scanned eagerly the telegrams sent to him from the War Department and from the army headquarters. These dispatches were from the telegraphic station nearest the battlefield, and toward 3:00 became more frequent and reported the apparent course and progress of the cannonade. Impatient as he was to talk over the news, he repaired to Scott's office, where he found the aged and infirm general taking his afternoon sleep. On being waked, Scott told him that such reports as had already been received possessed no value, but, expressing his confidence in a successful result, he composed himself for another nap. Dispatches continued to come with cheering news. It was reported that the Confederates had been forced back 2 or 3 miles. One of the Scott's aides brought to the President a dispatch from a lieutenant of engineers at Centreville, saying that McDowell had driven the enemy before him, ordered the reserve forward, and desired reinforcements without delay. As Scott deemed the report credible, the President, thinking all doubt at an end, ordered his carriage for his usual evening drive. At 6:00 Secretary Seward appeared at the White House, pale and haggard. "Where is the President?" he asked hoarsely of Lincoln's private secretaries. "Gone to drive," they answered. "Have you any late news?" he continued. They read him the telegrams announcing victory. "Tell no one," said he. "That is not true. The battle is lost. McDowell is in full retreat and calls on General Scott to save the capital." Returning from his drive a half hour later, the President heard Seward's message, walked over to army headquarters, and there read the dispatch from a captain of engineers. "General McDowell's army in full retreat through Centreville. The day is lost. Save Washington and the remnants of this army. The routed troops will not reform." The President did not go to his bed that night. Morning found him still on his lounge in the Executive Office, listening to the recitals of newspaper correspondents and other civilians, who had followed McDowell to Centreville, and after the repulse, fearing for their own safety, had rushed back to Washington, beginning to arrive at midnight. Monday broke dismally in the capital, a drizzling rain adding to the gloom. But by noon it was known that the Confederates had not pursued the retreating troops in the aim of taking Washington. The disaster caused some prominent men to lose their nerve. Not so the President. Bitterly disappointed as he was at the result, he from the first showed no discouragement or loss of control. During the week he paid visits to the camps surrounding Washington, and in one of these had William T. Sherman for his guide. Sherman, standing by the roadside, was recognized by Lincoln and Seward, who rode side by side in an open hack, and on his Chapter 7 of History of the Civil War, 1861-1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Until the spring of 1862, the government of Great Britain preserved the neutrality which had been declared by the Queen's proclamation at the commencement of the war, and this neutrality would not have been violated had the feeling of the dominant classes been friendly to the North. The main body of the aristocracy and the highest of the middle class desired that the great democracy should fail, partly because it was a democracy, partly because it enacted high protective tariffs, partly because of sympathy with a people who desired release from what they deemed a position of irksome political subordination, and partly because the division of a great power like the United States, which had frequently threatened Great Britain with war, would rebound to their political advantage. But with the portion of the middle class engaged in commerce and manufactures, the desire that overshadowed all others was that the war should come to an end so that England could again secure cotton, and resume the export of her manufactured goods to America. The North could terminate the war by the recognition of the Southern Confederacy, and the irritation was great over her persistence in the seemingly impossible task of conquering 5½ millions of people. "Conquer a free population of 3 million souls? The thing is impossible," Chatham had said, and this was applied with force to the case in hand. The friends of the North remained as sincere and active as in the previous autumn, but, like the patriots at home, they had days of discouragement at the small progress made towards a restoration of the Union. The most significant and touching feature of the situation was that the operatives of the North of England, who suffered most from the lack of cotton, were frankly on the side of the United States. They knew that their misery came from the war, and were repeatedly told that it would cease in a day if the North would accept an accomplished fact. But discerning, in spite of their meager intelligence, that the struggle was one of democracy against privilege, of freedom against slavery, they resisted all attempts to excite them to a demonstration against its continuance. They saw their work fall off, their savings dwindle, their families in want and threatened even with the lack of bread, yet they desired the North to fight out the contest. If the indictment which Americans bring against the governing classes of England for their sympathy with the South is maintained at the bar of history, it will be because they sympathized with a slave power, and thereby seemed to admit their own government and people to have been wrong on the slavery question for a generation past. The attempt of Englishmen to persuade themselves that slavery was not the issue of the war was a case of willful blindness. For the truth was patent to all observers. The South held slaves, the North was free. Lincoln had been elected president for the reason that he represented the opposition to the extension of slavery, and his election was the cause of the secession and the war. If the North won, slavery would certainly be restricted, would perhaps be abolished. If the South gained her independence, slavery would be ratified and extended, and the African slave trade would probably be revived. The nature of the conflict and its possible consequences were stated to the English by Professor Cairns and John Stuart Mill, in logic impossible of refutation, yet a majority of the million voters remained unconvinced. Nothing could be less candid than many of the current expressions. In 1861, when the avowed object of the war was the restoration of the Union, it was said, "Make your war one against slavery and you will have the warm sympathy of the British public." Yet Lincoln's plan of compensated emancipation was pronounced chimerical and its proposal insincere, as being for the purpose of affecting European opinion. Gladstone, a friend of the North in January, was later swayed by the sentiment of the powerful classes. On April 24, 1862, he told the men of Manchester that the deplorable struggle was the cause of their misery, but that if the heart of the South were set upon separation, she could not be conquered, and Englishmen should therefore be careful not to alienate her 6 million or 10 million. He argued against the call of sympathy for the North on the ground that the contest was between slavery and freedom, declaring, "We have no faith in the propagation of free institutions at the point of the sword." When William E. Forster said in the House of Commons that he believed it was generally acknowledged that slavery was the cause of the war, he was answered with jeers and shouts of "No, no!" and "The tariff." When he insisted, Why, Vice President Stevens said that the South went to war to establish slavery at the cornerstone of the new republic. His retort was apparently looked upon as only the usual House of Commons repartee. The government of Great Britain was guilty of culpable negligence in permitting in March the sailing of the Florida, a vessel equipped for war which had been built in Liverpool for the service of the Confederates. Sincere and diligent inquiry on the part of the authorities in Liverpool would have disclosed her true character and destination, and a friendly disposition towards the United States would have caused her detention until sufficient legal investigation could be made in proceedings for her condemnation. A still more culpable act of negligence was that which permitted the escape of the Alabama. Adams asked Russell that she be prevented from sailing unless the fact should be established that her purpose was not inimical to the United States. The communication was referred to the proper department, and in due course reached Liverpool, where the sympathy of the community with the Confederate States was notorious. The surveyor of the port, who undoubtedly suspected for whom the ship of war was intended, took care to shut his eyes to any condemnatory evidence, and made a colorless statement which was submitted by the Commissioners of Customs in London to their solicitor, and was adjudged by him to be sufficient ground for advising against her seizure. The commissioners in their communication to the Lords of the Treasury concurred in the opinion of their legal adviser, but said that "the officers at Liverpool will keep a strict watch on the vessel." All these papers came to Earl Russell, who, on the advice of the Attorney General and Solicitor General, suggested to Adams that the United States Consul in Liverpool, Dudley, be instructed to submit to the Collector of the port any evidence that confirmed his suspicion. Adams and Dudley were indefatigable, and on July 9th Dudley addressed to the Collector a letter which no impartial man could have read without being convinced that the vessel in question was designed for the Southern Confederacy. "The greater part of his statements," wrote Chief Justice Cockburn afterwards, in his opinion dissenting from the award of the Geneva Tribunal, "could not have been made available in an English court." But the moral evidence was complete, and needed only time and opportunity to be converted into legal proof. It is hardly surprising, then, that historical analysis of the situation should lead to the conclusion that the Collector, the Solicitor, and the Commissioners of Customs knew in their minds that the Alabama was intended for the Confederate government, wished in their hearts that she might get away, and, since they had not strictly a legal case against her, persuaded themselves that they were performing their official duty. Chief Justice Cockburn, who puts the best face possible upon the action of the English authorities, intimates that, at this juncture, these officials should have addressed an inquiry to the Messrs. Laird, demanding for whom this warship was designed. If this had been done, he added, the high character of these gentlemen would doubtless have ensured either a refusal to answer or a truthful answer. The former would have helped materially to establish a case against the vessel; the latter would have justified her immediate seizure. This criticism is unanswerable. To require from Dudley direct proof which he must procure in a hostile community, with the quiet opposition probably of an unsympathetic and technical bureaucracy, was unfriendly and unreasonable. 3 weeks had passed since the customs officials in Liverpool and London had been enjoined to find out the truth, but had they actually conspired to suppress it, they would hardly have acted differently. They showed no disposition to search for proof, and carped at the evidence offered them. On July 17th, Adams wrote to Dudley to employ a solicitor and secure affidavits to submit to the Collector. 4 days later, Dudley and his solicitor brought to the Collector documents amounting to a direct proof. 6 persons deposed to the character and destination of the vessel. 5 of them showed it to be reasonably probable that the Alabama was destined for the Southern Confederacy, while the 6th, a mariner of Birkenhead, swore that "it is well known by the hands on board that the vessel is going out as a privateer for the Confederate government to act against the United States, under a commission from Mr. Jefferson Davis. We cannot detain the vessel," says the Collector. "You are both right," say the commissioners. The work of getting the Alabama ready went on with swiftness and zeal, while the Circumlocution Office moved with the pace of a snail. The papers went to the Lords of the Treasury. Meanwhile, Adams had retained a Queen's Counsel of eminence, Sir Robert P. Collier, to whom the 6 depositions and 2 additional ones were submitted. Collier's opinion is in no uncertain tone. "I am of opinion," he wrote, "that the Collector of Customs would be justified in detaining the vessel. Indeed, I should think it is his duty to detain her. It appears difficult to make a stronger case of infringement of the Foreign Enlistment Act, which, if not enforced on this occasion, is little better than a dead letter. It well deserves consideration whether, if the vessel be allowed to escape, the federal government would not have serious grounds of remonstrance. This opinion went to the customs authorities in Liverpool. It was the duty of the collector of customs at Liverpool, declared Cockburn, as early as the 22nd of July to detain this vessel. The collector would not act, and referred the matter to his superiors, the commissioners of customs. Insufficient evidence is still the word of the assistant solicitor of customs, who added, "I cannot concur in Collier's views." At this stage in the proceedings, wrote Cockburn, "It became, in my opinion, the duty of the commissioners of customs at once to direct the seizure to be made. Misled by advice which they ought to have rejected as palpably erroneous, they unfortunately refused to cause the vessel to be seized. In the meantime Adams had sent the affidavits, Collier's opinion, and many other papers relating to the case to Earl Russell. I ought to have been satisfied with the opinion of Sir Robert Collier," wrote Russell in after years, with a candour which does him honor, "and to have given orders to detain the Alabama at Birkenhead." Now ensues an episode which, useful as it would have been to the writer of an opera bouffe libretto, or to Dickens for his account of the Circumlocution Office, completely baffles the descriptive pen of the historian. The papers received from the commissioners of customs, and those which Adams had sent to Russell, were submitted to the law officers of the Crown, one set reaching them July 23rd, the other July 26th. That is to say, they reached the senior officer, the Queen's Advocate, on those days. Sir John Harding, who was then the Queen's Advocate, had been ill and incapacitated for business since the latter part of June. In fact, his excitable nerves and weak constitution had succumbed to the strain of work, and he was now verging on insanity. At his private house these papers lay for 5 days. Work on the Alabama went on briskly, and everybody in the kingdom was satisfied with having done his duty. The collector had referred the matter to the commissioners had referred it to the Lords of the Treasury. The Lords and Earl Russell had referred it to the law officers of the Crown. The papers on which perhaps depended war or peace between two great nations, either received no notice whatever, or were examined only by a lawyer who was going mad. Finally, on July 28th, the Attorney General and Solicitor General got hold of the papers. Their report was conclusive. "We recommend," they said on July 29th, "that without loss of time the vessel be seized by the proper authorities." It was too late. The Alabama had left port that morning, and under pretence of a trial trip had gone out to sea. Yet she was still off the Welsh coast, only 50 miles from Liverpool, where the most ordinary energy on the part of the London and Liverpool authorities would have been sufficient to effect her apprehension before she started on the career which was to do so much in driving the American merchant marine from the high seas. The Alabama left Liverpool without guns or munitions of war of any kind. These, as well as coal, were brought to her at the Azores by 2 British vessels which sailed from England about the middle of August. However unfriendly the action of England was in the case of the Alabama, it must be borne in mind that the fault was one of omission. The British government, unlike the Emperor of the French, was during the whole war innocent of any overt unfriendly acts. The Queen's speech at the prorogation of Parliament on August 7, 1862, declared that Her Majesty had still determined to take no part in the contest on the American continent. Again, though the dominant sentiment of England toward the North is to be deplored, and the want of due diligence in the performance of her duties as a neutral is unquestioned, her atonement has been ample. English books, magazines, and newspapers are full of sincere admissions that the public opinion of the country took a wrong direction. In the Treaty of Washington, the regret which Great Britain expressed at the escape of the Confederate cruisers is all that can be asked in a way of moral reparation from a high-spirited people conscious of their strength. As far as pecuniary damages were concerned, our case, already very strong, was made absolutely secure by the terms submitting the dispute to arbitration. That the score has been wiped out should be recognized at the bar of history. McClellan's failure on the Peninsula, Pope's inglorious campaign resulting in his crushing defeat at the Second Battle of Bull Run during the summer of 1862, had a profound influence on the governors of England. The correspondence between Palmerston and Russell indicates that they were about ready to propose to the Cabinet that England should take the initiative and ask France, Russia, and the other powers to join her in some intervention in the struggle in America. "The Federals got a very complete smashing," wrote the Prime Minister on September 14th. and if Washington or Baltimore fall into the hands of the Confederates, as seems not altogether unlikely, should not England and France address the contending parties and recommend an arrangement upon the basis of separation? Russell replied, "I agree with you that the time has come for offering mediation to the United States government with a view to the recognition of the Confederates. I agree further that in case of failure, we ought ourselves to recognize the Southern States as an independent state." He suggested, moreover, a meeting of the Cabinet, and if a decision were arrived at, to propose first the intervention of France, and then on the part of England and France to Russia and the other powers. When Palmerston replied to this letter he was watching the Antietam campaign, and thought that if the Federals should sustain a great defeat, it would be well to proceed with the project of mediation; but if they should have the best of it, we may wait a while and see what may follow. Gladstone, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the third member of the Cabinet in importance, was well aware of Palmerston's and Russell's attitude, and feeling certain that such would develop into the policy of the government, anticipated this probable event in a speech at Newcastle on October 7th, wherein he expressed positively the view of the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary, as well as that of most of the aristocracy and higher middle class. "There is no doubt," he declared, "that Jefferson Davis and other leaders of the South have made an army. They are making, it appears, a navy; and they have made what is more than either, they have made a nation. We may anticipate with certainty the success of the Southern States so far as their separation from the North is concerned. An exchange of confidential letters between members of a ministry is a different affair from an announcement to the public of a policy which has not been fully determined upon, and soon after the delivery of this speech it was felt that Gladstone had committed an indiscretion. Yet for the moment Palmerston and Russell were bent on the policy of mediation and probable subsequent recognition of the independence of the Confederate States. On October 13th Russell sent to his colleagues a confidential memorandum putting the question, whether it is not a duty for Europe to ask both parties in the most friendly and conciliatory terms to agree to a suspension of arms. Fortunately for the North there were differences in the Cabinet, and Gladstone's speech provoked a quasi-reply from Sir George Cornwall Lewis, the member of the Cabinet ranking next in importance to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Addressing his constituents on October 14th, he in effect asserted that the time had not yet arrived for the recognition of the Southern States, and he followed this up by circulating among his Cabinet colleagues a confidential counter-memorandum in reply to the circular letter of Earl Russell. A Cabinet meeting was called for October 23rd. Previous to that time, the Prime Minister had changed his mind and did not travel to London from the country to keep the engagement. Hence no Cabinet meeting was held, but in the informal discussion among the ministers who had gathered, Russell and Gladstone were in favor of some sort of interference, while the others held to the position formulated by Lewis. Adams saw the Foreign Secretary by appointment on the same afternoon, and said to him, "If I had entirely trusted to the construction given by the public to a late speech, I should have begun to think of packing my carpet-bag and trunks." His lordship, as Adams proceeds to relate the conversation, at once embraced the allusion, and whilst endeavoring to excuse Mr. Gladstone, in fact admitted that his act had been regretted by Lord Palmerston and the other Cabinet officers. Still he could not disavow the sentiments of Mr. Gladstone so far as he understood them, which was not that ascribed to him by the public. Mr. Gladstone was himself willing to disclaim that. He had written to that effect to Lord Palmerston. His lordship said that the policy of the government was to adhere to a strict neutrality and to leave the struggle to settle itself. But he could not tell what a month would bring forth. I asked him if I was to understand that policy has not now to be changed. He said yes. In the meantime the Emperor of the French had made an attempt to conquer Mexico and place a European monarch upon her throne. For the success of his Mexican policy, and because France wanted cotton for her manufacturing industries, he favored the Southern Confederacy. On October 30th, 1862, he asked his ambassadors at St. Petersburg and London to propose that the three governments exert their influence at Washington, as well as with the Confederates, to obtain an armistice for 6 months. Earl Russell had shown discretion in warning Adams that he could not tell what a month would bring forth. At a Cabinet meeting in November, he submitted the Emperor's proposition, and although it was known that Russia had declined, in terms friendly to the North, to be a party to such a mediation, Russell advised that the proposal of France be accepted. Lewis gave this account of the meeting. Palmerston followed Lord John, and supported him, but did not say a great deal. The proposal was now thrown before the cabinet, who proceeded to pick it to pieces. Everybody present threw a stone at it of greater or less size, except Gladstone, who supported it, and two others, who expressed no opinion. The principal objection was that the proposed armistice of 6 months by sea and land, involving a suspension of the commercial blockade, was so grossly unequal, so decidedly in favor of the South, that there was no chance of the North agreeing to it. After a time Palmerston saw that the general feeling of the cabinet was against being a party to the representation, and he capitulated. I do not think his support was very sincere. It certainly was not hearty. Gladstone also made a report. "The United States affair has ended, and not well," he wrote. "Lord Russell rather turned tail. He gave way without resolutely fighting out his battle. Palmerston gave to Russell's proposal a feeble and half-hearted support." 2 months later a combination of circumstances caused the Emperor to propose for his government alone a mediation between the two belligerents. The apparently crushing disaster of Fredericksburg satisfied him, as indeed it confirmed the public opinion of Europe, that the cause of the North was hopeless. At the same time the distress in the cotton manufacturing districts of France, which had become acute, was brought home as the winter wore on. More than 100,000 operatives in one department alone were out of work and in a condition of utter misery, subsisting, according to report, by roaming at night from house to house and demanding rather than asking alms. On January 9th the Emperor dictated a dispatch in which he offered courteously and diplomatically the friendly mediation of his government between the two sections, without the suggestion of an armistice which had been contained in his former proposition. This message went through the usual diplomatic channels, and was presented on February 3, 1863, by the French minister at Washington to Seward, who, 3 days later, acting upon the President's instructions, declined the offer in a polite, gently argumentative and considerate letter. The Emperor lacked the courage to proceed further in his policy of intervention, without the cooperation of Great Britain, which was persistently withheld. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was received abroad with coldness and suspicion. The governing classes of England, whose organs in 1861 had asserted that, if the North should make her fight for the emancipation of the Negro, she would commend her cause strongly to their sympathies, could now see in it nothing but an attempt to excite a servile insurrection. But the friends of the North comprehended it. John Stuart Mill wrote that no American could have exulted more than himself. John Bright said, "I applaud the proclamation." These utterances proved a prelude to the rise of an anti-slavery sentiment toward the end of the year 1862. When the intelligence came that the President's emancipation policy was confirmed by the supplementary proclamation of January 1st, the demonstrations of support were greater than had been known for any movement since the uprising of the abolition of the duties on corn. A deputation from the Emancipation Society waited on the American minister to offer to President Lincoln their warmest congratulations. Reverend Newman Hall, one of the speakers, asserted that the leading newspapers really did not represent the feelings of the masses. On a Sunday Spurgeon thus prayed before his congregation of many thousands, "Now, O God, we turn our thoughts across the sea to the terrible conflict of which we knew not what to say. But now the voice of freedom shows where is right. We pray thee give success to this glorious proclamation of liberty which comes to us from across the waters. We much feared our brethren were not in earnest, and would not come to this. Bondage and the lash can claim no sympathy from us. God bless and strengthen the North, give victory to their arms." The immense congregation responded to this invocation in the midst of the prayer with a fervent Amen. Public meetings were constantly occurring. The Duke of Argyll and Milner Gibson, both cabinet ministers, made speeches, indicating greater confidence in the treatment of the American question and its relation to slavery. There was even a reaction at Liverpool, which town had witnessed with joy the departure of the Alabama. Bristol, the last port in Great Britain to relinquish the slave trade, addressed the President with respectful sympathy. On January 29th Exeter Hall was the scene of a more earnest demonstration of public opinion than had been known in London since the days of the Anti-Corn Law League. So vast was the crowd that an overflow meeting was held in a lower room and another in the open air. In the great hall, the mention of Jefferson Davis brought out manifestations of dislike, while the name of Abraham Lincoln was greeted with a burst of enthusiasm, the audience rising, cheering, and waving hats and handkerchiefs. The resolutions adopted showed intelligence as well as fellow feeling. On the same night, a public meeting at Bradford, Yorkshire, declared that any intervention, physical or moral, on behalf of the slave power would be disgraceful, and closed its proceedings with 3 hearty cheers for President Lincoln. A large anti-slavery meeting in Gloucestershire, in a sympathetic address to the President, deplored any apparent complicity of Englishmen with the Southern States in the clandestine equipment of warships. "Everybody that I now meet," declared John Bright, "says to me, 'Public opinion seems to have undergone a considerable change.'" The month of February witnessed similar large meetings, which adopted like resolutions. There were gatherings at Leeds, Bath, Edinburgh, Paisley, Carlisle, Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, Merthyr Tydfil, and many other places. A concourse of citizens in Glasgow said to the President in their address, "We honor you and we congratulate you." On March 26, at a meeting of skilled laborers in London at the call of the trades unions, John Bright took the chair, and made an eloquent speech in which he expressed the meaning of the assemblage and the spirit of their address to Abraham Lincoln. "Privilege has shuddered," he said, "at what might happen to old Europe if this grand experiment should succeed. But you, the workers, you, striving after a better time, you, struggling upwards toward the light with slow and painful steps, you have no cause to look with jealousy upon a country which, menaced by the great nations of the globe, is that one where labor has met with the highest honor, and where it has reaped its greatest reward. This fearful struggle," he went on, "is between one section where labor is honored more than elsewhere in the world, and another section where labor is degraded, and the laborer is made a chattel." He closed his speech with prophetic words. "Impartial history will tell that, when your statesmen were hostile or coldly neutral, when many of your rich men were corrupt, when your press, which ought to have instructed and defended, was mainly written to betray, the fate of a continent and its vast population being in peril, you clung to freedom with an unfaltering trust that God in his infinite mercy will yet make it the heritage of all his children." It is interesting to look with the eyes of Adams upon these expressions of a noble public opinion. Thus wrote he in his diary: January 17, 1863. "It is quite clear that the current is now setting very strongly with us among the body of the people." January 30th. "Things are improving here. The manifestation made at Exeter Hall last night is reported as one of the most extraordinary ever made in London, and proves pretty conclusively the spirit of the middle classes here as elsewhere. It will not change the temper of the higher classes, but it will do something to moderate the manifestation of it." Speaking of a large and respectable delegation of the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society, he wrote: "They left me with hearty shakes of the hand that marked the existence of active feeling at bottom. It was not the lukewarmness and indifference of the aristocracy, but the genuine English heartiness of good will." On February 26th: "The current is still setting strongly with us among the people. These demonstrations show what potent arguments for the northern side were the Emancipation Proclamation and the organized anti-slavery agitation. Those Englishmen who had espoused the cause of the South now became, by the logic of the situation, apologists for slavery. The Times presented the biblical argument for the justification of it, and told the story of Paul and Onesimus in the language and temper of the Southern planter. Slavery, it argued further, is no more at variance with the spirit of the gospel than sumptuous fare, purple, and fine linen; and it said of the proclamation that was arousing the enthusiasm of the masses, "President Lincoln calls to his aid the execrable expedient of a servile insurrection. Egypt is destroyed, but his heart is hardened, and he will not let the people go." The Saturday Review urged that the laws dictated from on high, as recorded in the Old Testament, sanctioned and protected property in slaves. But the American lawgiver not only confiscates his neighbors' slaves, but orders the slaves to cut their masters' throats; nor is the matter left to the remote guidance of Old Testament precedent. St. Paul sent Onesimus, the fugitive slave of that time, back to his master Philemon; so that without the master's consent it was not competent, even in an apostle, to release a slave; but what St. Paul might not do, Abraham Lincoln may. Later it spoke of the movement which was ennobling the common people of England as a "carnival of cant," arousing agitation on behalf of the divine right of insurrection and massacre. The Times and Saturday Review, according to the Spectator, represented "the higher intelligence of England," and their ground of reasoning revealed clearly the bond of sympathy between the two landed aristocracies separated by the sea. The Southern lords, by their system of labor, were relieved from the minute cares of money making, were enabled to maintain an open and generous hospitality, and were afforded leisure for devotion to society and politics, thus obtaining a kind of community of life, tastes, and aims with the English noblemen, who, in turn, had begun by looking kindly upon the Southern Confederacy, wishing for its success, and ended with taking up cudgels for negro slavery. The sympathies of many of the eminent literary men were withheld from the North. Grote, who loved democracy in Greece and could palliate its excesses in Athens, criticized with acrimony the Northern people, because they insisted that England had violated her declared neutrality, and because their protests were not couched in courteous and polished language. Carlyle, who had received the first money for his "French Revolution" from Boston, when not a penny had been realized in England, and who was profoundly thankful for all that this implied, as well as for the needed money, had now no fellow feeling with the North. "No war ever raging in my time," he said, "was to me more profoundly foolish looking. Neutral I am to a degree. I, for one." Again he spoke of it as "a smoky chimney which had taken fire." And when asked to publish something in regard to the conflict, he wrote his Ilias Americana in nuce. Peter of the North to Paul of the South. "Paul, you unaccountable scoundrel, I find you hire your servants for life, not by the month or year as I do. You are going straight to hell, you." Paul. "Good words, Peter. The risk is my own. I am willing to take the risk. Hire you your servants by the month or the day, and get straight to heaven. Leave me to my own method." Peter. "No, I won't. I will beat your brains out first." And is trying dreadfully ever since, but cannot yet manage it. Dickens, who had brought tears and laughter into every household from the Atlantic to the Missouri River, who was loved in the Free States as few writers have been loved, might have been expected from his vehement denunciation of slavery in the American Notes, to see, now that the battle was joined, that the right would prevail. Yet, when a friend of his, returning from America in the spring of 1863, said that the North would ultimately triumph, he treated this opinion as a harmless hallucination. Indirectly and undesignedly he was a contributing cause to the view which the English higher classes took of the North, for his caricatures in Martin Chuzzlewit came to be regarded as a true portrayal of the character of the men and women who were now risking all for unity and freedom. But Anthony Trollope had an assured confidence that the North would win. And Tennyson, the poet of the people, though filled with conventional horror at the war, was inspired by the hope of the abolition of slavery, and used to sing with enthusiasm, "Glory, glory, alleluia, his soul goes marching on." The most significant feature in the aspect of English sentiment during the spring of 1863 is the feeling of our friends that our cause was utterly hopeless. Queen Victoria and Disraeli were certain that the Union could not be restored. The news of Hooker's disaster at Chancellorsville strengthened this belief. Then came the intelligence of Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania, fostering the rumors which were abroad that England and France would decide on intervention. Attempts were now made by assemblies of the people to stimulate and extend that phase of sentiment which favored recognition of the Southern Confederacy. Meetings were held in Manchester, Preston, Sheffield, and some other places which recommended this policy, and were answered by other gatherings that protested against any interference. On April 5, 1863, Earl Russell stopped the Alexandra, a gunboat which was building at Birkenhead for the Southern Confederacy. His action was contested, and although the decision in the Court of Exchequer was against the English government, the case remained for a long while in the courts on one legal point and another, with the result that the vessel never got into Confederate hands to be used against American commerce. The fluctuations of Ministerial and House of Commons discussions during the spring and summer of 1863 need not here be reviewed. It should, however, be stated that a distinct line of demarcation is to be discerned between English sentiment and action before and after the victories of Gettysburg and Vicksburg, the news of which reached Europe soon after the middle of July. In the meantime, work was proceeding on 2 steam ironclad rams, which the Lairds were building at Birkenhead for the Confederates. Adams was diligent in calling Earl's attention to the transaction, and in furnishing him the evidence supplied by Dudley, our consul at Liverpool, which showed the character and destination of these vessels; and in pursuance of these communications Earl Russell conscientiously set affairs in train, to ascertain for whom the rams were building, his design being to stop them should there be warrant for such action under the law. While their construction was a matter of common knowledge, and while, as the Times remarked, 99 people out of 100 believe that these steam rams are intended to carry on hostilities, sooner or later, against the Federals, Captain Bullock, the able naval representative of the Southern Confederacy, who had contracted for these warships as well as for the Alabama, and had been enlightened by the seizure of the Alexandra, was managing the business astutely, with the sympathetic cooperation of the Lairds. To a report that they were for the Emperor of the French, Palmerston, in an allusion to the House of Commons, gave some credence. When this was shown to be without foundation, it was stated to the English government that they were for the Viceroy of Egypt. This was in turn denied. Representations were then made to the officials who were investigating the matter that they were owned by a firm of French merchants, and for this there was a legal basis, inasmuch as Bullock, fearing the seizure of the vessels, had sold them in June to a French firm, who had engaged to resell them to him when they should get beyond British jurisdiction. Earl Russell caused all the facts which were submitted to him to be sifted with care by the law officers of the Crown, who gave him 2 positive opinions nearly a month apart, that there was "no evidence capable of being presented to a court of justice," that the ships were intended for the Confederates, but that, on the other hand, the claim of French ownership seemed to be legally sustained. They could not, therefore, advise the government to detain the vessels. Still Russell was not satisfied, and he continued his inquiries, leaving no stone unturned to arrive at the truth. But in spite of his suspicions he could not get over the palpable tokens that they belonged to a firm of Paris merchants. He therefore wrote to Adams on September 1st that the government was advised that they could not in any way interfere with these ships, but he promised that they would maintain a careful watch and be ready to stop them should trustworthy evidence show any proceeding contrary to the statute. At this time he was at his country seat in Scotland, and his letter did not reach Adams until 4 o'clock in the afternoon of September 4th. Meanwhile our minister had returned from an outing in Scotland, cheered by friendly intercourse with members of the government. But on his arrival in London he was immediately confronted with the critical question of the ironclad rams, one of which, as Dudley had good reason to believe, might at any time go to sea. On September 3rd Adams wrote to Russell, transmitting copies of further depositions, and averring that there were no reasonable grounds for doubt that the vessels were intended for the Confederate service. And next day, hearing from Dudley that one of them was about to depart, he sent to the Foreign Office a last solemn protest against the commission of such an act of hostility against a friendly nation. Soon afterwards he received Russell's note of September 1st, which, as he wrote in his diary, "affected me deeply. I clearly foresee that a collision must now come out of it. I must not, however, do anything to accelerate it, and yet must maintain the honor of my country with proper spirit. The issue must be properly made up before the world on its merits. The prospect is dark for poor America." After a night given to such reflections, my thoughts turned strongly upon the present crisis. My conclusion was that another note must be addressed to Lord Russell. So I drew one which I intended only to gain time previous to the inevitable result. This was his famous dispatch of September 5th. "My lord," he wrote, "at this moment, when one of the ironclad vessels is on the point of departure from this kingdom, on its hostile errand against the United States, I am honored with yours of the 1st instant. I trust I need not express how profound is my regret at the conclusion to which Her Majesty's government have arrived. I can regard it no otherwise than as practically opening to the insurgents free liberty in this kingdom to execute a policy of attacking New York, Boston, and Portland, and of breaking our blockade. It would be superfluous in me to point out to your lordship that this is war." As early as September 1st, however, Russell was better than his word to Adams. Layard, the Under Secretary for Foreign Affairs, who was in London, wrote on that day to the Treasury, "I am directed by Earl Russell to request that you will state to the Lords Commissioners of Her Majesty's Treasury that so much suspicion attaches to the ironclad vessels at Birkenhead, that if sufficient evidence can be obtained to lead to the belief that they are intended for the Confederate States, Lord Russell thinks the vessels ought to be detained until further examination can be made." Reflection, in which the belief that he had been tricked in the escape of the Alabama undoubtedly played a part, led him 2 days later, September 3rd, to direct that the ironclad rams be prevented from sailing. On this day he wrote from M'Clure, Scotland, "My dear Palmerston, the conduct of the gentlemen who have contracted for the 2 ironclads at Birkenhead is so very suspicious that I have thought it necessary to direct that they should be detained. The Solicitor General has been consulted, and concurs in the measure as one of policy, though not of strict law. We shall thus test the law, and, if we have to pay damages, we have satisfied the opinion which prevails here as well as in America, that that kind of neutral hostility should not be allowed to go on without some attempt to stop it. If you do not approve, pray appoint a cabinet for Tuesday or Wednesday next, the 8th or 9th." Palmerston did not dissent, and therefore called no meeting of the cabinet. But Russell was not content to bide the slow course of the post or the approval of the Prime Minister, and on the same day, September 3rd, telegraphed the Layard to give direction to stop the ironclads as soon as there is reason to believe that they are actually about to put to sea, and to detain them until further orders. On September 4th he sent word to Adams that the matter is under the serious and anxious consideration of Her Majesty's Government. But this Adams did not receive until after he had dispatched his note, saying, "It would be superfluous in me to point out to your lordship that this is war." On September 5th, Russell ordered that the vessels be prevented from leaving Liverpool on a trial trip or on any other pretext, until satisfactory evidence can be given as to their destination, and on the same day he sent a confidential note to the Chargé d'Affaires in Washington, requesting that Secretary Seward be apprised that they had been stopped from leaving port. But for some unexplained reason he did not advise Adams of this action until 3 days later. At the same time the Foreign Office made a systematic and careful investigation, demonstrating to a moral certainty that the French ownership was a blind, and that the ironclad rams were intended for the Confederates. On October 8th, by order of Earl Russell, the vessel the more advanced in construction was seized, and the next day the Broad Arrow was likewise put upon the other. The Layards were annoyed at this action, and their operative showed much ill feeling. In order to defeat any attempt at rescue, the ships were watched by a powerful naval force. The question whether the ironclad should be condemned was never passed upon by the courts. Neither the government nor the owners were eager to run the chances of a trial. In the end, as the best way out of the complication, the vessels were purchased by the British Admiralty. "Stopping these ironclads is a question of life or death," wrote Fox, Assistant Secretary of the Navy. They were indeed formidable vessels of war, and had they got away would undoubtedly have broken the blockade at Charleston and Wilmington. And as the blockade, constantly growing in efficiency, was a potent weapon on the northern side, the harm would have been incalculable. The victories even of Gettysburg and Vicksburg might have been neutralized. Bulloch deemed that our ironclads might sweep the blockading fleet from the sea front of every harbor, ascend the Potomac, and render Washington itself untenable, and lay Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and Philadelphia under contribution. From some such damage Earl Russell, by his careful and decisive action, had saved the North, and thereby prevented a war between the United States and Great Britain, which the energy of Bulloch and the sympathy and cupidity of a firm of Birkenhead shipbuilders had come near bringing about. The seizure of the rams was a serious blow to the Confederate cause. As early as January, Benjamin, the Confederate Secretary of State, complained, when writing to Slidell, that Mason had "been discourteously treated by Earl Russell." In March, that "the irritation against Great Britain is fast increasing"; and in June he indulged in words almost abusive of the English government. On August 4th he wrote to Mason that the President was convinced, from the recent debates in Parliament, that England would not recognize the Confederacy, and he therefore instructed him to consider his mission as at an end and withdraw from London. Mason received this dispatch on September 14th, and after waiting a week to consult with Slidell, notified Earl Russell that in accordance with his instructions he should terminate his mission. Jefferson Davis, in his message to his Congress in December, gave vent to his dissatisfaction with the conduct of the British government, 2 of his many grievances being that they respected the Federal blockade and had seized the ironclad rams. Although England's attitude toward us was not as just as ours toward her during the Crimean War, it should be borne in mind that our only well-wisher in Europe was Russia, and that the course of the British government, if contrasted with that of the French, will appear to border on friendliness. England, indeed, was the insurmountable obstacle to a recognition of the Southern Confederacy by France and other European nations. while the English cabinet looked with regret on the operations of English merchants and shipbuilders who, by selling arms, munitions, and vessels to the South, greatly embarrassed the government in its relations with the United States, Louis Napoleon was instigating the Confederates to construct 2 ironclads and 4 clipper corvettes in France, and giving an indirect assurance that they might be armed and equipped as well. But these vessels never got to sea under the Confederate flag, and in November 1863 the Emperor altered his attitude toward the American war. While Russell declined to see Mason, subsequent to their first meeting shortly after his arrival in February 1862, and Palmerston saw him only once at a time when all danger of foreign interference had passed, the Emperor accorded 3 interviews to Slidell and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and other members of the imperial ministry and household maintained with him an unrestricted intercourse. Moreover, Louis Napoleon conquered Mexico and placed a European monarch on her throne. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. With superior resources, large armies as well disciplined as those of the South and better equipped and supplied, with generals equal on the whole in ability as may be asserted after Gettysburg and Vicksburg, the North was certain to win in the end, provided it would with persistency and patience make the sacrifice of men and money necessary to subjugate the brave and high-spirited people of the Southern Confederacy, who were still determined on resistance. But volunteering had practically ceased, and only a pretty rigorous conscription could furnish the soldiers needed. Such a measure was contrary to the genius and habits of the people, and could not be enforced unless the government were backed by public sentiment. Whether the President would receive this necessary support might have been momentarily doubted from what took place in New York City shortly after the victories of Gettysburg and Vicksburg. During the enrollment under the Conscription Act of March 3, 1863, disturbances had occurred, but these had been speedily quelled, and though giving rise to local excitement, were not of a nature to indicate any extended and violent opposition to the policy of filling the armies of the North by compulsion. On July 7th the draft under the Conscription Act began in Rhode Island, next day in Massachusetts, and proceeded quietly in various districts until Saturday, July 11th, which had been the day appointed for the drawings to commence in New York City. Although the popular dissatisfaction with the draft was known and there were rumors of trouble, and a large crowd had assembled at the provost marshal's office, the drawing took place on this Saturday without any disturbance whatever. A spirit of positive good humor prevailed. But on the Sunday, publication in the newspapers of the names of the conscripts, who were seen to be nearly all mechanics and laborers, revealed the practical effect of the draft at the same time that it emphasized the provisions of the Act for compulsory military service during 3 years. Those who had already been drawn or were liable to be drawn on the following days became excited, then angry. Crowds gathered to discuss the provisions of the law and the opinion of prominent Democrats that it was unconstitutional. The provision which allowed a man to buy himself off for $300 was the main grievance. This had been introduced into the Act at a time when the sum specified seemed sufficient as a bounty wherewith to procure a substitute. But now, owing to the continued decline in the purchasing power of the paper currency, the demand for labor, the rise in wages, and the increased cost of living, a soldier could not be had for that amount. Hence the provision was denounced as an unworthy device to enable the rich to escape cheaply, whilst the poor must take up their burden. At the end of this day of busy rumor and seething agitation, the populace was convinced that the draft was unjust and ought to be resisted. Monday dawned. Aware of the commotion in the city, the authorities had taken some measures for protection. Shortly after 7, the provost marshal opened the headquarters of the 9th District, on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 46th Street, and made ready to continue the draft. The wheel was placed on the table. Slips of paper bearing the names of the men liable, rolled tightly and bound with a ring of India rubber, were put into the wheel. 1/5 of the names were to be drawn, and each person so designated, unless physically or mentally unfit for service, or exempt for other reasons under the law, if failing to furnish a substitute or pay $300, must serve in the army for 3 years or until the end of the war. At 10 o'clock the wheel began to turn, and at each revolution a man blindfolded drew out a name which the provost marshal read to the comparatively orderly crowd of mechanics and laborers who filled the room. For half an hour the business proceeded. 100 names had been drawn when a pistol was fired in the street, and a mass of brickbats and paving stones came crashing through the windows and doors of the house, hurled by a mob of some thousands which had been gathering since early in the day. The workmen of the 2nd and 6th Avenue Street Railroads and of many of the manufactories in the upper part of the city had stopped work, and, parading the streets, had persuaded and compelled others to join their ranks. When their force had become a little army, they moved with one accord to the place where the drafting was going on, and attacked and took possession of the house, driving the provost marshal and his deputies away. The furniture was broken up, turpentine poured on the floor, and the building set fire to. Soon this and the adjoining houses in the block were ablaze. The superintendent of police came near on a tour of inspection, and though not in uniform, was recognized, set upon, and badly mauled. It was only by an exhibition of remarkable pluck that he escaped with his life. The provost marshal's guard from the Invalid Corps, hurrying to the scene, were stopped and pelted with stones by the dense crowd of rioters, which now filled the streets for 2 squares from the burning buildings. The soldiers fired into the mob, but with little effect. They were overpowered and deprived of their muskets, and many of them were cruelly beaten. A strong squad of police appeared and received a volley of stones. They drew their clubs and revolvers and charged the mob, but after a fight lasting a few minutes were forced by vastly overpowering numbers to retreat. Emboldened by these victories, the mob roamed about the city at will, showing especial wrath toward abolitionists and Negroes on the ground that men were being drafted for an abolition war. On the Tuesday the riot was worse, as thieves and ruffians swelling the crowd went about bent on plunder under cover of the rioters' grievance. But effective defense measures had now been undertaken by the authorities. On Wednesday, a notice that the draft had been suspended influenced many to retire to their homes; and at the same time militia regiments that had been sent to Pennsylvania to resist Lee began to arrive, and use harsh measures to suppress the mob. By Wednesday evening order was in the main restored, and on Thursday what remained of the mob was suppressed by the 7th and other militia regiments coming from Pennsylvania, and by a force of United States infantry and cavalry. The draft was only temporarily interrupted. Strenuous precautions were taken to ensure order during its continuance. 10,000 infantry and 3 batteries of artillery, picked troops including the regulars, were sent to New York City from the Army of the Potomac. The 1st Division of the New York State National Guard was ordered upon duty; and the governor by proclamation counseled and admonished the citizens to submit to the execution of the law of Congress. On August 19th the draft was resumed and continued with entire peacefulness. It was operated generally throughout the country, and, although it did not actually furnish many soldiers to the army, owing to the numerous exemptions under the statute and the large number of those drafted who paid the commutation money, it stimulated enlistments by inducing states, counties, cities, and towns to add to the government bounty other bounties sufficient to prevail upon men to volunteer and fill their respective quotas. 10 days after the Battle of Gettysburg, as we have already seen, Lee with his army crossed the Potomac into Virginia. Meade followed leisurely. A campaign of maneuvers ensued with skirmishes and combats, but no general battle. Lincoln had lost confidence in Meade's power of aggression. "I have no faith that Meade will attack Lee," he said. "Nothing looks like it to me. I believe he can never have another as good opportunity as that which he trifled away. Everything since has dragged with him." On September 21st, Lincoln unbosomed himself to Welles. "It is the same old story of the Army of the Potomac," he said. "Imbecility, inefficiency, don't want to do, is defending the capital. Oh, it is terrible, terrible, this weakness, this indifference of our Potomac generals, with such good armies of good and brave men." On October 16th, Lincoln gave Meade a warrant for action. "If General Meade," he wrote in a letter to Halleck, "can now attack Lee on a field no more than equal for us, and will do so with all the skill and courage which he, his officers and men possess, the honor will be his if he succeeds, and the blame may be mine if he fails." Meade's private correspondence shows a timidity and hesitancy hardly to be looked for in one who had been known as a fighting general. He maneuvered constantly with the aim not to fight Lee unless he obtained the better position. The source of this excessive caution, as contrasted with his former attitude when as division and corps commander he criticized the general of the army for the same defect, may have lain in the difference between the responsibility of the chief and the freedom of the subordinate, or it may be that Meade was no longer the man he had been before and during the Gettysburg campaign. that the stress of those days had impaired his nerve and diminished his aggressiveness. If we dwell on his remark that in 10 days he had lived 30 years, we may incline to this belief. At all events, during this campaign nothing was done after Gettysburg toward bringing the war to an end. After the Battle of Stone's River, Rosecrans remained inactive for nearly 6 months, recuperating and resupplying his army and fortifying Murfreesboro. The government urged him forward and insisted that he should drive the Confederates out of Tennessee and take Chattanooga. The McClellan drama was played over again. The general complained of the lack of supplies, of forage, of revolving rifles for his mounted troops, of his great deficiency in cavalry as compared with his adversary. In the course of his correspondence with Stanton and Halleck, he displayed the art of a dexterous controversialist. At last, on June 24th, he began to move and inaugurated a campaign of brilliant strategy which accomplished a momentous gain for Northern arms. Helped by the moral effect of Gettysburg and Vicksburg, he maneuvered the Confederates under Bragg out of Middle Tennessee, continued his advance through a very difficult country, and without having been obliged to fight a battle, marched on the 9th of September into Chattanooga, which, with Richmond and Vicksburg, constituted the 3 most important strategic points of the Southern Confederacy. Rosecrans was elated at the success of his strategy and thought that Bragg was retreating southward. Eager to strike at the Confederate army, he ordered his troops in pursuit, and being under the necessity of crossing the mountains at gaps far apart, he separated widely his different corps and divisions. But Bragg had not the slightest intention to retreat. On the contrary, he turned on his enemy. This movement placed Rosecrans in peril, and it became, as he himself related, a matter of life and death to effect the concentration of the army. For nearly a week he wrought with desperate energy, and by September 18th had accomplished the concentration, although not without some mischance. But the loss of sleep, the fear that Bragg might crush, one after another, his different detachments, as some now think he had it in his power to do, the intense anxiety on 2 successive nights for the safety of one of his corps, all these combined to unnerve the Union commander, who in the opinion of his army was whipped before he went into the battle which the Confederate general was determined to bring on. Reinforced by troops from Johnston's army which became available after the fall of Vicksburg, by Buckner's corps from Knoxville and by Longstreet's corps from the Army of Northern Virginia, Bragg outnumbered his opponent and made on September 19th an indecisive attack. Next day took place the fierce and bloody Battle of Chickamauga, the great battle of the West. It would have been an undecided contest or a Union victory, since the defensive position and the entrenchments fully compensated for the disparity in numbers, had not Rosecrans lacked nerve for the contest. His force was the Army of the Cumberland, seasoned and intrepid soldiers, who, as their history shows, were able under proper command to accomplish wonders, but in this case were affected by the spirit, as indeed they were sacrificed by the orders, which emanated from headquarters. The battle was proceeding with variant fortune, when the execution of an ill-considered and unlucky order from the commanding general opened a gap in the line of the battle, through which the Confederates poured, and throwing 2 divisions into confusion and routing 2 others, drove a mass of soldiers panic-stricken from the field. Rosecrans was carried away in the crowd of fugitives, and, fearing that the whole army was vanquished, rode on into Chattanooga, 12 to 15 miles away, for the purpose of taking measures for the defense of the city. He sent thence at 5 o'clock in the afternoon a dispatch to Halleck, saying, "We have met with a serious disaster. Enemy overwhelmed us, drove our right, pierced our center, and scattered troops there." General George H. Thomas commanded the left wing of the army, and with 25,000 men, repulsed during the whole afternoon the assaults of a force double his number, holding his position with such steadiness that he earned the title of the Rock of Chickamauga. Later, under orders from Rosecrans, Thomas withdrew to Chattanooga, where was assembled the remainder of the army. The city was then fortified so that it could be taken only by a regular siege. This was forthwith commenced by Bragg. Before the Battle of Chickamauga, Grant had been ordered to send reinforcements to Rosecrans from Vicksburg, but it had taken a week for the dispatch to reach him, and although 2 divisions were now on the way and 2 others were getting ready to move, all of them, under Sherman's command, word to this effect had not reached Washington. Telegrams from Rosecrans to the President, and from Dana to Stanton, urging the necessity of immediate reinforcements to hold Chattanooga and the Tennessee line, were received late in the evening of September 23rd. And Stanton, impressed with the need of prompt action, summoned a midnight conference. Lincoln, to whom John Hay brought the request at his summer abode, the Soldiers' Home, bestrode his horse and took his way this moonlight night to the War Department, where in addition to the Secretary and 3 of his subordinates he met Halleck, Seward, and Chase. Stanton proposed sending troops to Chattanooga from the Army of the Potomac; and while the President and Halleck were at first averse to this project, he was so earnest in advocating it that with the support of Seward and Chase he overbore their opposition. In the end the council agreed that if Meade did not purpose an advance at once, the 11th and 12th Corps under Hooker should be sent to Rosecrans. After conferring with Meade, these 16,000 men were brought from Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, to Washington by rail, there transferred to the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and carried via Bellaire, Columbus, Indianapolis, Louisville, and Nashville to the Tennessee River. The time of transport, 6 days for the largest part of the force, showed for that period excellent work. Yet something was necessary besides additional soldiers. Another general must command. Rosecrans, who through his defeat at Chickamauga had lost all his buoyancy and prestige, became more irresolute than ever and showed himself unable to cope with the difficulties of the situation. The danger lay in lack of supplies. This might compel the evacuation of Chattanooga. The Confederates commanded the Tennessee River and the direct and good wagon roads on the south side of it; and though the Union army held the country north of it, their supplies had to be wagoned over long, circuitous and rough mountain roads from Stevenson and Bridgeport, which had rail connections with Nashville. At best the line of communication was difficult, but with the autumn rains it became exceedingly precarious. The army was verging on starvation. "The roads," wrote Dana, "are in such a state that wagons are 8 days making the journey from Stevenson to Chattanooga. Though subsistence stores are so nearly exhausted here, the wagons are compelled to throw overboard portions of their precious cargo to get through at all. It does not seem possible to hold out here another week without a new avenue of supplies. Amid all this, the practical incapacity of the general commanding is astonishing. His imbecility appears to be contagious, and it is difficult for anyone to get anything done." 2 days before this telegram was received, the impression made by the dispatches of Rosecrans himself, and the information contained in Dana's frequent and circumstantial accounts, had decided the government to place Grant in supreme command of all the military operations in the West, except those under Banks. Grant at once relieved Rosecrans, and placed Thomas in command of the Army of the Cumberland, telegraphing to Thomas from Louisville to hold Chattanooga at all hazards. Thomas replied promptly, "We will hold the town till we starve." The force of this despatch, implying the straits in which the garrison lay, is illustrated by Wilson's and Dana's experience, who, after a ride of 55 miles, reached Chattanooga shortly before midnight. They obtained at the headquarters of Captain Horace Porter a supper of his best: 1 square of fried hardtack, with a small piece of salt pork, and a cup of army coffee without milk or sugar. As it was, they fared better than their horses, who were each given 2 ears of corn, but no hay. Rosecrans undoubtedly had in mind some plan for securing a better line of supply, but he lacked the energy and resolution to carry it into effect. Grant's wisdom in placing Thomas in command was immediately manifest. "The change of headquarters here is already strikingly perceptible," wrote Dana from Chattanooga, October 23rd. "Order prevails instead of universal chaos." William F. Smith, the chief engineer of the army, had matured a plan for opening a short route of supplies from Bridgeport, which he now submitted to Thomas, who approved it and gave the necessary instructions for its execution. Grant now repaired in person to the scene of action. Having proceeded as rapidly as possible by rail from Louisville to Bridgeport, he must thence ride 55 miles over the road which served as the main line of supply for the army. A number of weeks before, on a visit to New Orleans, he had had a fall from a runaway horse, receiving severe injuries which still kept him on crutches. Through a chilling rainstorm he now rode with difficulty over the rough way where, owing to the heavy rains and the washouts from the mountains, the mud was often knee deep. He was carried over places unsafe for him to cross on horseback. He related that "the roads were strewn with the debris of broken wagons and the carcasses of thousands of starved mules and horses." On the night of October 23rd he arrived at Chattanooga, wet, dirty, and well. His clear eye and clear face showed to his comrades in arms that he was mentally at his best. His energy and enterprise extending to the officers and diffused through the rank and file, the impetus communicated to the operations, the marvelous change from the regime of Rosecrans at once gave evidence that a compeller of men, like Caesar and Napoleon, like Robert E. Lee, was at the head of affairs. On the morning after his arrival, Grant made a reconnaissance in company with Thomas and Smith, approved their project, and urged its prompt execution. It proved eminently successful in securing supplies for the army. The seizure by the Union troops of this advantageous line of supply was a bitter disappointment to Bragg, and he endeavored, without success, to recover it by a night attack. On November 15th, Sherman rode into Chattanooga. His soldiers, the Army of the Tennessee, were close behind him. Grant had already matured his plan of attack, and at the earliest possible moment put it in execution. Thomas, Sherman, William F. Smith, and Hooker were efficient aids. The action of the 3 days, November 23rd, 24th, and 25th, is called the Battle of Chattanooga. Its culminating and most dramatic episode was the Battle of Missionary Ridge. About the middle of the afternoon, November 25th, the word was given to Thomas's soldiers, who held the center, to advance. They carried the first line of rifle pits, and should have halted for further commands. But here they were exposed to a murderous fire, and would not fall back. Without orders, indeed in spite of orders, those 20,000 Western soldiers, conspicuous among whom was Sheridan, rushed up Missionary Ridge and carried it, driving the Confederates in panic before them. At 4:30 p.m. Dana telegraphed to Stanton, "Glory to God, the day is decisively ours." And a few hours later, "Our men are frantic with joy and enthusiasm, and received Grant as he rode along the lines after the victory with tumultuous shouts." Bragg was in full retreat, burning his depots and bridges, telegraphed Dana next day. The outcome of this campaign pointed significantly to the waning fortune of the Southern cause. The news of Missionary Ridge reached the people of the North on the last Thursday of November, and made possible the first genuine Thanksgiving since the outbreak of the Civil War. The autumn elections of 1863 were favorable to the administration. 4 days after the October states had voted, October 17th, the President issued a proclamation calling for 300,000 volunteers for 3 years or the war, not however exceeding 3 years. If the number was not filled by volunteers, recourse should be had to the draft. Congress met at the usual time and took effective action toward filling the armies for the campaigns of 1864. By the act of February 24th, the President was authorized to call for such number of men for the military service as the public exigencies may require. If a sufficient number of volunteers were not obtained, he might order a draft. Congress furnished the President money by increasing the imposts, by a comprehensive act of internal taxation, and by the authorization of loans. The growing dislike of military service, and the greater rewards at home for labor and business ability, were constantly making it more difficult to get a sufficient number of the proper kind of men. Congress, the President, and the War Department did fairly well on the whole. As well perhaps as could be expected in a democracy where every man had an opinion and a vote, and at a time when the coming presidential election in the autumn might not be lost sight of. But the results fell far short of what would have been obtained had the Prussian system been possible. Nevertheless, the conscription went on with few, if any, disturbances of the peace, the people having learned to look upon the draft as a military necessity. The government, the states, the counties, and other political divisions were munificent in their offers of bounties, of which a salient example is seen in the advertisement of the New York County Volunteer Committee: 30,000 volunteers wanted. The following are the pecuniary inducements offered: County bounty, cash down $300. State bounty, $75. United States bounty to new recruits, $302. Additional to veteran soldiers, $100. Making totals respectively of $677 and $777 for service which would not exceed 3 years, was likely to be less, and turned out to be an active duty of little more than 1 year. In addition, there was the private soldier's pay of $16 per month, with clothing and rations. The bounty in New York County was more than that generally paid throughout the country, although in some districts it was even higher. The system was bad, for it fostered a class of substitute brokers whose business was to get recruits, and whose aim was to earn their brokerage without any regard to the physical or moral quality of the men they supplied. It brought into existence the crime of bounty jumping. Thieves, pickpockets, and vagabonds would enlist, take whatever bounty was paid in cash, desert when opportunity offered, change their names, go to another district or state, re-enlist, collect another bounty, desert again, and go on playing the same trick until they were caught, or until such chances of gain were no longer available. The Provost Marshal General stated in his final report that a man now in the Albany Penitentiary, undergoing an imprisonment of 4 years, confessed to having jumped the Bounty 32 times. It was stated that out of a detachment of 625 recruits sent to reinforce a New Hampshire regiment in the Army of the Potomac, 137 deserted on the passage, 82 to the enemy's picket line, and 36 to the rear, leaving but 370 men. The vast area of the country, the feverish anxiety in each town and municipal ward to fill its quota, together with a certain lack of administrative system, made it difficult to detect the bounty jumpers. The mischief promoted by substitute brokers and bounty jumping was seen at its worst in the large cities of the East, where it brought into the ranks a number of criminals, bullies, and vagrants. And as these came to be guarded as prisoners, many of them reached the front. Yet not a large proportion of the 1864 recruits were social outcasts. In the country districts, villages, and smaller cities, the efforts of able businessmen, who engaged voluntarily in the work of filling the respective quotas, were brought to bear, with the result that attention was paid to the character of the men offering to serve. Yet the recruits were on the whole inferior, physically, morally, and intellectually, to those who had enlisted in 1861 and 1862, and were very largely mercenaries, although a considerable part of them were sturdy Canadians and brawny immigrants from Europe, tempted by the high wage offered for military service. Moreover, though the rank and file were deteriorating, the process of weeding out political generals and those appointed to the lower commands by influence rather than by merit, left their places open to the better officers who had further improved by the lessons of experience. "I will see," wrote General Sherman to his brother on April 5th, "that by May 1st I have on the Tennessee one of the best armies in the world." The result of his campaign fully justified his promise. Best of all, the North had developed 4 great generals, Grant, Sherman, Thomas, and Sheridan, and in this respect was now superior to the South. In the death grapple, as we shall see, Grant was to be matched against Lee, Sherman against Joseph E. Johnston, who had succeeded Bragg, and, with the exception of Lee and Johnston, no one in the Confederacy showed the same ability in the command of an independent army as Thomas, nor did any prove the equal of Sheridan, whose singular prowess must have made Lee regret bitterly the loss of his Stonewall Jackson. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. In a military point of view, thank heaven, the coming man for whom we have so long been waiting seems really to have come. So Motley wrote. So thought the President, Congress, and the people. By an act of February 29th, Congress revived the grade of Lieutenant General, and authorized the President to place the general whom he should appoint to fill it in command of the armies of the United States under his direction and during his pleasure. It was understood on all sides that the man whom the nation's representatives desired to honor and upon whom they wished to devolve the burden of military affairs was Grant. This action agreed entirely with Lincoln's wish. From the first he would have been glad to have some general whom he could trust with the responsibility of military operations. Scott was too old, McClellan lacked the requisite ability, and Halleck, deficient in the same respect, lost all nerve and pluck after Pope's disaster, and became little more, so Lincoln said, than a first-rate clerk. It was a welcome function for the President to send to the Senate the nomination of Grant as Lieutenant General. This he did at once, and the nomination was immediately confirmed. Grant came to Washington and met Lincoln for the first time at a crowded reception in the White House. An appointment between the two was made for the next day, March 9th, when in the presence of the Cabinet, General Halleck and 3 others, the President presented Grant with the commission of Lieutenant General, saying, "With this high honor devolves upon you also a corresponding responsibility. As the country herein trusts you, so under God it will sustain you." Grant replied, "I feel the full weight of the responsibilities now devolving upon me, and I know that if they are met it will be due to those noble armies that have fought on so many fields for our common country, and above all, to the favor of that Providence which leads both nations and men." Next day Grant was formally assigned to the command of the armies of the United States. Until his visit to Washington he had intended to remain in the West, but he now saw that his place was with the Army of the Potomac. He went to the front and had a conference with Meade, in the course of which, after an exchange of views creditable to both, he decided that Meade should retain his present command. He then went to Nashville and discussed with Sherman, who succeeded him as chief of the Western Army, the plan of operations in Tennessee and Georgia, returning on March 23 to Washington. He was now, without question, the most popular man in the United States. Both parties and all factions vied with one another in his praise. He had met with obstacles in working up to his present position, and had suffered many hours of pain at the obloquy with which he had been pursued. But Vicksburg and Chattanooga were victories which not only bore down all detraction, but invested with glory the general who had won them. It happens to but few men of action to receive during their lifetime such plaudits as Grant received in the winter and early spring of 1864. There was hardly a murmuring voice. Few grudged him his success. His modest and unaffected bearing commanded respect for his character, as his great deeds had won admiration for his military genius. It is striking to contrast this almost universal applause of Grant with the abuse of Lincoln by the Democrats, the sharp criticism of him by some of the radical Republicans, and by others the damning him with faint praise. Grant had the charm of simplicity of character, and in common with Lincoln felt that he was one of the plain people, and wished to keep in touch with them. But this merit in him was carried to excess. Too often was he unwilling to keep himself to himself; too often ready to lend his time in undesirable quarters; too often lacking the dignity and reserve reasonably to be expected of the commander of those 500,000 soldiers to whom the nation looked for its salvation. Shortly before he began his May campaign, Richard H. Dana saw him in Willard's Hotel, Washington, and described him as "a short, round-shouldered man in a very tarnished major general's uniform. Nothing marked in his appearance. An ordinary scrubby-looking man with a slightly seedy look." Dana expressed his astonishment to see him talking and smoking in the lower entry of Willard's, in that crowd, in such times, the generalissimo of our armies, on whom the destiny of the empire seemed to hang. "But," he went on, "his face looks firm and hard, and his eye is clear and resolute, and he is certainly natural, and clear of all appearance of self-consciousness." Impressed with Grant's supremacy and his hold on the country, he broke out, "How war, how all great crises, bring us to the one-man power!" "It was not until after both Gettysburg and Vicksburg," wrote General Sherman, "that the war professionally began. In 1864 and 1865, the campaigns and the battles were, as in the previous years, the events on which all else depended. But by this time the President and his generals had learned the lessons of war, and begun to conduct it with professional skill. The two salient features of Grant's plan were the destruction or capture of Lee's army by himself and his force of 122,000, and the crushing of Joseph E. Johnston by Sherman with his 99,000. From the nature of the situation, a collateral objective in the one case was Richmond, in the other Atlanta. The winter and early spring had been spent largely in systematic and effective preparation. The people's confidence in Grant was so great that many were sanguine that the war would be over by midsummer. On the night of May 3rd, the Army of the Potomac began its advance by crossing the Rapidan without molestation, and encamping next day in the Wilderness, where Hooker had last year come to grief. Grant had no desire to fight a battle in this jungle; but Lee, who had watched him intently, permitted him to traverse the river unopposed, thinking that, when he halted in the dense thicket, every inch of which was known to the Confederate general and soldiers, the Lord had delivered him into their hands. Lee ordered at once the concentration of his army, and with Napoleonic swiftness marched forward to dispute the advance of his enemy. On May 5th the forces came together in the Wilderness, and a hot battle raged. The Confederates numerically were one-half the Union strength, but their better knowledge of the battleground, and the little use that could be made of the Federal artillery, rendered it an equal contest. Neither side gained an advantage. Grant perceived that he must fight his way through the Wilderness, and the next day prepared to take the offensive; but Lee had likewise determined on attack. Both desiring the initiative, the battle was on at an early hour. It progressed with varying fortune. Each force gained successes at different moments, and at different parts of the line. At one time the Confederate right wing was driven back and disaster seemed imminent, when Longstreet came up and saved the day. A Texas brigade of Longstreet's corps went forward to the charge, and Lee, who, like his exemplar Washington, was an eager warrior and loved the noise and excitement of battle, spurred onward his horse, and, in his anxiety for the result, started to follow the Texans as they advanced in regular order. He was recognized, and from the entire line came the cry, "Go back, General Lee! Go back!" This Confederate movement was stopped by the wounding of Longstreet by a shot from his own men, an accident similar to that by which Stonewall Jackson 1 year before had received his mortal hurt. The fighting of those 2 days is called the Battle of the Wilderness. Both generals claimed the advantage. Both were disappointed in the result. Grant, who had expected that the passage of the Rapidan and the turning of the right of the Confederates would compel them to fall back, had hoped to march through the Wilderness unopposed, fight them in more open country, and inflict upon them a heavy blow. Lee, in no way daunted because Grant had taken command in person of the Army of the Potomac, thought, undoubtedly, that his Western victories had been due more to his opponent's lack of skill than to his own generalship, and had hoped to beat Grant as he had beaten McClellan, Pope, Burnside, and Hooker, drive him back across the Rapidan, and constrain him, like his predecessors, to abandon the campaign. Measured by casualties, the Confederates came the nearer to victory. The Union loss was 17,666. The Confederate certainly less, although an accurate report of it is lacking. Next day Grant said to Meade, "Joe Johnston would have retreated after 2 such days' punishment." In this remark was implied a wholesome respect for the redoubtable commander whom he had encountered for the first time. Neither general showed a disposition to attack, but Grant made arrangements to continue the movement by the left in a night march to Spotsylvania Court House. To James H. Wilson, who, perturbed at the disaster to the Union right on the second day of the battle, had sought the general to bear information and seek comfort, he said, "It's all right, Wilson. The army is moving toward Richmond." The troops set forth, knowing of the slaughter of the past 2 days, but unaware if they had been beaten or not, and when they came to the parting of the ways, the question uppermined in all minds was, would the orders be to turn northward and recross the river? But the command, "File right," set the men's faces towards Richmond, and Grant, in their estimation, was exalted. The soldiers sang and stepped forward with a brisker tread. "The spirits of men and officers are of the highest pitch of animation," was the word which Dana sent to Stanton. Grant rode by, and in spite of the darkness was recognized. The men burst into cheers, swung their hats, clapped their hands, threw up their arms, and greeted their general as a comrade, so pleased were they that he was leading them on to Richmond, instead of ordering them to fall back to the camp which they had just abandoned. The Confederate soldiers, believing in their invincibility on their own soil, thought that Grant, like the other Federal generals, would give it up and fall back; and Lee at one time held the opinion that he was retiring on Fredericksburg. But the Confederate general was too sagacious to base his plans entirely on one supposition. Surmising that Grant might move to Spotsylvania, he sent thither a portion of his force, which, having the shorter and easier line of march, arrived earlier than the Union army, and took up a position across the path of their approach. The armies soon came in contact, and fighting began. On May 11th, Grant sent his celebrated dispatch to Halleck: "We have now ended the 6th day of very heavy fighting. I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." After a furious battle next day at the salient, the so-called Bloody Angle, there was a lull, owing principally to the heavy and constant rains which made the roads steep with mud and impassable. It is true, however, that the Union army needed rest, and that Grant was desirous of reinforcements to fill the gaps in his ranks caused by his heavy losses. In these battles at Spotsylvania he was almost invariably the attacking party. Again and again he assailed the Confederates in front, where their intrenchments, defended by rifled muskets and artillery throughout, quadrupled their strength. It has been said that the hurling of his men against Lee in chosen and fortified positions was unnecessary, as the roads in number and direction lent themselves to the operation of turning either flank of the Confederate army. "To assault all along the line," wrote General Walker, "as was so often done in the summer of 1864, is the very abdication of leadership." But Grant was essentially an aggressive soldier, and an important feature of his plan of operations was, as he himself has stated it, to hammer continuously against the armed force of the enemy and his resources until by mere attrition, if in no other way, the South should be subdued. Before Spotsylvania an incident of the Wilderness fighting was repeated. Twice, when the Confederates were on the verge of disaster, Lee rode to the head of a column, intending to lead a charge which he thought might be necessary to save the day. On both occasions the soldiers refused to advance unless their general should go to the rear. Lee did not court danger, and was bent on exposing himself in the one case only after his lines had been broken, and in the other when the struggle for the salient demanded the utmost from general and men. Such incidents in Lee's career did not happen until Grant came to direct the movements of the Army of the Potomac. On May 19th, Meade wrote to his wife, "We did not have the big battle which I expected yesterday, as, on advancing, we found the enemy so strongly entrenched that even Grant thought it useless to knock our heads against a brick wall, and directed a suspension of the attack. As a result of 1 month's fighting, Grant had, by June 2d, advanced a considerable distance into Virginia, reaching the ground which one wing of McClellan's army had occupied in May and June, 1862. He took up a position near the scene of Fitzjohn Porter's gallant fight of Gaines' Mill, and almost in sight of the spires of the Confederate capital. Lee, about 6 miles from the exterior fortifications of Richmond, held a position naturally strong, which by entrenchments he had made practically impregnable. On the supposition that flanking movements were impracticable, Grant, with unjustifiable precipitation, ordered an assault in front. This was made at 4:30 in the morning of June 3rd, and is known as the Battle of Cold Harbor, the greatest blemish on his reputation as a general. The attack, which had at first been ordered for the afternoon of the 2nd, was postponed till the morrow. This gave officers and men a chance to chew upon it, and both knew that the undertaking was hopeless. Horace Porter, one of Grant's aides, related that when walking among the troops on staff duty the evening before the battle, he noticed many soldiers of one of the regiments designated for the assault pinning on the backs of their coats slips of paper on which were written their names and home addresses, so that their dead bodies might be recognized on the field, and their fate be known to their families at the North. The soldiers sprang promptly to the assault. The experience of Hancock's Corps, the Second, will suffice as an epitome of the action. In about 22 minutes its repulse was complete. It had lost over 3,000 of its bravest and best, both of officers and men. The total casualties in the Union army were probably 7,000. Grant regretted the attack. "No advantage whatever," he wrote, "was gained to compensate for the heavy loss we sustained." After the Battle of Cold Harbor he determined to move to a point south of the James with his headquarters at City Point, and between June 12th and 16th had his army successfully transferred to the new position. "Up to this time," wrote Meade on June 6, "our success has consisted only in compelling the enemy to draw in towards Richmond. Our failure has been that we have not been able to overcome, destroy, or bag his army." Grant's loss from May 4th to June 12th in the campaign from the Rapidan to the James was 54,926, a number nearly equal to Lee's whole army at the commencement of the Union advance. The Confederate loss is not known, but it was certainly very much less. Nor do the bare figures tell the whole story. To the total loss the flower of the Army of the Potomac contributed a disproportionate share. Fighting against odds of position and strategy, the high-spirited and capable officers were constantly in the thick of danger, and the veterans of the rank and file were always at the front. They were the forlorn hope. The bounty jumpers and mercenaries skulked to the rear. The morale of the soldiers was much lower than on the day when, in high spirits, they had crossed the Rapidan. Many officers lost confidence in Grant. The men said, "It is no use, no matter who is given us, we can't whip Bobby Lee." "I think," wrote Meade, "Grant has had his eyes opened, and is willing to admit now that Virginia and Lee's army is not Tennessee and Bragg's." In the judgment of many military critics, Grant had not been equal to his opportunities, had not made the best use of his advantages, and had secured no gain commensurate with his loss. Yet the friends of McClellan, who maintained that, as this commander reached the same ground near Richmond with comparatively little sacrifice of life, his campaign had the greater merit, missed the main point of the situation; to wit, that the incessant hammering of Lee's army was a necessary concomitant of success. They regard the capture of the Confederate capital as tantamount to the subjugation of the South. This error blinds them to the fact that Grant was supremely right in making Lee's army his first objective and Richmond only his second. His strategy was superior to McClellan's in that he grasped the aim of the war, and resolutely and grimly stuck to his purpose in spite of defeat and losses which would have dismayed any but the stoutest soul. And criticism of him is not sound unless it proves, as perhaps it does, that there might have been the same persistent fighting of the Army of Northern Virginia without so great a slaughter of Northern soldiers. The case is certainly stronger for Grant if we compare his work even thus far with the operations of Pope, Burnside, and Hooker. As for Meade, his name is so gratefully associated with the magnificent victory of Gettysburg, that our judgment leans in his favor and would fain rate his achievements at the highest. But it is difficult to discover anything that he did afterwards in independent command towards bringing the war to a close. If the final outcome be anticipated in order to compare Grant's total losses to the day on which he received the surrender of Lee's army, with the combined losses of the rest of the commanders of the Army of the Potomac, the result arrived at is that his aggregate was less than theirs, whilst his was the great achievement. The military literature of the South directly and by implication breathes a constant tribute to the effectiveness of his plan. It must not, however, be forgotten that McClellan and Meade had weakened in some measure the power of resistance of the Army of Northern Virginia. Sherman, whose headquarters had been at Chattanooga, began his advance on May 6th. He was at the head of 3 armies, those of the Cumberland, the Tennessee, and the Ohio, commanded respectively by Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield, and aggregating 99,000 men. Joseph E. Johnston was at Dalton, Georgia, strongly entrenched with a force of 53,000. The campaign from Chattanooga to Atlanta, which now commenced, is remarkable for the vigor and pertinacity of the attack, the skill and obstinacy of the defense. 2 giants met. Sherman's greater number corresponded to the greater difficulty of his task. For the invasion of the enemy's territory, with a constantly lengthening line of supply, and a consequent dwindling of the main force through detachments necessary to protect this line, an army twice as great as the enemy's was required for accomplishing the object of the campaign, which was the destruction or the surrender of the opposing host. Johnston had not as able lieutenants as Sherman, and did not win from them as great a measure of devotion, nor had he in other respects a personnel equal to that of the Union commander, whose army, moreover, had derived confidence for the future from its victory at Chattanooga. Taking everything into consideration, the conditions of the contest were about even. Sherman's work became easier, as will be seen, when he had as antagonist a commander of inferior parts. But it cannot be maintained with any show of reason that Johnston could have been driven constantly and steadily southward from position to position by a general who did not possess a high order of ability. The more one studies this inch-by-inch struggle, the better one will realize that in the direction and supply of each of the opposing forces, there was a mastermind with the best of professional training, with the added advantage of 3 years of practical experience in warfare. The strife between the two was of the most honorable character, even as it has been between all noble spirits who have fought to the end since Homer's time. Either would have regarded the killing of the other as a happy fortune of war, though indeed he might have apostrophized his dead body as Mark Antony did Brutus's. Yet 27 years later, when the victor in this campaign had succumbed to death, the magnanimous Johnston, though aged and feeble, traveled from Washington to New York to act as a pallbearer and to grieve as a sincere mourner at his funeral. By systematic flanking and fighting, Sherman drove Johnston to Cassville, where the Confederate at first decided to accept battle. But learning that 2 of his corps commanders did not approve his plan, he did not deem it wise to risk a battle with a force so much his superior while lacking in the unanimous and sympathetic support of his lieutenants. He therefore retreated south of the Etowah River. Yet he was right in wishing to try the fortune of war at this time, and in this comparatively open country, for in his retreat he had been picking up detachments and receiving reinforcements, while Sherman, although also reinforced, had less than his original army with him, owing to the necessity of protecting the railroad in his rear, which was his only line of supply. In fact, the 2 armies were now more nearly equal than at any other time during the campaign. Sherman had been eager for battle ever since the beginning of his advance, an eagerness shared by his men. Johnston's continual avoidance of it, the proffered gage, increased their confidence, which had been high from the outset, and they went forward sure of victory, enduring with patience the privations and hardships of the march. All this while news of the operations in Virginia was furnished to both armies, the one hearing of Union victories in the Wilderness and at Spotsylvania, the other that "Lee has whipped Grant," and "General Lee beat Grant again." On May 23rd, Sherman wrote from Kingston, "I am already within 50 miles of Atlanta, and have added 100 miles to my railroad communications, every mile of which is liable to attack by cavalry." This dispatch gives some idea of the labor attending the invasion of the enemy's territory. The men needed not only marching and fighting qualities, but the temper to endure with good grace the loss of many of the creature comforts of ordinary army life. Most of the baggage and tents had been left behind. A tent fly was the shelter for brigade and division headquarters; but the food, consisting of meat, bread, coffee, and sugar, was abundant and of good quality. All the supplies came over the single line of railroad running from Chattanooga to Atlanta, of which the track was torn up and the bridges burned by the Confederates as they retreated. But the engineer corps in charge of the railway repairs were skillful and energetic, renewing bridges as if by magic, much to the amazement of Johnston's men, who, under the illusion that their destruction would cause great delays, were always startled to hear the whistle of the locomotive bringing up the supply trains in the rear of the Union army. At Kingston, Sherman was in a country which, as lieutenant of artillery, he had ridden over on horseback 20 years before. Apprised by his early recollections that Johnston's position at Allatoona Pass was very strong and would be hard to force, he formed the design of turning it, and to that end left the railroad on May 25th, made a circuit to the right, and brought on the severe battle of New Hope Church, which accomplished his object, so that when he returned to the railroad he occupied it from Allatoona to Big Shanty, in sight of Kennesaw Mountain. For some reason which is not altogether clear, Sherman now departed from his usual strategy and assaulted in front Johnston's almost impregnable position at Kennesaw Mountain, an operation which is admittedly a flaw in this otherwise well-conceived and admirably executed campaign. There is a tradition in the Army of the Cumberland that the decision was spasmodic, adopted in a state of excited restlessness; but if this was indeed Sherman's mood, it did not preclude a careful preparation for the attack. Although he issued the orders on June 24th, the onslaught was not actually made until 3 days later. The veteran soldiers entered upon the assault with great courage, but, soon discovering that one rifle in the trench was worth 5 in front of it, they were satisfied that the works could not be carried except by an immense sacrifice of life. With the consent of the division and corps commanders, they abandoned the attempt. Sherman's loss was nearly 3,000; Johnston's 800. The battle of Kennesaw Mountain brought to the surface the rooted difference between Sherman's and Thomas's characters and modes of operation. Sherman thought Thomas slow, with a disposition to act continually on the defensive when the nature of the campaign required that the Union army should assail, not defend. On the other hand, the officers of the Army of the Cumberland, for the most part, believed that Sherman's restlessness and impetuosity, which had got them into trouble at Kennesaw, would have led them to other disasters had he not been restrained by Thomas's discretion and prudence. In this controversy the layman may hardly venture an opinion, but since the campaign was successful to the point which this account of it has now reached, and was eminently successful in its conclusion, he would like to believe that the differing gifts of Sherman and Thomas wrought together to advantage, and that the two men accomplished in their union, jarring though it was at times, what neither one alone would have done so completely and so well. At the same time as these military operations, be it remembered, a political campaign was in progress. A president must be nominated and elected. The important question whether Lincoln should succeed himself could not be kept in abeyance even during the preceding year. He was in a measure held responsible for the military failures of 1862, for the disasters of Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, so that many came to doubt whether he had the requisite ability and decision to carry on the great undertaking. But he came in for a share of the glory of Gettysburg and Vicksburg, and thereafter was greatly strengthened in his political position. Yet the dissatisfaction had been strong enough to seek a head, and had found it in Chase, whose craving for the presidency was exceedingly strong. Theoretically he might seem a formidable candidate. He was the representative of the Radical Republicans, and was regarded by them as the counterpoise to Lincoln, who, in his blows at slavery, had proceeded too slowly to suit them, and was now arousing their antagonism in his policy for the reconstruction of the Union. Already successful in his management of the Treasury, Chase was in character and ability fit for the office of the President. Lincoln had long known of Chase's striving for the presidency, and though at times this may have caused him some concern, his attitude towards it after the victories of Gettysburg and Vicksburg is revealed in his remark of October 1863 to his private secretary: "I have determined to shut my eyes so far as possible to everything of the sort. Mr. Chase makes a good secretary, and I shall keep him where he is. If he becomes president, all right. I hope we may never have a worse man." In various ways, before the assembling of the National Convention, the Union and Republican party pronounced in favor of Lincoln's renomination. In spite of all that was urged against him by his opponents touching the manipulation by office holders and politicians, there remains no doubt that the mass of citizens were lending aid to these movements. The President had gained the support of the plain people, of business men, and of a goodly portion of the best intelligence of the country. Nothing in the study of popular sentiment can be more gratifying than this oneness of thought between farmers, small shopkeepers, salesmen, clerks, mechanics, and the men who stood intellectually for the highest aspirations of the nation. Lowell wrote in the North American Review, "History will rank Mr. Lincoln among the most prudent of statesmen and the most successful of rulers. If we wish to appreciate him, we have only to conceive the inevitable chaos in which we should now be weltering, had a weak man or an unwise one been chosen in his stead." "Homely, honest, ungainly Lincoln," wrote Asa Gray to Darwin, "is the representative man of the country. General Grant, after the battle of Chattanooga, might indeed have been a formidable candidate if he had not positively refused to give his would-be backers any encouragement for the use of his name. In connection with the attempt to bring Grant forward, Lincoln exhibited his usual shrewdness. 'If he takes Richmond,' he said, 'let him have it,' the nomination. Those were exciting days between May 3rd, when Grant crossed the Rapidan, and June 7th, when the National Union or Republican Convention met. 'My hopes under God,' wrote Chase, 'are almost wholly in Grant and his soldiers.' So thought the North. The bloody work of the Virginia campaign went on. Welles's record in his faithful diary is a true index of public opinion. On May 17th, "A painful suspense in military operations. The intense anxiety is oppressive, and almost unfits the mind for mental activity." On June 2nd, "Great confidence is felt in Grant, but the immense slaughter of our brave men chills and sickens us all." On June 7th, "We have had severe slaughter. Brave men have been killed and maimed most fearfully, but Grant persists." Lincoln was very anxious and sad during the battles of the Wilderness. On May 7th, Welles wrote, "The President came into my room at about 1 p.m. and told me he had slept none last night." As the campaign went on, he grew sanguine. On June 15th, after he must have realized the extent of the Cold Harbor disaster, and after Grant had announced his purpose of crossing the south side of the James, he telegraphed to Grant, "I begin to see it. You will succeed. God bless you all." The excellent and real progress of Sherman was not of a sufficiently striking character to distract the attention of the public mind, even in the Western States, whose sons made up his army, from the duel between Grant and Lee. On June 7th, Welles confided to his diary, "The convention today is the absorbing theme." Lincoln was renominated, receiving all the votes except those of Missouri, which were given to Grant. As Lincoln explained the result, the convention "concluded that it is not best to swap horses while crossing the stream." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. We left the Army of the Potomac on the James River. Grant had hoped to destroy or inflict a decisive defeat on Lee's army north of Richmond, and, having failed to do either, he now decided to transfer his troops to the south side of the James with a view to besieging the Confederates in their capital. This movement, which began on June 12th and ended on the 16th, was very successfully accomplished. The precision of the march, the skillful work of the engineers in bridging the river, the orderly crossing, showed how like a fine machine the Army of the Potomac, even in its crippled state, responded to efficient direction. Lee divined Grant's movement, but did nothing to impede it. Yet the capture of Petersburg, the possession of which would undoubtedly within a brief period compel the fall of the Confederate capital, was included in the Union general's plan and was within his grasp, and if everything had been properly ordered and carried out, the city might have been taken and the Appomattox River reached. But this golden opportunity was allowed to slip. When Grant and Meade arrived upon the ground, the Confederate works were pretty well manned. They ordered successive assaults which failed to take Petersburg, and resulted in a loss of about 10,000 men. The sequel of this rebuff is told in Grant's and Dana's dispatches. Dana: "General Grant has directed that no more assaults shall be made. He will now maneuver." Grant: "I shall try to give the army a few days' rest, which they now stand much in need of. The Army of the Potomac was worn out. the continual fighting for 45 days at a disadvantage and without success, and the frequent marches by night had exhausted and disheartened the men. Gallant and skillful officers by the score, brave veterans by the thousands had fallen. The morale of the troops was distinctly lower even than the day after Cold Harbor. Reinforcements were constantly sent to Grant, but they were for the most part mercenaries, many of whom were diseased, immoral, or cowardly. Such men were now in too large a proportion to ensure efficient work. They needed months of drill and discipline to make good soldiers. Indeed, a reconstitution and reorganization of the army had become necessary. This was effected during the many weeks of inaction from June 18th to the spring of 1865, a period covered by the siege of Petersburg, which now commenced. At this time the President paid a visit to the army. The impression that I have tried to convey of the failure of Grant's costly operations and of the army's demoralization might lead the reader's imagination to construct a private interview between Lincoln and Grant, in which the President entreated the general to be more careful of his soldiers' lives, and warned him that the country could not or would not repair the waste of another such campaign of attrition. So far, however, as I know, there is no evidence of such an entreaty or warning. It is unlikely that the thought of either entered Lincoln's head, inconsistent as it would have been with his dispatch of 6 days earlier. And nothing had since occurred to change his view, except the unsuccessful assaults on the entrenchments of Petersburg. Moreover, the failure to capture this stronghold was not at this time regarded as so serious a mishap as later it came to be. Kindness of heart and humanity rather than disappointment in his general were shown in his words when contemplated battles were spoken of. "I cannot pretend to advise," he said, "but I do sincerely hope that all may be accomplished with as little bloodshed as possible." Horace Porter has given an interesting account of this visit, which one loves to dwell upon for a moment in the midst of the gloom which had settled down on the Army of the Potomac, and was soon to spread over the country. The President on horseback, wearing a high silk hat, a frock coat, and black trousers, rode with Grant along the line. A civilian mounted was always an odd sight amid the crowd of uniformed and epauletted officers; and Lincoln, although a good horseman, was always awkward, and being now covered with dust, presented the appearance of a country farmer riding into town wearing his Sunday clothes. But the character of the man disarmed the American soldier's keen sense of the ridiculous, and as the word was passed along the line that "Uncle Abe is with us," he was greeted with cheers and shouts that came from the heart. He visited a division of colored soldiers who had won distinction by their bravery in an assault on the works of Petersburg. They flocked around the liberator of their race, kissing his hands, touching his clothes for the virtue they conceived to be in them, cheering, laughing, singing hymns of praise, shouting, "God bress Massa Lincoln! De Lord save Father Abraham! De day of Jubilee am come, sure!" His head was bare, his eyes were full of tears, his voice broke with emotion. As no picture of Lincoln would be complete without humor atop of pathos, we may see him the same evening with a group of staff officers before the general's tent, a willing raconteur plying his wit to teach them truth, pleased by their appreciation, egged on by their hearty laughs. There is little or no evidence, so far as I know, of Grant being dejected over the failure of those high hopes which he had entertained on crossing the Rapidan. His sturdy disposition, his strong will and determination to succeed, probably prevented any admission of failure even to himself; or if they did not, his stolid countenance concealed the fact. It is nevertheless true that the bitterness of disappointment drove him for a while to drink. Rawlins told Wilson soon after their first meeting that they must do all in their power to stay Grant from falling, and in the period of tedious waiting before Petersburg, this faithful mentor and sturdy patriot served his country as no one else could have done. Rawlins' familiar letters to his wife exhibit his anxiety and his good influence on the general whom the North needed to bring the war to an end. Twice, on June 29th and on one of the last days of July, Grant, to use Rawlins' words, digressed from his true path; but after the last deviation he pulled himself together and did not again falter. It was an unclouded brain that carried on the siege of Petersburg to its capture, forced the evacuation of Richmond, and effected the final discomfiture of Lee and the ruin of the Southern Confederacy. For the moment, however, Lee was making a resolute fight. Encouraged by his victories over Grant, and confident that with a diminished force he could hold his ground against the crippled Army of the Potomac, he detached Early and his corps to drive the Union troops out of the Shenandoah Valley. This Early succeeded in doing, and gained thereby an easy route to Maryland and the rear of the Federal capital. On July 9th he reached Frederick City, defeated the Union force opposed to him, and next day, at the head of 20,000 veterans, flushed with victory and spoils, advanced rapidly toward the capital itself. Washington and his fortifications had been denuded of troops for the purpose of reinforcing Grant, and was now defended only by invalids, state militia, and District of Columbia volunteers, a total of 20,400, of whom nearly all were raw troops and a considerable portion unavailable. On the morning of July 11th, Early, with his infantry and artillery, appeared on the 7th Street road north of Washington, before the fortifications of the city and in sight of the dome of the Capitol. Communication between Washington and the northern cities was cut. The general excitement and alarm were intense. On the night before, the President, unmindful of personal danger, had ridden out as usual to his summer residence, the Soldiers' Home, which was directly in the line of the enemy's advance, but he was now brought back to the city upon the earnest insistence of the Secretary of War. Also, unknown to Lincoln, Gustavus V. Fox, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, had a vessel ready to transport him from the capital should its fall become absolutely certain. If Early had profited by the moment of consternation, he could have gone into Washington on July 11th, seized the money in the treasury, the large stores of clothing, arms, and ammunition, destroyed a large amount of government property, and though he might not have been able to hold the place, he could have escaped without harm from the veteran troops now hastening to the rescue. He would thus have struck the prestige of the Union a staggering blow. The veterans of the Sixth Corps of the Army of the Potomac and of the 19th Corps from New Orleans saved the country from the capture of its capital. It was, however, little to Grant's credit that Washington should be in so imminent danger, while Richmond was in none, and that the measures for its safety should have been so tardily taken. During these days the commander seemed to be stunned. Although his frequent dispatches bear witness to his diligence, they show at the same time that he did not realize the danger. He was not the man of prompt decision and ready purpose who commanded at Donelson, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga. Rather was he the remiss and lethargic general of Shiloh. At the very time when Early's troops were marching down the Shenandoah Valley, he refused to believe that the self-same Confederate corps had left Petersburg. It was not until July 5th that he became convinced of the truth, and even then he failed to show a complete mastery of the situation. "He displays little strategy or invention," wrote Wells. Yet in the result Grant had acted with sufficient promptness to save the capital, inasmuch as Early by delay let slip a great opportunity. The Confederate commander probably suspected that the veterans had already arrived, for he did not seize Fort Stevens, which guarded the entrance to Washington, by the 7th Street road, and which he might have had by simply saying the word. At noon of this day, July 11th, 2 divisions of the Sixth Corps from City Point, with General Wright in command, arrived at the wharf in Washington, and soon after 4 o'clock in the afternoon were in the neighborhood of Fort Stevens. The capital was saved. Next day a sharp skirmish took place, which was watched from the fort by the President, who was apparently oblivious of the sharpshooters' flying bullets, until the fall of a wounded officer near him caused General Wright to ask him peremptorily to retire to a safer spot. In the night of July 12th the Confederates withdrew. "The Rebs," so wrote Gustavus V. Fox, "have just made off with more plunder than has entered all the blockaded ports since the war commenced. It was an attempt with 20,000 men to break up Grant. But he was too calm and persistent to be caught. It is rather humiliating, but does not affect the campaign at all, the result of which is sure." Not every one had the same confidence in Grant. It is a tradition that, because of the failure and great loss of life in his campaign, over which the feeling of the country was intensified by the Confederate invasion of Maryland, and the imminent danger of Washington, the question of his removal from command was mooted. But of this I have found no evidence, nor do I believe that such a thought ever occurred to the President. Indeed, there was no one to take his place. Extenuation of his faults is unnecessary for arriving at the conviction that, so far as any military ability had been developed, Grant was the fittest of all the generals to command the armies of the United States. That the President had confidence in him is plainly manifest. During July and August, the usual pressure in time of disaster was exercised for the restoration of McClellan to command. But it is idle to suppose that Lincoln entertained the idea of displacing Grant in favor of McClellan, or that such a change would have redounded the benefit of the Union cause. On July 18th, Lincoln issued a proclamation calling for 500,000 volunteers by virtue of the Act of Congress of July 4, 1864, the passage of which had been largely influenced by the great losses in the Wilderness, at Spotsylvania, and at Cold Harbor. He further ordered a draft to take place immediately after September 5th for any unfulfilled quotas. During July the North was plunged in gloom. Everybody was asking, "Who shall revive the withered hopes that bloomed on the opening of Grant's campaign?" And the most despondent were those who possessed the fullest information. A resolution of Congress adopted July 2nd was worthy of the Hebrews of the Old Testament or of the Puritans of the English Civil War. It requested the President to appoint a day for humiliation and prayer, and to ask the people to convene at their usual places of worship, in order that they may "confess and repent of their manifold sins, implore the compassion and forgiveness of the Almighty that, if consistent with His will, the existing rebellion may be speedily suppressed, and implore Him as the supreme ruler of the world not to destroy us as a people." The President, cordially concurring in the penitential and pious sentiments expressed in that resolution, appointed the first Thursday of August to be "observed by the people of the United States as a day of national humiliation and prayer." Thomas A. Scott, who was always ready with efficient help for the government in its times of trouble, and who now offered the services of himself and the Pennsylvania Railroad, telegraphed to Stanton from Philadelphia, "The apathy in the public mind is fearful." It might well be doubted if men in sufficient number and money in sufficient amount would be forthcoming to complete the work of conquering the South. The deplorable financial condition of the country may be measured by the fluctuations of the price of gold. On January 2nd, gold sold in New York at $152, and when in April it reached $175, the Secretary of the Treasury endeavored to depress the price by the sale of about 11 millions. But the effect was only temporary. It soon resumed its advance, and by June 17th had passed 197. On this day the President approved an act of Congress which aimed to prevent speculative sales of gold, and proved about as effectual as human efforts to stay the flood. After this enactment the speculation became wilder than before, and owing to the military failures and Chase's resignation as Secretary of the Treasury, gold touched on the last day of June 250. On July 2nd, the act intended to prevent speculation in gold was repealed. On July 11th, when Early was before Washington and communication with that city had been cut, gold fetched $285, its highest price during the war. Next day, the day of the skirmish near Fort Stevens, and of the rumor in Philadelphia that the capital had fallen, it sold at $282. Such prices meant that the paper money in circulation was worth less than 40 cents on the dollar. As the government bonds were sold for this money, the United States were paying, with gold at $250, at which price or higher it sold during the greater part of July and August, 15% on their loans. Nevertheless, money could be had. The continued issue of legal tender notes had inflated the currency. Business, though feverish, was good, and many fortunes of our day had their origin in these excited business years of 1863 and 1864. When sales were easily made, most transactions were for cash, and nearly everyone engaged in trade or manufacture seemed to be getting rich. There must have been still considerable financial strength in reserve, and as the value of property depended largely on a stable government, ample funds for its maintenance would have been forthcoming in a supreme crisis. Even now, an element of confidence was to be seen in the large and constant purchases of our bonds by the Germans. But the question of men was of far greater seriousness. In spite of the large immigration, labor was scarce, and in spite of the high cost of living, seemed to be well paid. The class of men who enlisted in 1861 and 1862 no longer came forward. The ranks were filled by mercenaries, part of whom were obtained from the steady influx of European immigrants and from robust sons of Canada, who contracted their service for a stipulated sum. Notwithstanding these sources of supply, able-bodied men in sufficient number were difficult to obtain. Many of the veterans, men of all ranks in Sherman's army, the officers generally in all the armies, the militia from the Western States, originally organized as Home Guards and now taking part in the defense of Washington, were from the best classes of their several communities. And sorrow now hanging over nearly every household from the casualties among these contingents augmented the discouragement and gloom. Nor did Sherman's operations lift the country out of its despondency. Successful though they were, they lacked a striking character, and while steadily making for the destruction of Johnston's army and the capture of Atlanta, had as yet accomplished neither of these objects. On July 17th, Sherman crossed the Chattahoochee River and began his movement directly against Atlanta. On the same day Jefferson Davis materially assisted him by relieving Johnston from the command for the reason, in the words of the order, that you have failed to arrest the advance of the enemy to the vicinity of Atlanta, and express no confidence that you can defeat or repel him. So masterly had been Johnston's strategy in retreat that his displacement was thoroughly relished by Sherman and by his officers and men. J.B. Hood, the new commander, had been personally known at West Point by McPherson, Schofield, and Howard, and these three, together with Sherman, accurately took his measure, deciding that the change meant fight. The logic of Johnston's removal was indeed that the Confederates must take the offensive, and Hood lost no time in carrying Davis's purpose into effect. Thrice he attacked and brought on a battle. Thrice he was repulsed with severe loss. The chief feature of the second battle, that of Atlanta, which was fought within 2½ miles of the city, was a vigorous and skillful Confederate attack, which struck a portion of the Union line in the rear and would have caused a panic among any but sturdy veterans. But the soldiers of the Army of the Tennessee leaped over their breastworks and fought them from the reverse side. McPherson, however, their commander, was killed. He had just left Sherman to investigate the unexplained firing in the rear and to make the necessary dispositions to meet it. He had already given a number of orders, when he rode into a wood and encountered there a line of Confederate skirmishers. By these he was summoned to surrender, but he wheeled his horse and tried to ride off. There was a volley of musketry, and one of the noblest soldiers of the war fell dead. "His sudden loss," telegraphed Sherman, "was a heavy blow to me." This misfortune, together with the Confederate claims of victory, undoubtedly accounted in some measure for the lack of comprehension of what had really been gained during the month of July. At all events, a general impression seemed to prevail that Sherman had been checked before Atlanta. In point of fact, Hood's army had been crippled, and after the third battle he did not again attack Sherman for more than a month. The general apathy and discouragement took form in certain quarters of a yearning for peace. "The mercantile classes are longing for it," wrote Lowell. During July, Horace Greeley thought that negotiations for peace should be opened, and, commissioned by the President, made an effort in that direction. Lincoln was willing to make peace on the basis of the restoration of the Union and abandonment of slavery. Two self-constituted envoys, hoping to stop the war, went on an irregular mission to Richmond and had an interview with Jefferson Davis. Both of these attempts were barren of result. Though the military situation was already sufficiently depressing, the North had not yet come to the end of its misfortunes. A promising attempt to capture Petersburg through blowing up a portion of the Confederate works by a huge mine charged with powder, failed through the inefficiency of a corps commander and the incompetence and cowardice of a division general, who were unequal to their opportunity after the mine had properly done its work. The casualties were great, the blundering was indisputable. This affair intensified the dejection in the Army of the Potomac and in the country at large. "I feel rather down in the mouth," wrote Lowell to Norton on August 1st. "The war and its constant expectation and anxiety oppress me. I cannot think." Another manifestation of the general despondency was seen in the growing dissatisfaction with Lincoln. "I beg you, implore you," wrote Greeley to Lincoln on August 9th, "to inaugurate or invite proposals for peace forthwith; and in case peace cannot now be made, consent to an armistice for 1 year." In this private letter Greeley expressed the thoughts of very many men. 9 days later he wrote: "Lincoln is already beaten; he cannot be elected; and we must have another ticket to save us from utter overthrow." Influential men of affairs in New York, Boston, and the West were earnest in their belief that Lincoln should withdraw and make way for another candidate. This belief infected the Republican National Executive Committee, whose chairman, Henry J. Raymond, wrote to the President on August 22nd: "The tide is setting strongly against us. Nothing but the most resolute and decided action on the part of the government and its friends can save the country from falling into hostile hands." This great reaction in public sentiment was due to the want of military successes, and to the impression that Lincoln would not make peace save on the condition of the abandonment of slavery. So perturbed were the committee that they went to Washington to plead with him. In a private letter of August 25th to Hay, Nicolay gave an account of their visit. "The New York politicians have got a stampede on that is about to swamp everything. Raymond and the National Committee are here today. R. thinks a commission to Richmond is about the only salt to save us, while the tycoon, Lincoln, sees and says it would be utter ruination. The matter is now undergoing consultation. Weak-kneed fools are in the movement for a new candidate to supplant the tycoon. Everything is darkness and doubt and discouragement." Lincoln himself thought it exceedingly probable that he would not be re-elected, but he signified no intention of withdrawing, and intimated that he would modify his policy in but one direction. He would undoubtedly have made peace on the basis of reunion saying nothing about slavery, for he was convinced that slavery could never exist in the same form as before the war, and that gradual emancipation was certain. Hay, on a visit to the West, had found some cheer, and in a private letter to Nicolay from Illinois set down the following accurate estimate of public sentiment in that region: "There is throughout the country, I mean the rural districts, a good healthy Union feeling, and an intention to succeed in the military and the political contests. But everywhere in the towns the Copperheads are exultant, and our own people either growling and despondent or sneakingly apologetic." Nicolay showed penetration when he wrote: "Our men see giants in the airy and unsubstantial shadows of the opposition, and are about to surrender without a fight." As the Democrats had nominated no candidate, there was in fact nothing to contend against. "We are waiting with the greatest interest," Hay wrote, "for the hatching of the big peace snake at Chicago." Hay referred to the approaching Democratic Convention, which, when it met, nominated McClellan for President, and adopted a resolution that an earnest effort be made for peace. The nomination evoked a momentary burst of enthusiasm from the Democrats, which corresponded to momentary disquietude among the Republicans. Lincoln's yearning for military success betrayed itself in his vernacular of the prairie. "Hold on with a bull-dog grip," he telegraphed to Grant, "and chew and choke." His ardent desire was fulfilled. Better than any stump speakers were two of his commanders on sea and on land. On August 5th, Farragut fought the battle of Mobile Bay. In making his entrance into the bay, he must pass through a channel said to be mined with torpedoes, must run by the powerful Fort Morgan, and then fight the ironclad Tennessee. As his fleet advanced, a torpedo exploded under one of his monitors. She disappeared almost instantaneously beneath the waves, carrying with her her gallant commander and nearly all her crew. "A terrible disaster," Farragut called it. Ahead were torpedoes, behind was retreat. "O God," he prayed, "who created man and gave him reason, direct me what to do. Shall I go on?" And it seemed, he said, as if in answer a voice commanded, "Go on." On he went, steering clear of the torpedoes, past Fort Morgan. The Tennessee attacked his fleet, and after a desperate battle was beaten. She struck her flag and surrendered. One of the hardest earned victories of his life, as Farragut termed it. The crowning achievement of his naval career, as Mahan wrote, made him master of Mobile Bay. The surrender of Forts Gaines and Morgan, August 8 to 23, followed. Mobile, now the most important port in the Gulf of Mexico remaining to the Confederates, was no longer available for blockade running. Another door to the outside world was shut. The persistent work of the Navy by the blockade and the capture of ports was reducing the South to a state of isolation. The North in its general despondency failed at first to appreciate the magnitude of this victory. But the news received on September 3 that Sherman had captured Atlanta seemed to give Farragut's achievement a cumulative force. The taking of Atlanta was the culmination of the campaign from Chattanooga, and was all the more glorious in that a victory is twice itself when the achiever brings home full numbers. The army which entered Atlanta was substantially the same as the army which Sherman had led out of Chattanooga. The President, on September 3, issued a proclamation asking the people, when they assembled in their churches on next Sunday, to make a devout acknowledgment to the Supreme Being for the success of the fleet in Mobile Harbor, and the glorious achievements of the army in the state of Georgia. He issued orders of thanks to Farragut and Sherman, and ordered salutes of rejoicing to be fired from the navy yards and arsenals of the country. On the Sunday appointed by the President, the people, with one accord, thanked God and took courage. With epigrammatic brevity they had reduced the peace plank of the Democratic platform to the words, "Resolved that the war is a failure," and they now rejoiced that Farragut and Sherman had knocked out the underpinning of this platform. On September 9th, a letter of Grant's was made public in which he said, "The rebels have now in their ranks their last man. They have robbed the cradle and the grave equally to get their present force. Besides what they lose in frequent skirmishes and battles, they are now losing from desertions and other causes at least 1 regiment per day. With this drain upon them, the end is not far distant, if we will only be true to ourselves." The state elections in Vermont and Maine during the first half of September showed that the disaffection to the administration was slight. They indicated a favorable result for Lincoln in November. On September 15th, Grant paid a visit to Sheridan, who had the command in the Shenandoah Valley, and gave him the order, "Go in." Within a week, Sheridan gained 2 brilliant victories over Early. These achievements appealed to the popular imagination as Stonewall Jackson's had done in 1862. But now it was the Northerners' turn to rejoice in a commander who, uniting dash and prudence, was giving them the long-wished-for but unexpected victories in the Shenandoah Valley, that famous graveyard of Northern hopes with its open gateway for invasion from the South. Better than any campaign speeches were Sheridan's dispatches telling the story of Confederate defeats. "While such victories are gained," said one citizen to another as they shook hands and rejoiced, "the war is not a failure. And victors in such battles do not ask for an armistice." On October 11th, state and congressional elections took place in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. Ohio went Union by a majority of 54,751. Indiana gave Morton for governor 20,883 more votes than were received by his Democratic opponent, and all 3 states made material gains in Union members of Congress. These elections manifested a tendency of public opinion which pointed almost conclusively to Lincoln's election in November. The tide had turned, and now it was again accelerated by Sheridan, who infused a considerable enthusiasm into the last weeks of the canvass, by gaining a further and spectacular victory on the 19th of October. Sheridan's Ride, a poem written by Thomas Buchanan Reed and read by Murdoch at many gatherings, not only won votes but made a lasting impression on the minds of men. "With great pleasure," telegraphed Lincoln to Sheridan, "I tender to you and your brave army the thanks of the nation, and my own personal admiration and gratitude for the month's operations in the Shenandoah Valley, and especially for the splendid work of October 19th, 1864. On November 8th the presidential election took place. Lincoln carried states sufficient to give him 212 electoral votes, while McClellan would receive only 21, those of New Jersey, Delaware, and Kentucky. In but one large state, New York, was there a close contest. Lincoln had a majority of the popular vote of 494,567. Moreover, the Lincoln party chose 2/3 of the House of Representatives. "I give you joy of the election," wrote Emerson to a friend. "Seldom in history was so much staked on a popular vote. I suppose never in history." Grant was deeply impressed with the vast importance and significance of the presidential election, the quiet and orderly character of the whole affair. "There was," added Hay, "no bloodshed or riot. It proves our worthiness of free institutions, and our capability of preserving them without running into anarchy or despotism." In Lincoln's first election, the people of the North had spoken, declaring their antagonism to slavery. If they were to remain true to their highest aspirations, they could not now turn back, but must go resolutely forward. In spite of burdensome taxation, weariness of the war, and mourning in every household, they decided on this election day of 1864 to finish the work they had begun. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Life at the North during the war resembled that of most civilized communities which had full communication with the outside world. Business went on as usual, schools and colleges were full, churches were attended, and men and women had their recreations. Progress was made in the mechanical sciences and arts. Men strove for wealth or learning, and the pursuit of fame was by no means confined to military and political circles. Nevertheless, that supreme business, the war, left its stamp on all private concerns and on every mode of thought. This was especially remarkable during the first 18 months, when the patriotic volunteers were individually encouraged by the sympathy and enthusiasm of those at home. "What of the war? Isn't it grand?" exclaimed Phillips Brooks in May 1861. As late as the summer of 1862 the excellent character of the soldiers was noted. "Our army," wrote Asa Gray on July 2nd, "is largely composed of material such as nothing but a high sense of duty could keep for a year in military life." "Our best young men," said Agassiz in a private letter of August 15th, "are the first to enlist. If anything can be objected to these large numbers of soldiers, it is that it takes away the best material that the land possesses. In all the country districts the strong young men were gone. Times were hard at the commencement of the war, and continued so until the autumn of 1862. People are getting dreadfully poor here," wrote Phillips Brooks from Philadelphia. The New York Tribune referred to "our paralyzed industry, obstructed commerce, our overloaded finances, and our mangled railroads." All sorts of economies were practiced. Coffee and sugar rose enormously in price. Many families mixed roasted dandelion root with pure coffee, while others made their morning beverage from parched corn or rye. Some substituted brown for white sugar. One by one luxuries disappeared from the table, and few were ashamed of their frugal repasts. The wearing of plain clothes became a fashion as well as a virtue. The North was, for the most part, a community of simple living. Opera was only occasional, theaters were few, and the amusements took on a character adapted to the life. A popular lecture, a concert, a church sociable with a charade turning on some striking event of the war, a gathering of young men and women to scrape lint for the wounded, a visit perhaps to a neighboring camp to witness a dress parade of volunteers, these were the diversions from the overpowering anxiety weighing upon the people. Personal grief was added to the national anxiety. "In many of our dwellings," wrote Harriet Beecher Stowe, "the very light of our lives has gone out." With great trials were mingled petty inconveniences arising from derangement of the country's finances. Gold began to sell at a premium in January 1862, and disappeared from circulation. But this was no hardship to the mass of the people, for gold had not been used largely as currency, and there was a ready substitute for it in state bank notes and the United States legal tenders. But the advance in gold was followed by a similar advance in silver. Silver change became an article of speculation, and was bought at a premium by brokers. Much of it was sent to Canada, and by July 1st, 1862, it seems to have practically disappeared from circulation. Its sudden disappearance brought forth diverse remedies. Individuals, prompter in action than municipalities or the general government, flooded the country with shinplasters, small notes in denominations of from 5 to 50 cents, promises to pay of hotels, restaurants, business houses, and country dealers. For a short while copper and nickel cents commanded a premium, and various metal tokens were issued by tradesmen to take their place as well as that of the small silver coins. Secretary Chase, in a letter of July 14, 1862, to the chairman of the Committee of Ways and Means of the House of Representatives, said that "the most serious inconveniences and evils are apprehended, unless the issues of shinplasters and metal tokens can be checked, and the small coins of the government kept in circulation or a substitute provided." He proposed either to debase the silver coinage of the fractional parts of a dollar, or to legalize in effect the use of postage and other stamps as currency. Congress, by act of July 17, 1862, prohibited the issue of shinplasters by private corporations or individuals, provided for the issuance to the public of postage and other stamps, and declared that, under certain limitations, these were receivable payment of dues to the United States and were redeemable in greenbacks. People naturally preferred the stamps to the promises to pay of private individuals, and hastened to the post offices to be supplied therewith; but what they here gained in soundness they lost in convenience. The gummy back, flimsy texture, small surface, and light weight of the stamps rendered them the most imperfect circulating medium ever known in the United States. For one thing, the making of the change in the course of small transaction proved a laborious business, because of the intrusion of a common denomination of 3 cents, the stamp most frequently employed, and the one of which there was the greatest supply, into the convenient decimal system. The counting of 2, 3, 5, and 10-cent stamps became intolerable when large quantities of change were required, so that, in places where various sorts of tickets were sold, the stamps were put up in small envelopes marked in large figures, 10, 25, and 50 cents, as the case might be. This mitigated the nuisance only in part, as cautious persons would insist on opening the envelopes and counting the stamps in order to see whether the contents tallied with the figure outside. The stamps became dirty and mutilated. Losing their adhesive power, they were unfit for postage. They had proved a poor substitute for shin plasters. But relief from both evils was afforded almost simultaneously by the Treasury Department and by various municipalities. From the language of Chase's recommendation for the usage of postage and other stamps as currency, and from the provisions of the statute, it would be impossible to divine the relief which was eventually forthcoming. The Secretary, in accordance with the Act of July 17, 1862, had made an arrangement with the Postmaster General for a supply of postage stamps, but it being soon discovered that stamps prepared for postage uses were not adapted to the purposes of currency, he proceeded to construe the law liberally and issue a postage currency. This was in the form of small notes of which the 25 and 50-cent denominations were about a quarter the size of a dollar bill, the 5 and 10 cents somewhat smaller. On the 5-cent note was a facsimile of the 5-cent postage stamp, the vignette being Jefferson's head. For the 25-cent note this vignette appeared 5 times. Of similar design were the 10 and 50-cent notes, the vignette on the 10-cent stamp being Washington's head. The color of the 5 and 25-cent notes was brown, that of the 10 and 50-cent green. When new, they were not ill-looking. To men and women who had been using shin plasters and soiled and worn postage and revenue stamps, they seemed a positive deliverance. The issue of this postage currency began August 21, 1862, and the crowds of people waited patiently in long lines at the office of the Assistant Treasurer in New York and other cities, for their turn to secure some of these new and attractive notes. By the Act of March 3, 1863, Congress provided for the issue of fractional currency in lieu of the postage currency, and limited the amount of both kinds to a circulation of 50 millions. The Secretary of the Treasury in issuing the new notes gave up the facsimile of the postage stamps, although the size of the notes remained substantially the same, and their backs, at first brown, green, purple, and red, were afterwards green for all the 3, 5, 10, 15, 25, and 50-cent notes. They were receivable for all dues to the United States less than $5, except customs, and were exchangeable for United States notes. They gradually supplanted the postage currency. In popular usage both were termed scrip. Although desirable at first as a relief for greater evils, the notes became so worn and filthy with constant passing from hand to hand as to be objectionable on the score of cleanliness and health. Most of the people were rejoiced when finally, in 1876, they began to be replaced by subsidiary silver coin and gradually to disappear from circulation, although a few regretted the paper fractional currency because of its easy transmission by mail, and its service in making up the fractional amounts of payrolls of mining and manufacturing concerns, when the money for the men was put into envelopes as the best manner of its distribution. For a year, from July, 1862 to July, 1863, the people of the North suffered the bitterness of defeat. McClellan's failure on the Peninsula, Pope's defeat at the Second Battle of Bull Run, Burnside's disaster of Fredericksburg, Hooker's overthrow at Chancellorsville, only slightly relieved by the partial victories of Antietam and Stone's River, were a succession of calamities, the cumulative force of which would have broken the spirit of any except a resolute people who believed that their cause was just. "Sumner comes to dinner," wrote Longfellow in his journal. "He is very gloomy and desponding, and sighs out every now and then, 'Poor country! Poor, poor country!'" During the dark days, when after some bloody reverse of our armies, Phillips Brooks met a friend on a street corner, he could only wring his hand and say, "Isn't it horrible?" and gloomily pass on. People who took counsel of their meaner fears cried for peace at any price. During that year social clubs ceased to meet. Men, when they heard of a disaster, would give up some festive entertainment, would forego even a quiet evening at cards. They had no disposition for mirth. Their hearts were with their dead and wounded fellow citizens on the Southern battlefield. They sat in quiet and brooded over their country's reverses. No thoughtful American opened his morning paper without dreading to find that he had no longer a country to love and honor. It is a striking fact that during this period of gloom in the autumn of 1862, a revival of business began. From that time until the end of the war, trade was active, factories busy, labor constantly employed, and failures remarkably few. Railroad stocks had a sharp advance, and the prices of the leading articles in the New York market rose steadily as measured in paper currency. Pig iron is often called the barometer of industrial activity. The production of it increased with regularity during the years 1862, 1863, and 1864, and its price rose in a still greater ratio. The average yearly price per ton of No. 1 anthracite foundry pig iron in Philadelphia was respectively $23.87, $35.25, $59.25. It was a period of money-making and accumulation of wealth. August Belmont wrote, May 7, 1863, of "the eagerness with which, for the last 2 months, the people of all classes have invested their money in the securities of the government, for the North is united and prosperous." Harriet Beecher Stowe said, "Old Hartford seems fat, rich, and cozy. Stocks higher than ever. Business plenty. Everything as tranquil as possible." John Sherman spoke of "the wonderful prosperity of all classes, especially of laborers." The basis of prosperity in the United States was agriculture, and its steady growth at the North is one of the characteristics of the war. Despite the number of men who went into the army, good crops were made. The wheat crop was excellent during the years of the war, and so was Indian corn, except for the partial failure in 1863. "3 things saved the harvest," wrote Fite: "the increased use of labor-saving machinery, the work of women in the fields, and the continued influx of new population." The wide use of mowing, reaping, and threshing machines, and the horse rake, increased 6-fold the efficiency of the farm laborer. The women turned out to help. A missionary wrote from Iowa, "I met more women driving teams on the road, and saw more at work in the fields than men. They seemed to have said to their husbands, in the language of a favorite song, 'Just take your gun and go, for Ruth can drive the oxen, John, and I can use the hoe.'" Many of the immigrants went West. They were tempted by the ease and cheapness with which land could be acquired. The wise Homestead Act fostered the development of the West and the growing of food so important for the army and the people who were sustaining it. There was always a surplus of grain which was shipped largely to Great Britain, where it was so badly needed because of deficient harvests from 1860 to 62. This movement was beneficial to the exchanges between America and Europe. The story of the North during the war would not be complete without reference to certain infractions of the Constitution. Arbitrary arrests were made in the Northern States where the courts were open and where the regular administration of justice had not been interrupted by any overt acts of rebellion. Most of these arrests were made by order of the Secretary of State, the others by order of the Secretary of War. Sometimes the authority of the officer was a simple telegram. In no case was the warrant such as the Constitution required. The men arrested were charged with no offense, were examined by no magistrate, and were confined in Fort Lafayette or Fort Warren as prisoners of state. The justification pleaded in the Senate for these stretches of authority was that the persons apprehended were, by treasonable speaking and writing, giving aid and comfort to the enemy, and that their imprisonment was necessary for the safety of the Republic. Yet the matter did not go unquestioned. Senator Trumbull introduced a resolution asking information from the Secretary of State in regard to these arrests, and in his remarks supporting it pointed out the injustice and needlessness of such procedure. "What are we coming to," he asked, "if arrests may be made at the whim or caprice of a cabinet minister?" And when Senator Hale demanded, "Have not arrests been made in violation of the great principles of our Constitution?" no one could deny that this was the fact. Public sentiment, however, sustained the administration, and it was only from a minority in the Senate and in the country that murmurs were heard. Nevertheless, the protests were emphatic and couched in irrefutable logic. They were directed against Seward, who was deemed responsible for the apprehension of men in Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, and northern New York, on suspicion that they were traitors, instead of leaving them to be dealt with by the public sentiment of their thoroughly loyal communities. And it was felt that his action savored rather of the capriciousness of an absolute monarch than of a desire to govern in a constitutional manner. The mischief of this policy was immediately evident in that it gave a handle to the Democratic opposition, probably increasing its strength, and in that it furnished our critics over the sea an additional opportunity for detraction. The remote consequences which were feared, that our people would lose some of their liberties, that we were beginning in very sooth to tread the well-worn path from democracy to despotism, have not been realized. It is true that the acts of a cabinet minister, unless disavowed by the President, become the President's own acts. In so far must Lincoln be held responsible for these arbitrary arrests. Nevertheless, it is improbable that Lincoln of his own motion would have ordered them. For although at times he acted without warrant of the Constitution, he had at the same time a profound reverence for it, showing in all his procedure that he much preferred to keep within the strict limits of the letter and spirit of the organic law of the land, and that whenever he exercised or permitted others to exercise arbitrary power he did so with keen regret. It was undoubtedly disagreeable to him to be called the Caesar of the American Republic, and a more unlimited despot than the world knows this side of China, and to be aware that Senator Grimes described a call at the White House for the purpose of seeing the President as an attempt to approach the footstool of the power enthroned at the other end of the avenue. An order of the Secretary of War on February 14, 1862, directed the release of the political prisoners on parole, that they would give no aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States, and laid down the rule that henceforward arrests would be made under the direction of the military authorities alone. The term "Copperhead," which originated in the autumn of 1862, was used freely during the next year. It was an opprobrious epithet applied by Union men to those who adhered rigidly to the Democratic organization, strenuously opposed all the distinctive and vigorous war measures of the President and of Congress, and, deeming it impossible to conquer the South, were therefore earnest advocates of peace. It might not be hardly exact to say that all who voted the Democratic ticket in 1863 were, in the parlance of the day, Copperheads, but this sweeping statement would be nearer the truth than when limiting the term to those who really wished for the military success of the South, and organized or joined the secret order of Knights of the Golden Circle. In the Western States, at all events, the words Democrat and Copperhead became, after the middle of January, 1863, practically synonymous, and the cognomen applied as a reproach was assumed with pride. The war Democrats, in contradistinction from those who favored peace, acted at elections in the main with the Republicans, voting the Union ticket, as it was called in most of the states. It may be safely said that practically all the men who adhered with fidelity and enthusiasm to the Democratic organization and name, found a spokesman in either Horatio Seymour of New York, or Clement L. Vallandigham of Ohio, both of whom had the peculiar ability required for political leadership. The tendency of the Eastern Democrats was to range themselves with Seymour, whilst the Western Democrats were attracted by the more extreme views of Vallandigham. Under any constitutional government, where speech and the press are free, the necessity should be readily admitted of an opposition in time of war, even when the ship of state is in distress. It is not difficult to define a correct policy for the Democrats during the civil conflict, when, as was conceded by everyone, the Republic was in great danger. In Congress they should have cooperated to the full extent of their power with the dominant party in its effort to raise men and money to carry on the war. And in any opposition they ought to have taken the tone, not of party objection, but of friendly criticism, with the end in view of perfecting rather than defeating the necessary bills. While in the session of Congress that ended March 4, 1863, they failed to rise to this height, they did not, on the other hand, pursue a policy of obstruction that would be troublesome if not pernicious. For that matter, it is doubtful if obstructive tactics could have prevailed against the able and despotic parliamentary leadership of the majority in the House by Thaddeus Stevens, and prevented the passage at this session of the two bills which gave the President control of the sword and purse of the nation. But a serious attempt in that direction, with all that it involved, would have reduced the country to a state of panic. There must therefore be set down to the credit of the Democrats in Congress a measure of patriotism that almost always exists in an Anglo-Saxon minority, proving sufficient to preserve the Commonwealth from destruction. More severe criticism than is due for any positive action in the House or the Senate must be meted out to the leaders of the Democratic party for their speeches in and out of the legislative halls, and to the influential Democratic newspapers in their effort to form and guide a public sentiment which should dictate the policy of the government. One fact they ignored, that peace was impossible, unless the Southern Confederacy were acknowledged, and a boundary line agreed upon between what would then be two distinct nations. They pretended to a belief for which there was absolutely no foundation, that if fighting ceased, and a convention of the states were called, the Union might be restored. Hence proceeded their opposition to the President's emancipation policy as being an obstacle to the two sections becoming reunited. But men who loved their country better than their party ought to have perceived, for it was palpable at the time, that the Southern states had not the slightest intention of consenting on even the most favorable conditions to the Union as it was, and that the President had been brought to his decree against slavery by the logic of events. Apologists for slavery as the Democrats had been for so many years on the ground that it was a necessary evil, they could not give hearty support to emancipation. But if they had allowed themselves to be influenced in a reasonable degree by their own conviction that slavery was morally wrong, they could, with a patriotism and consistency, have adopted the position that the proclamation was a military order, and having been made, should be executed. If they had abandoned the pursuit of an impossible attainment and the policy of hindering the President and Congress in the exercise of their prerogatives, there would still have remained scope for a healthy opposition, which would not have left the name Copperhead Democrat a reproach for so many years. In truth, the Democrats might have deserved well of the muse of history. In point of fact, they performed a real service to the country in advocating economy and integrity in the disposition of the public money, and they might have gone further and applauded Chase in his efforts to secure the one, and Stanton in his determination to have the other. Their criticisms of the Executive for suspending the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, for the arbitrary arrests, and for the abridgment of the freedom of speech and of writing were justly taken, and undoubtedly had an influence for the good on legislation. Had they concentrated their opposition on these points, their arguments would have carried greater force, and would have attracted men who were disturbed by these infractions of personal liberty, but who were repelled by the remainder of the Democratic program. In consideration of our own practice, the decision of our courts, the opinions of our statesmen and jurists, and English precedents for 2 centuries, it may be affirmed that the right of suspending the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus was vested by the Constitution in Congress and not in the Executive. The President, in assuming that authority and applying the suspension to states beyond the sphere of hostile operations, arrogated power which became necessary to support the policy of arbitrary arrests, so diligently pursued by Seward at first and afterwards by Stanton. The defense made was necessity, and our own precedents were set aside because the state now stood in its greatest peril since the adoption of the Constitution. By the act of March 3, 1863, the Secretary of State and the Secretary of War were required to furnish lists of state or political prisoners to the judges of the United States courts, but no lists, so far as I have been able to ascertain, were ever furnished. And in truth, the aptitude for autocratic government had grown at such a pace that in September 1863 Chase discovered, to his surprise, that the provisions of this act were unfamiliar to the President, and to all the members of the Cabinet except himself. For my own part, after careful consideration, I do not hesitate to condemn the arbitrary arrests and the arbitrary interference with the freedom of the press in states which were not included in the theater of the war and in which the courts remained open. In arriving at this judgment, I have not left out of account an unpatriotic speech of Allen Digham's in the House, nor the still more dastardly writing in the Democratic newspapers, nor the "Copperhead talk" in the street, in public conveyances, and in hotels, where prudence and restraint were cast to the winds. Nor am I unmindful of the fact that the criticisms generally were increasing in virulence, and that complaints of the utterance of treasonable sentiments were constantly being made to the authorities by patriotic men. Nevertheless, I am convinced that all this extrajudicial procedure was inexpedient, unnecessary, and wrong, and that the offenders thus summarily dealt with should have been prosecuted according to law, or if their offenses were not indictable, permitted to go free. "Abraham Lincoln," wrote James Rice, "wielded more authority than any single Englishman has done since Oliver Cromwell." My reading of English history and comparative study of our own have led me to the same conclusion, although it should be added that Cromwell's exercise of arbitrary power greatly exceeded Lincoln's, and involved more important infractions of the Constitution of his country. Moreover, there was in Lincoln's nature so much of kindness and mercy as to mitigate the harshness of Seward's and Stanton's procedure. The pervasive and lingering influence of his personality, the respect for the Constitution and the law which history and tradition have ascribed to him, the greatness of his character and work, have prevented the generation that has grown up since the civil conflict from realizing the enormity of the acts done under his authority by direction of his Secretaries of State and War. I have not lighted on a single instance in which the President himself directed an arrest, yet he permitted them all. He stands responsible for the casting into prison of citizens of the United States on orders as arbitrary as the lettres de cachet of Louis XIV. The technical experts of the War Department and of the Army may be justly criticized for not arming our infantry with breech-loading rifles. They were behindhand and not up to their opportunities. The Secretary of War in his report of December 1, 1859, had stated the result of the experiments in breech-loading arms. These arms were nearly if not entirely perfected, and he added, "With the best breech-loading arm one skillful man would be equal to 2, probably 3, armed with the ordinary muzzle-loading gun. True policy requires that steps should be taken to introduce these arms gradually into our service." But on October 22, 1864, the Chief of Ordnance reported to Stanton, "The use of breech-loading arms in our service has, with few exceptions, been confined to mounted troops." And on December 5, 1864, he returned to the subject thus: "The experience of the war has shown that breech-loading arms are greatly superior to muzzle-loaders for infantry as well as for cavalry, and that measures should immediately be taken to substitute a suitable breech-loading musket in place of the rifle musket which is now manufactured at the National Armory and by private concerns for this department." Some one ought to have known this at least 3 years earlier, and to have made it his business to press the importance of it upon the President, the Secretary of War, and Congress. The Prussians had used a breech-loading rifle in the Revolution of 1848, and again in the Schleswig-Holstein War of 1864, and the infantry of the Northern Army ought to have been armed with a similar gun for their campaigns 12 months before Lee's surrender. Our few regiments which had repeating and breech-loading rifles did such effective execution that the dramatic scene of Königgrätz, a great battle between an army with breech-loaders and one with muzzle-loaders, ought to have been anticipated by 2 years and played upon the field of Virginia or in the mountains of Georgia. In the art of war we showed ourselves inferior to the Prussians, but the fault was not with American inventive talent. Excellent arms were offered to the government, and it is safe to say that, had its administration of technical affairs equaled that of the Pennsylvania Railroad, or some of our large manufacturing establishments, the army would have had the improved weapons. The war gave a powerful impetus to the humanitarian spirit. Americans were essentially religious, and Christ's teaching had sunk deep in their hearts. Non-combatants individually and through well-devised organizations were diligent in ministering to the wants and sufferings of the soldiers who were upholding the Northern cause in the field. This work of aid was well adapted to women whose energy, self-sacrifice, and well-directed efforts proved them worthy of Lincoln's words spoken at one of the sanitary fairs. "This extraordinary war," he said, "in which we are engaged, falls heavily upon all classes of people, but the most heavily upon the soldier. For it has been said, all that a man hath will he give for his life; and while all contribute of their substance, the soldier puts his life at stake and often yields it up in his country's cause. The highest merit then is due to the soldier. In this extraordinary war, extraordinary developments have manifested themselves such as have not been seen in former wars. And amongst these manifestations, nothing has been more remarkable than these fairs for the relief of suffering soldiers and their families. And the chief agents in these fairs are the women of America. I am not accustomed to the use of the language of eulogy. I have never studied the art of paying compliments to women. But I must say that if all that has been said by orators and poets since the creation of the world in praise of women were applied to the women of America, it would not do them justice for their conduct during this war. I will close by saying, God bless the women of America. Despite the opinion of our Supreme Court that it follows from the very nature of war that trading between the belligerents should cease, there was a large overland trade between the South and the North. The South exchanged her cotton for money or needed supplies, and this trade was encouraged by the Washington government. The intention was good, and if the history of these transactions were to be written from the acts of Congress, the proclamations of the President, the instructions of the Secretary of the Treasury, and the orders of the Secretaries of War and Navy, it might be affirmed that a difficult problem had been frankly met and solved. Special agents were appointed by the Secretary of the Treasury to collect captured and abandoned property in parts of the Confederacy occupied by our forces, which should be sold for the benefit of the United States, subject to the rights of ownership of loyal persons. Permits to trade in districts which had been recovered from the Confederacy were issued to proper and loyal persons by these agents and other officers of the Treasury Department, but all commercial intercourse beyond the lines of the national army was strictly forbidden. The special agents were further ordered to confer with the generals commanding the respective departments, and they and the authorized traders were in a measure responsible to the military authority, but were under the immediate control and management of the Secretary of the Treasury, who supervised this limited commercial intercourse licensed by the President. No other trade was legal, and all property coming into the United States through other means was ordered to be confiscated. But the feverish business conditions of 1864 and a certain relaxation in morality were felt in the commercial intercourse between the South and the North. The price of cotton in Boston at the beginning of the year was 81 cents per pound. It advanced steadily until the close of August, when it fetched $1.90 in United States currency. It could be bought in the Confederacy for from 12 to 20 cents per pound in gold. The enormous difference between the two values represented a profit so enticing that many men in responsible positions were led into trading beyond the restrictions imposed by the government. If accurate statistics could be obtained, it would surprise no student of the subject to find that the North received more cotton from the internal commerce than did Great Britain from the blockade runners. The greater portion of this staple came from a region under the control of the Southern Confederacy, and in exchange for it the Southern army and people obtained needed supplies. This trade was a greater advantage to the South than to the North. New England and the Middle States obtained cotton and probably ran their mills nearer to full time than if they had been entirely dependent on the foreign article, but any further curtailment of this manufacture would have caused no distress to the operatives. So extended was the demand for labor that work was readily to be found in other industries. In Lowell, where, in 1862, the stoppage of spindles was proportionately the greatest, deposits in the savings banks largely increased during that year. For the indispensable articles, Indian cotton could have been used, as in Great Britain, and for other cotton fabrics woolen might have been substituted. On the other hand, the South obtained salt, quinine, powder, and arms, absolute necessaries for carrying on the war. The summer of 1864 brought almost crushing burdens. The failure of Grant's Virginia campaign and the doubts in regard to Lincoln's re-election intensified every other trouble, and led many thoughtful persons to fear that the game was up. Governor Brough of Ohio wrote to Stanton on March 14, 1864, that he regarded our financial position as critical. Every man whom we put into the army was costing us over $300, and we were incurring a debt which we could not pay without scaling it down. Such a measure would be our ruin. About the same time Chase was asked, "What is the debt now in round numbers?" "About $2,500,000,000," was the reply. "How much more can the country stand?" "If we do not suppress the rebellion," answered Chase, "when it reaches $3,000,000,000 we shall have to give it up." Soon after, Fessenden entered upon the duties of the Treasury Department. He wrote to his friend Senator Grimes, "Things must be taken as I find them, and they are quite bad enough to appall any but a man as desperate as I am." Weed placed the situation plainly before an English friend. "We are beset by dangers," he wrote, "foremost of which is the presidential canvass. Regiments are returning home, worn, weary, maimed, and depleted. Our cities and villages swarm with skulking, demoralized soldiers." "You, my dear old friend," the Englishman replied, "ought to settle your affairs before the crash comes. It may be that your government will be reunited for a time, but it cannot last after this era of tremendous passion. I should really like to go to the United States, if only to see your Lincoln. But will he soon be in Fort Lafayette, or here in exile? If this country gets ultimately through," wrote Francis Lieber in a private letter, "safe and hale, no matter how with many scars, a great civil war with a presidential election in the very midst of it, while the enemy has to stand no such calamity, I shall set it down as the most wonderful miracle in the whole history of events." The memory of the New York draft riot of 1863, which had lasted 4 days, was in every mind, and there were now apprehensions of forcible resistance to the draft in New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. The different authorities in these states called upon the general government for troops to enforce the laws. But Grant sorely needed reinforcements to fill his shattered ranks. To comply with the military exigencies, and at the same time content the governors of the states, was indeed a difficult problem. The President and Secretary of War were obliged to work through the federal system, the disadvantages of which for carrying on a war were largely overcome by the sympathetic cooperation of most of the governors, who with few exceptions belonged to the same party as the President. Many of them were men of ability and knew the local wants and capabilities. Conspicuous, as one gathers from the official records, were Morton of Indiana, Andrew of Massachusetts, Curtin of Pennsylvania, Todd and Brough successively of Ohio. At the same time, patience and discretion were needed in handling affairs so that the dignity of these and of the other northern governors should not be offended. They were all patriotic, desiring to assist the general government to the extent of their power, but each had his local pride and was zealous in looking after the interests of his own state. They were diligent in their communications to the War Department, reckoning closely the number of men they ought to furnish, and frequently claiming that their quotas were filled, or that troops in excess had been contributed on one call which should be allowed on another. The state arithmeticians, in their eagerness to have credit for every possible man, were so adroit at computation that at one time, as Lincoln stated it, the aggregate of the credits due to all the states exceeded very considerably the number of men called for. This vexation was of a most trying nature, since a vital condition of the President's success in the war was that he should have the active and zealous support of these governors. When he told the committee of the Rhode Island legislature that men and not an adjustment of balances was the object of the call for troops, he answered with his clear logic the reclamations that poured in upon Stanton and the provost marshal general. Nevertheless, he did not urge it to triumph in the argument, but to persuade the committee and the country that he must have men. However, be the necessity never so dire, he purposed proceeding with the utmost fairness. The governors were forward in making suggestions, and most of them felt that something should be done differently. Maryland, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois were in constant danger of invasion. Threatened raids from Canada and other British provinces kept the authorities of New York, Vermont, and Maine in a state of alarm. All these and similar troubles were brought to the War Department with requests for succor and protection. The patience of Stanton when he replied to the claims and grievances of the governors exhibits another side of this man who was often irascible to an extraordinary degree. But it was the patience of a determined man who gave the cue to his department, with the result that during the last 2 years of the war, the commissary and quartermaster's departments were admirably managed, and the transportation of troops and supplies well carried out. After Lincoln, it was Stanton more than any other who smoothed the way for the governors to carry out their predilection for energetically upholding the national administration, by helping the Secretary of War in various matters of detail which came within their sphere. The Stanton of tradition is a stern man, standing at a high desk, busy and careworn, grumbling, fuming and swearing, approached by every subordinate with fear, by every officer except the highest with anxiety, by the delinquent with trepidation. The Stanton of the official records is a patient, tactful, unobtrusive man, who, bearing a heavy responsibility, disposes of business promptly, who takes a firm grasp of many and various facts and conditions, and adapts himself to circumstances, keeping always in view the great result to be achieved. No one accustomed to affairs can go through the correspondence of the summer of 1864 without arriving at a high opinion of Stanton's executive ability. He was patient and considerate with those to whom patience and consideration were due, but when he believed himself in the right he was unyielding and resolute. He was wise in his conduct of affairs, but it is a wonder that on top of the trials of 3 years he and Lincoln were not crushed by the disappointments and cares which fell to their lot from May to September, 1864. The burden of the war told perceptibly on Lincoln. His boisterous laughter, wrote John Hay, became less frequent year by year. The eye grew veiled by constant meditation on momentous subjects. The air of reserve and detachment from his surroundings increased. He aged with great rapidity. The change in Lincoln is shown in 2 life masks, one made in 1860, the other in the spring of 1865. The face of 1860 belongs to a strong, healthy man, is full of life, of energy, of vivid aspiration. The other, continued Hay, is so sad and peaceful in its infinite repose that St. Gaudens insisted when he first saw it that it was a death mask. The lines are set as if the living face like the copy had been in bronze. The nose is thin and lengthened by the emaciation of the cheeks. The mouth is fixed like that of an archaic statue. A look as of one on whom sorrow and care had done their worst without victory is on all the features. The whole expression is of unspeakable sadness and all-sufficing strength. We of the North maintain that after Sumter was fired upon, the war was unavoidable and just, but the summer of 1864 carries this lesson. Given our system of government, with its division of powers between the nation and the States, and its partition of authority at Washington; given our frequent elections; given the independence and individuality of our people, it is clear that we are but poorly equipped for making war. The genius of the American Commonwealth lies in peace. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12, Part 1. Conditions in the Southern Confederacy were novel in that the community was cut off by the blockade from any extensive intercourse with the outer world. As the North was the stronger naval power, the blockade was clearly obvious, and was proclaimed by the President 1 week after the firing on Sumter. Although at first not thorough, it gradually increased in efficiency and proved one of the important agencies in deciding the war. But Lincoln and Grant saw plainly that peace could not be had until the Southern armies had been fought to a finish of destruction or surrender. To this end, the patient work of the Navy in blockading the Southern ports was a grateful and necessary aid to Grant and Sherman in their decisive operations. But the blockade of itself might have been maintained even unto the crack of doom if Lee's and Johnston's armies remained intact, living in a fertile country cultivated by a mass of negro non-combatants, clothed from an excess supply of cotton and a limited supply of wool. The relation between our army and navy during the Civil War was the same as between the British army and navy in 1914, when the English fleet had effectually blockaded the German ports and kept the German fleet in a safe harbor. Said the London Times, "The navy is our shield, the army our sword." The blockade was a source of acute discomfort to the Southern people, cutting them off from most luxuries and many necessaries. Salt, coffee, tea, soap, candles, matches, glue, advanced enormously in price and were extremely scarce. The blockade taught lessons of economy, causing highly bred young women of Charleston to dress in homespun, and Richmond gentlemen to wear last year's clothes. Brooms, chairs, baskets, brushes, pails, tubs, kegs, slate pencils, and knitting needles were scarce. Ink began to be made in the home by a crude process. In the news columns of the Charleston Courier, it was announced that a man in Caswell County, North Carolina, was manufacturing writing ink, which he would furnish in any quantity to those who would provide their own bottles. A Richmond apothecary advertised that he could not fill prescriptions unless persons requiring medicines should bring their own phials. But many common medicines were hard to get. The medical purveyor at Richmond appealed to the ladies of Virginia to cultivate the poppy so that opium might be had for the sick and wounded of the army. Various things were popularly suggested to take the place of quinine and other medicines. The Surgeon General sent out officially a formula for a compound tincture of dried dogwood, poplar and willow bark, and whiskey, to be issued as a tonic and febrifuge and substitute as far as practicable for quinine. Quinine and morphia were articles greatly desired in the trade with the North. All possible means were used to obtain these and other drugs, and a large amount of smuggling was at one time carried on from Cincinnati by men and women devoted to the Confederate cause. In October 1862, when General Sherman was in command at Memphis, an imposing funeral headed by a handsome city hearse, with pall and plumes, was allowed by the guards to pass through the Union lines. The coffin which was borne by the hearse contained a lot of well-selected medicines for the Confederate army. A large doll filled with quinine was brought through the lines in a trunk from New Orleans. When it was scrutinized, the owner declared with tears in her eyes that the doll was for a poor crippled girl. This ruse was likewise successful in passing it through without the discovery of its precious burden. No deprivation was felt so keenly as the lack of tea and coffee. "Tea is beyond the reach of all save the most opulent," said the Charleston Courier in April, 1862. "I have not tasted coffee or tea for more than a year," is an entry of Jones on February 4, 1864. Rich people even abstained from the use of tea in order that the small supply should be saved for those who were ill. The hospitals procured coffee for a while, but on December 2, 1863, the Surgeon General ordered its discontinuance as an article of diet for the sick. "In consequence of the very limited supply," he added, "it is essential that it be used solely for its medicinal effect as a stimulant." People resorted to all kinds of substitutes. Parched rye, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, chestnuts, peanuts, chicory and cottonseed took the place of the Arabian berry, but all agreed that there was nothing coffee but coffee. For tea, a decoction of dried currant, blackberry and sage leaves, of sassafras root or blossoms was drunk, and some tried to make themselves believe that the substitute was as good as China tea. Fremantle, during his travels through the South, tasted no tea from April 6 to June 17, 1863, when some uncommonly good was offered him at President Davis's house. In 1862 may be noted a scarcity of salt and anxiety as to a future supply, especially for the army, as salt meat was a large part of the army ration. The governor of Mississippi wrote to Davis that "the destitution of salt is alarming," and the governor of Alabama, in a letter to the Secretary of War, said, "The salt famine in our land is most lamentable. The earthen floors of smoke houses, saturated by the dripping of bacon, were dug up and boiled, that no salty material be left unused. Sea water was to a large extent utilized to provide for the deficiency, but a more valuable source of supply was the saline springs of southwestern Virginia. The Commonwealth of Virginia embarked on the manufacture of salt, and made regulations for its distribution to the public. Other states followed her example, so that the salt famine was to some extent mitigated. Another serious hardship arose from the scarcity of paper. Many of the newspapers were gradually reduced in size, and were finally printed on half sheets. Sometimes one sheet would be brown, another wall paper. Even the white paper was frequently coarse; and this, together with the inferior type, made the news sheet itself a daily record of the waning material fortunes of the Confederacy. The Richmond Examiner said that the editorials of the journals were written on brown paper, waste paper, backs of old letters and rejected essays, unpaid bills, bits of foolscap torn from the copy books of youth and the ledgers of the business men. An Alabama editor used a shingle; when one editorial was set up, he would wipe it out and write another. Another editor employed in a similar way his schoolboy slate. An advertisement in the Charleston Courier ran that no more orders for Miller's Almanac for 1863 could be filled, unless 40 or 50 reams of printing paper could be purchased. Mrs. McGuire could not get a blank book in which to continue her diary, and was obliged to use wrapping paper for the vivid account of her daily experiences. Mrs. Putnam states that their family and friendly letters were written on paper which they would hardly have used for wrapping paper before the war. Envelopes which had been received were frequently turned inside out and used for the reply. Curry relates that the tax receipts given for the produce of his farm in Alabama were written on brown paper and had a dingy, archaic appearance. Citizens, as a boon to the press and the public, nay, the government itself, were urged to send their accumulated rags to the paper manufacturers. There was danger of an iron famine, and certain other metals were in short supply. Information came to the Charleston arsenal that many patriotic citizens were willing to contribute their lead window weights to the government for war purposes, and the captain of the corps of artillery in charge offered to replace them with iron. The editor of the Charleston Courier offered the lead water pipe in his residence, as a free gift to my beloved and imperiled country. Other similar offers were made, and church bells were proffered that their metal might be melted and cast into cannon. Contemporary writings are full of complaints of lack of bread and meat. Hunger, wrote Professor Gildersleeve, was the dominant note of life in the Confederacy. While this was true of Virginia, which largely had Lee's army to feed and suffered from the devastation of the Northern armies, the rest of the Confederacy was, on the whole, pretty well supplied with food, although there was suffering from the short crop of cereals of 1862 in many states owing to a severe drought. But if the railroads had been in shape to do their proper work of distribution, all parts of the Confederacy would have been well supplied. During this year of 1862, Texas had a large crop of grain, and was able to supply contiguous parts of the Confederacy with grain, beef, and mutton, but next year such commerce would have been stopped by Grant's capture of Vicksburg and possession of the Mississippi River. While Virginia complained of scarcity, Sherman in January 1863 reported abundant supplies in Mississippi. "We found cattle and fat ones feeding quietly," he wrote. "The country everywhere abounds with corn." Grant's cutting loose from his base in May 1863, and living upon the country, is a well-known episode; and during the autumn of 1864, Sherman's army in Georgia reveled in plenty, while Lee's soldiers almost starved in Virginia. The whole difficulty was one of transportation. In 1861 the railroads began to deteriorate, and as the years went on their condition got worse and worse. The wear and tear of a railroad is enormous, and can be counteracted only by constant repair and renewal, which in this case was impossible. In time of peace every article of railroad equipment had been purchased at the North. While freight cars were constructed at the South, every bolt and rod, every wheel and axle, every nail, spike and screw, every sheet of tin, every ounce of solder, every gallon of oil and every pound of paint came from the Northern workshops and factories, as did likewise, for the most part, passenger cars and locomotives. If these last were sometimes made at the South, this concession to local patriotism or convenience cost much in money. At the same time with decay came increased business, one element in which was the transportation of food to great distances for the army and cities. In 1862, a good crop of Indian corn in southern Georgia and Florida, and the poor one elsewhere east of Louisiana required equalization, which the railroads were called upon to effect. They hauled a considerable amount of provisions and other freight, but in 1862 and the succeeding years, were utterly unable to satisfy the demands of the government and the public. In April, 1863, there were 6,300 miles of railroad in the Confederacy, exclusive of those in the hands of the enemy, which was enough considering that they were conveniently located to handle the government traffic and serve the public to some extent, if they could be used to the full. But, owing to the deterioration of the permanent way and lack of equipment, few trains were run, and as compared with Northern practice at the same period, the train load was light. From everywhere came complaints. Cities wanted food which the railroads could not bring. In January, 1864, it was said that Indian corn was selling at $1 and $2 a bushel in southwestern Georgia, and at $12 or $15 in Virginia. Another Richmond authority at the close of that year was sure that everyone would have enough to eat if food could be properly distributed. The possession of the railroads by the Northern armies as they advanced interfered with proper transportation. This is exemplified by a comparison of the railroad guides in 1863 and 1864. Under the head of certain railroads, instead of the timetable, one may read, "The Yankees have possession of a portion of this road at present," or "The entire road is in the hands of the Yankees." These indications were more numerous in 1864 than in 1863. Government work continually encroached on the ordinary business of the railroads, yet this was by no means well done. The public suffered as well as the army. Mails were irregular and long delayed. Newspapers failed to be received, or, when they came to hand, were many days old. The traveler on the railroad encountered difficulties and dangers, of which the 2 railroad guides published at the South gave no inkling. Consulting these, he might have expected in 1863 to make his journey at the rate of from 14 to 18 miles per hour, including stops, and in 1864 at a rate not greatly less. But the indications of the guides were deceptive. The traveler was lucky if his train made a continued progress of from 5 to 8 miles per hour. Trains were always late and connections were missed. Frequent accidents, many of which were fatal, happened because of the unstable condition of the permanent way and equipment. General Joseph E. Johnston, on his way to Richmond to Chattanooga in November, 1862, to take command of the new department assigned to him, was delayed by several railroad accidents. Freemantle gave a good-humored account of his experiences in June, 1863, between Charleston and Richmond. At Florence he was detained by the breakdown of another train, and when his own was at last ready he fought his way into some desperately crowded cars. After being transferred by boat at Wilmington, he had a hot and an oppressive all-day's ride in a dreadfully crowded train. "We changed cars at Weldon," he wrote, "where I had a terrific fight for a seat, but I succeeded, for experience had made me very quick at this sort of business." Traveling as continuously as possible, he was 41 hours from Charleston to Richmond, a journey which is now made in 10. Another Englishman mentions the conventional joke that "a journey from Wilmington to Richmond was almost as dangerous as an engagement with the enemy." According to the official estimate of the capacity and the schedules, 1 or 2 passenger trains ran daily each way on the railroads, but at times the government compelled the suspension of all other service in favor of the transportation of provisions for the army, and of officers and soldiers returning to their commands. In April, 1864, A certain minister was unable to keep his engagement to preach a sermon at the opening session of the Presbyterian anniversary at Augusta, as, by reason of the military necessity, ordinary travel on all railroads between that city and Richmond had been prohibited. Vice President Stevens gave an interesting relation of his attempted journey in May 1864, from his Georgia home to the capital of the Confederacy, when he traveled northward from Charlotte in a passenger car attached to a train loaded with bacon for the army. On one dark and rainy night he ascertained that there was a train 5 minutes behind his, and that the only precaution taken against a rear-end collision was the placing of a lamp on the rear platform of his car. The locomotive steamed slowly up the grades, but dashed furiously downhill. While going up a steep grade, the cars broke loose from the locomotive and ran down the grade at increasing speed for 2 miles until, having reached the foot of one hill, they began to ascend the other and finally came to a stop just in time to avoid colliding with the train behind. After a while the locomotive came back and Stevens proceeded on his journey. Stopped at Danville by a fatal accident ahead of him, and learning that the railroad had been cut by the enemy between Danville and Richmond, he believed that it would be almost impossible to reach the capital and therefore decided to return home. Suffering unaccountable delays, he traveled a part of the way on a train bearing a large number of "Yankee prisoners" and wounded Confederates from the battles of the Wilderness. He had one seat reserved for him in the single passenger car. The rest of the train was made up of box cars, which the Yankees filled inside and out, they being given the preference in dispatch to the Confederates, who in their wrath swore that "the Yankees ought to be killed." But instead of that they were cared more for than the men who had been wounded in defending their country. In September 1864, Thomas Dabney wrote from Macon that in Middle Georgia the railroads were in the hands of the government, and all private travel was excluded except on freight trains. As a special favor, Governor Brown's wife was given passage in an express car, a closed box. Dabney himself, desiring to take his family, servants, and furniture from Macon to Jackson, Mississippi, chartered 2 box cars for several $1,000s, and they traveled thither on freight trains, stopping at night and not infrequently a whole day, consuming 2 weeks on a journey which, with close connections, could now be made in less than 20 hours. For this defective transportation, from which the government and public suffered, all sorts of remedies were suggested by government officials and railroad presidents and superintendents, but most of them involved a development of manufacturing industries or an extension of commerce which was impossible. Lack of iron was the serious difficulty. If an adequate supply of this metal had been available, the railroads could have been kept in repair. How scarce it was is implied in the request that the government impress the rails of an unprofitable railroad and give them to another company for the extension of its line. Indeed, such an expedient was afterwards resorted to. Army officers likewise frequently impressed cars and locomotives and ordered the rolling stock from one road to another without providing for its return. But on the other hand, the government made appropriations of money for the completion of certain lines of railroads. A study of conditions in the South cannot fail to emphasize the dependence of modern civilization on iron. It will also cause surprise that practically nothing had been done to utilize the rich deposits of iron ore and the abundance of coking coal in many of the Southern states. Everywhere is one struck with a painful scarcity of iron. In a paper read before a railroad conference in Richmond, it was suggested that the government make a public appeal for all the cast and wrought iron scrap on the farms, in the yards and houses of citizens of the Confederacy, and that it establish a system for the collection from the country, cities, towns, and villages, of broken or worn-out plows, plow points, hoes, spades, axes, broken stoves, household and kitchen utensils, with promise of adequate compensation. The rails of the street railroad in Richmond were taken up to be made into armor for a gunboat. The planters of Alabama in those very regions where iron ore in abundance existed underground could not get iron enough to make and repair their agricultural implements. The Charleston Courier complained that a sword could not be made in the Confederacy. A remark of a Union officer after the capture of Vicksburg offended the Confederate who reports it, yet it contains a pertinent criticism of a one-sided material development. The officer, noting on the iron stairway of the Vicksburg courthouse the name of a Cincinnati manufacturer molded on it, exclaimed, "Confound the impudence of the people who thought they could whip the United States, when they couldn't even make their own staircases." The war demand stimulated the manufacture of iron in the Confederacy. But a comparison of the iron industry at the South with that at the North under the same stimulus shows rude and early methods contrasted with a practice which, though wasteful and untechnical beside the European, did nevertheless meet the exigency of the moment, and become the parent of the preeminently scientific and practical processes of the present day. The iron blast furnaces at the South were small and of antiquated construction. The fuel used was charcoal, no attempt having been made apparently to smelt the ores with coke or raw coal. In the oldest iron region, Virginia, the constant cutting of timber for a series of years had made it alarmingly scarce. Ore existed in pockets which were soon worked out, and many furnaces had but a precarious supply of it which was hauled to them for miles in wagons, in one case as far as 10 miles. If ore was plenty, fuel was likely to be scarce, or else the converse was the case. Even if both were at hand in sufficient quantity to make 10 tons daily, which was considered a large product, it was impossible to feed the hands necessarily employed, who must depend on the immediate neighborhood for supplies of bread and meat, since transportation of these from a distance was out of the question. In Alabama the industry made a better showing. It was a new region. Fuel and ore were abundant, and food could be had. Of the large and improved furnaces, one owned by the government made an average of 13 tons daily for a month. Georgia and Tennessee were the other iron manufacturing states, and in all of them the work was obstructed by the steady progress of the Union armies in the occupation of Southern territory. Within the year ending October 1, 1864, 10 iron furnaces in Virginia, all but 3 in Tennessee, all in Georgia, and 4 in Alabama had been burned by the enemy, or abandoned because of his inroads. Yet in a report of November 20, 1864, it was stated that 18 furnaces were in blast in Virginia, although their work was very irregular. In return for certain privileges and assistance, the government took 1/2 of the production of iron at a little above cost, and had for the remaining half the preference over other purchasers. The amount of iron reported as received by the Niter and Mining Bureau is surprisingly small, and the figures cannot adequately measure the production, which nevertheless, by a liberal estimate, must have been insignificant as compared with that of the North. Despite the unfavorable conditions under which they labored, the Confederates did not lack munitions of war. Through home manufacture and imports by blockade runners, they always had a sufficient supply of small arms and ordnance. The small arms came chiefly from abroad. The field, siege, and seacoast artillery were produced mainly in the arsenals and workshops of the Confederacy. Their rifles were equal in efficiency to those used by the Union soldiers, and breech-loading carbines were made in Richmond for the cavalry. During the last 2 years of the war, the Northern artillery may have been superior to the Southern. In 1861 and 1862, the Confederates captured many arms from their enemy, but in 1863 the conditions were reversed, and they lost at Gettysburg, Vicksburg, and Port Hudson 75,000 stand of small arms, and in addition a considerable amount of ordnance. England and France desired the cotton and tobacco which glutted the Southern markets, whilst the South needed the arms, munitions of war, and iron which England could furnish in abundance. This desirable exchange was prevented by the blockade. Hence it became necessary to resort to blockade running, an enterprise which attracted capital by reason of its enormous profits when successful. This trade in 1861 was of an improvised character, and was carried on by Southern coasting steamers whose regular business was gone, and by small craft which, though slow, had little difficulty at first in evading the blockade and reaching some nearby neutral port. Vessels laden with arms, munitions of war, and merchandise cleared from Great Britain for some port in the West Indies, but their true destination was the Southern Confederacy, and when their voyage was successful they brought back cargoes of the Southern staples. As adventurous business men in England and in the Confederacy became accustomed to the state of war, and had constantly before their eyes the high price and scarcity of cotton in England, and the low price and plenty in the Confederacy, with certain necessaries of war and articles of comfort in the reverse order, they discerned in these conditions a rare opportunity for profitable trade. Meanwhile the blockade was becoming steadily more stringent, and the business of evading it grew from the haphazard methods of its earlier days into a regular system. Arms, munitions of war, blankets, army cloth, shoes, tea, soap, letter paper and envelopes, fine fabrics of cotton, linen, wool, and silk, cases and barrels of medicines, liquors, wines, and other merchandise were shipped from England to Bermuda, Nassau, or Havana, and there transferred to blockade runners, which made their way to Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah, Mobile, or Galveston. If these ports were soon reached, a quick and lucrative market was found for the cargo, and a return load of cotton, or occasionally tobacco or turpentine, was brought to Nassau, Bermuda, or Havana, and there transshipped to the vessel which carried them to England. The blockade runners were now specially constructed for their trade, and a typical one of 1863-1864 was a low, long, narrow, swift, side-wheel steamer, with light draft and a capacity of 400 to 600 tons. The hull was painted a dull gray or lead color, which rendered the vessel invisible, unless at short range, even in daylight. In order to avoid smoke, Pennsylvania anthracite was used when it could be had, otherwise Welsh semi-bituminous coal. Nassau was the most important neutral, and Charleston and Wilmington the most important Confederate ports in this trade. The blockade runner left Nassau at an hour that would bring her off Charleston or Wilmington at night, and the running of the blockade was rarely attempted unless there was no moon. When near the blockading squadron, all lights were put out, the engine room hatchways and binnacle were covered with tarpaulin, and the steamer made her way forward in utter darkness. No noise was permitted. Necessary orders and reports of soundings were given in muffled voices. Steam was blown off under water. Often the blockade runners escaped without being seen. Sometimes they were chased, but escaped. Sometimes the pursuit was so hard that they ran ashore or were captured. It was a keenly contested game between these and the blockaders, only to be played by those loving the sea. The tales of the blockade runners are highly interesting, full as they are of the spice of adventure. Battling with the sea in overloaded craft specially constructed to avoid other danger, feeling their way through the blockading squadron, now painfully making their port without regularly set lights, now detected, pursued, and resorting to all manner of tricks to elude the pursuers. Loving fog, darkness, and mystery, they were cool, fearless, nervy men, and their stories are highly romantic. Less thrilling the tale of the blockader. The blockade runner chose his own time and had the excitement of the attempt, but the blockader must be ever vigilant throughout long periods of inaction. After days and nights of anxious watching, the emergency lasting brief minutes might come when least expected. The great extent of coast, much of it having a double line with numerous inlets, and the necessity for the blockading ships to ride out the gales at anchor, close to a hostile shore, made of this blockade an operation that for difficulty was probably without precedent. It was certainly the first time that the evaders of a blockade had the powerful help of steam. The eager desire to obtain cotton was another factor operating to the advantage of the blockade runners, as was likewise the proximity of friendly neutral ports. The effective work of the United States Navy is measured by the number of captures and by the increasing difficulty of evading the blockade. Gradually, port after port was practically closed until none were left but Charleston and Wilmington. Wilmington, owing to the peculiar configuration and character of the coast, and the large island at the entrance of Cape Fear River, was the most difficult port of all to blockade, and in 1863 and 1864 its trade with Nassau and Bermuda was large. On June 16, 1863, Fremantle, passing through Wilmington, counted 8 large steamers, all handsome leaden-colored vessels, which ply their trade with the greatest regularity. Blockade running to and from port continued until the taking of Fort Fisher in January 1865, but the risk of capture during the last 6 months of activity was great. Charleston remained open until Sherman's northward march compelled its evacuation, but for a long while before this only the best constructed steamers could run the blockade, and the success even of these was rare. The work of the United States Navy in the blockade was an affair of long patience unrelieved by the prospect of brilliant exploits. Lacking the stimulus of open battle, it required discipline and character only the more. But the reward to the country was great, for the blockade played an important part in the final outcome of the war. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12, Part 2. The cotton crops were made by the negro slaves, and one of the strange things in this eventful history is the peaceful labor of 3½ million negro slaves, whose presence in the South was the cause of the war and whose freedom was fought for after September 1862 by the Northern soldiers. The evidence warrants the oft-repeated statement that the blacks made no move to rise. 1,000 torches, Henry Grady declared, would have disbanded the Southern army, but there was not one. Instead of rising, they remained patiently submissive and faithful to their owners. It was their labor that produced food for the soldiers fighting to keep them in slavery, and without them the cotton could not have been grown, which brought supplies from Europe and the North. "Our great strength," declared a Confederate Army staff officer, "consists in our system of slave labor because it makes our 8,000,000 productive of fighting material equal to the 20,000,000 of the North." One owner or overseer to every 20 slaves was exempt from military service in order to secure the proper police of the country; but a study of the conditions indicates that these were needed not as a restraining influence, but for the purposes of intelligent direction. As a matter of fact, the able-bodied negroes remained on the plantation of the sparsely settled country of the Confederacy, while, with few exceptions, the white people in the neighborhood were old or diseased men, women, and children. Here is a remarkable picture, and one that discovers virtues in the Southern negroes and merit in the civilization under which they had been trained. The slaves came to know of Lincoln's proclamation of emancipation, and had a vague idea that the success of the Northern arms would set them free. As the Union armies penetrated into the country, negroes in great number, who had fanciful ideas of what freedom meant, followed them, often to the manifest inconvenience of the commanders. The slaves were friendly to the Union soldiers whom they encountered. They fed any who escaped from Southern prisons, and, by handing them on from one to another, guided them to the Federal lines. At the same time they would conceal the valuables of their mistresses, lest they should be stolen by the camp followers and stragglers of the Union army, showing some craft in keeping the hiding places secret. Thus they maintained a divided allegiance. Many Confederate officers were saved from death or capture by the care and devotion of their body servants, while other negroes served as guides to Union generals when important offensive movements were on foot. The South came to conscription sooner than the North. An act of April 16, 1862, prompted by the Southern reverses, chief of which was the capture of Fort Donelson, placed in the military service all white men between the ages of 18 and 35. An act of September 27th of the same year extended the conscription to all white men between 35 and 45; but at first only those of 40 or under were enrolled, but directly after Gettysburg and Vicksburg, President Davis ordered that all between 40 and 45 should be included in the enrollment. On February 17, 1864, the Confederate Congress passed an act requiring that all white men between 17 and 50 should be in the military service. "They have robbed the cradle and the grave," said Grant. As men became weary of the war, desertion was more common. Compulsory service was disliked and evaded by many whenever possible. Homesickness and the wretched fare in the army were prolific causes of this abandonment of duty. Gettysburg and Vicksburg were potent arguments with the Southern people. "Dear Seddon," wrote a friend from Mobile, "we are without doubt gone up." Soldiers deserted by the hundreds, even whole regiments left at a time. Deserters almost always carried their muskets, and when halted and asked for their authority to be absent from the army, would pat their guns and say defiantly, "This is my furlough." In the mountain fastnesses of South Carolina, bold and defiant deserters were banded together. With traveling and threshing machines they worked their farms in common, and congregated at still yards and houses, where they distilled quantities of liquor and swore vengeance on any one who should attempt their arrest. Summing up the mass of evidence which came to the War Department, Judge Campbell wrote: "The condition of things in the mountain districts of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama, menaces the existence of the Confederacy as fatally as either of the armies of the United States." The much rarer references to desertion in the official papers of 1864, the somewhat satisfied tone of Seddon's report of April 28th of that year, the full ranks of Lee's and Johnston's armies, and their heroic resistance, are evidence that, through the influence of public sentiment and the persistently rigorous measures of the government, the evil of desertion had by that time been greatly mitigated. The military operations of the autumn of 1864, however, resulted in disaster to the Confederates, whilst Lincoln's reelection amounted to a notification that there would be no cessation of the vigorous onward movement of the Northern armies. A weighty recommendation that conscription be given up, and volunteering resorted to again to recruit the army, and the fact that there were 100,000 deserters, are not reasons for condemning the Confederate policy of conscription, but they are among the many indications that the Southern cause was lost. The Confederacy was practically supported, insofar as its strictly defined financial operations were concerned, by the issue of paper money and from the proceeds of bonds which were paid for in the paper currency. In this medium the holders of the bonds received their interest. Owing to the stringency of the blockade, the revenue derived from the export duty on cotton and from duties on imports was inconsiderable. No large amount of money was raised by internal taxation. An attempt to maintain specie payments would have been futile. $27 million is an outside estimate of the receipts in specie of the Confederate government during its life of 4 years. Before the end of 1863, $700 million of Treasury notes were in circulation, and this amount was increased during the next year to $1 billion, but the issues grow so enormously that apparently no exact amount of them was made public. It is even possible that the Treasury Department itself did not know the amount afloat. But this was not the extent of the inflation of the currency. The different states issued state treasury notes. The banks expanded their circulation. Richmond, Charleston, and other cities put out municipal treasury bills. Railroad, turnpike, and insurance companies, factories, and savings banks added to the mass paper of money. A large part of this municipal and corporation paper was issued in denominations below $1 to supply the need for small change caused by the disappearance of fractional silver. In North Carolina, 10-penny nails passed current at 5 cents apiece. At times, postage stamps circulated. Tobacconists, grocers, barkeepers, and milk dealers put out shin plasters. In 1862, the Confederate government began the issue of $1 and $2 bills and of fractional amounts under $1. It was a carnival of fiat money. Early in 1864, it was conceded that something must be done to contract the currency. The financial history of the American Revolution and the French Revolution repeated itself on February 17th of that year, in a measure of virtual repudiation. This was a provision for the compulsory funding of the notes into 4% bonds. If the bonds were not taken, all notes of the denominations under $100 might be exchanged for new ones in the ratio of $3 of old money for $2 of the new. If neither exchange was made, the old notes were to be taxed out of existence. This was really a confession of bankruptcy by the Confederate Congress and the President. The financial situation was hopeless unless independence could be won. The people of the South recognized the superior resources of the North by accepting readily in trade United States greenbacks. They were quoted in Richmond and might be seen in the brokers' offices. Another symptom of the debasement of the Confederate currency was the resort to barter. Manufacturers and merchants advertised in the newspapers, offering their goods in exchange for farm and other products. To obtain supplies for the army, wrote Seddon to Lee on March 29, 1864, "We must not recur to the most expensive and mischievous of all modes, the issue of a redundant currency. I expect to introduce and to rely upon to a considerable extent a system of barter." Accompanying the redundant currency were apparent high prices. Contemporary and later writings are full of the subject, and indicate the impression made on people's minds by the advance of daily comforts and conveniences. Mrs. Jefferson Davis, drawing from her own domestic experiences and from private diaries, has presented many of the facts in an interesting manner. In July, 1862, when gold was worth $1.50, beef and mutton sold in Richmond for 37½ cents a pound, potatoes $6 a bushel, tea $5 a pound, and boots $25 per pair. In the early part of 1864, when $1 in gold brought $22 in Confederate money, she reports the price of a turkey as $60, flour $300 per barrel, and in July of that year shoes $150 per pair. Gold increased steadily in value, and most articles of consumption followed until the extravagant prices were reached which prevailed in the last days of the Confederacy. That money was cheap rather than articles of food dear is signified by the experiences of 2 Englishmen. Lieutenant Colonel Freemantle was in Charleston during June, 1863, and wrote that the fare was good at the Charleston Hotel, the charge being $8 a day, which was equivalent to but little over $1 in gold. A compatriot sojourning at the best hotel in Richmond in January, 1864, remarked that he had never lived so cheaply in any country. It is true that he paid $20 per day, but that was equal to only 3 shillings of his own money. The great concern of the Confederate government was to feed the army, and when its financial system broke down, it resorted to the tax of 1/10 in kind of agricultural products, and collected this tax by the impressment of food, 1863. The impossibility of supplying the army by purchase alone being now clearly recognized, the Act of Impressment inaugurated a far-reaching system of taking private property for public use, and authorized substantially within certain limits any officer of the army to seize any property anywhere in the Confederacy, in order to accumulate supplies, or for the good of the service. The outcry against the operation of this law was bitter, widely extended, and prolonged. And the evils of impressment were thoroughly appreciated by the War Department. Some attempt, which was probably futile, was made to correct the abuses. Its operation was conceded to be harsh, unequal, and odious, but inexorable necessity had led to the adoption of the policy and would require its continuance. High taxation, loans, and the purchase of food at the market price was suggested as a policy in lieu of impressment. All had become impracticable. In 1863, the currency in which the taxes were received was redundant and steadily depreciating. In 1864 it was scarce, but worth still less than in 1863. All sorts of bond issues were tried, and as large an amount of loans was floated as the market would take. That the amount of bonds was smaller in proportion to the amount of Treasury notes than one would expect was not due to financial mismanagement, but to the paucity of savings available at the South for such a permanent investment. The surplus capital, as is well known, had been constantly laid out in land and negroes. By January 1, 1863, it became apparent that primitive methods must supplant the modern mechanism of business operations. The South had practically no specie, or in other words, no basis for a modern fiscal system, consisting of a redeemable currency and bonds. She had no credit. At the outbreak of the war she was in debt to the North and to Europe. With the closing of her ports by the blockade, her chance of getting any credits in the marts of the world was gone. One has only to look over many schedules of goods that went out and came in by the blockade runners to understand how insignificant was the exchange of commodities through this precarious commerce. The blockade running and the trade with the North brought in articles of prime necessity for carrying on the war, and all the cotton which went out was absorbed in these indispensable transactions. There was not enough of it to establish credits or bring in specie. The resort then to the tithe and to impressment was unavoidable. The tithe was, under the circumstances, an admirable method of taxation, and though it bore hard on the farmers and was the cause of complaint, the bulk of the testimony is to the effect that it worked well. Like much of the other statecraft, both North and South, it was a policy too tardily adopted because of men's imperfect comprehension of the magnitude and duration of the struggle. It is now easy to see that it should have been imposed on the crop of 1862, which would have tended to make the latter impressment operations less onerous. In 1863 affairs were at a pitch where impressment became imperative. The law was not at fault, but its administration was defective. A consideration of the grievances it gave rise to will show how stringent law was rendered odious through negligence, lack of uniformity, and undue harshness in execution. The sparsely settled region of the South presented grave obstacles to the efficient operation of the plan. The methods which had served this simple agricultural community in time of peace no longer availed. A system of administration by trained officials was needed to handle the enormous amount of business brought on by the war; and in the ingenuity requisite to devise such a system, the South was far inferior to the North. Yet, though the South had no specie, no credits, and no commerce that was not seriously hampered, she had land and laborers, and in utilizing these in a somewhat imperfect fashion, she kept her armies and citizens from starvation and maintained the struggle for 4 years. Richmond was near the seat of war, and after the battles, the wounded were brought to the city in such numbers as to demand unremitting labor to relieve their sufferings. In 1862 there were 35 public and private hospitals in Richmond, and churches were likewise converted into temporary abiding places for those who had been shot in the field. Devotion to the Southern cause beat high in the hearts of their womankind, compelling well-born and fastidious ladies to the care of men wounded in every distressful and revolting manner, and tormented by physical suffering, which from lack of anesthetics and morphine the surgeons were often powerless to relieve. It was the case, we all know. When pain and anguish wring the brow, A ministering angel thou. But old as it is, there is always fresh inspiration in it to those who tell the tale of a cause they have embraced. Confederate writings are full of gratitude to the women. Their works in Richmond were matched everywhere throughout the Confederacy. Heavily as the war bore on Northern women, the distress of Southern women had a wider range. In the Union there were many families who had no near relative in the war. In the Confederacy it was a rare exception when neither husband, father, son, nor brother was in the army. Hardly a household was not in mourning. Moreover, the constant suspense affected a larger number than at the North. In Richmond, where intelligence of battles was received with comparative promptness, the frequent sounding of the tocsin indicating the proximity of danger increased the general disquietude, while those who lived in the country where newspapers were infrequent and mails irregular felt they would have preferred living in the midst of alarms to having their anxious uncertainty thus prolonged. Physical privations are far from alleviating moral distress, and the lack of luxuries and then of necessaries increased the harshness of women's lot in the Confederacy. The tale of poverty in its everyday aspect is familiar to us all, but at the South the contrast between life before the war and afterwards is most unusual and striking. In the domestic establishments plenty had been the rule, even lavishness. Tables groaned under the weight of food. The Southerners had been extravagant in their living and generous in their entertainment. Servants were numerous. Southern ladies who had never taken thought where food came from, who had themselves never stooped to the least physical exertion, were now forced by the advance of the enemy to leave their luxurious homes and take refuge in Richmond. There they might be seen in line before the cheapest shop, awaiting their chance to spend the scant wages of plain sewing, or copying or clerical work in a government office, for a pittance of flour or bacon. No clerkship was given to a woman unless she would aver that she was in want, and in the Treasury Department one vacancy would elicit 100 applications, a number of which came from ladies of gentle birth and former affluence. Other ladies accustomed to luxury did the menial work of the household. Such labor was peculiarly distasteful to the Southern bred woman, yet this and the insufficiency of wholesome food were borne with cheerfulness in the hope of independence and the preservation of their social institutions. It seemed to them that the North had undertaken a crusade against the social fabric under which they and their mothers had been reared, and that the war which caused their sufferings had been forced upon the South, which was now defending her vested rights. The devastation of country, the wanton destruction in cities, the pillage conducted by the more disreputable Northern soldiers exasperated them to a point where they could no longer control their feelings, but gave vent to violent expression of indignation, some of which are recorded in the diaries of the period. "If all the words of hatred in every language," wrote a young Georgia woman, "were lumped together in one huge epithet of detestation, they could not tell how I hate Yankees." Fully as noticeable as at the North was the profound religious sentiment pervading soldiers and people. A preacher spoke of the active piety which prevailed in the army, and Seddon attested a large religious element and much devotional feeling. George Carey Eggleston related that in the last year of the war a revival took place among Lee's soldiers. Prayer meetings were held in every tent. Testaments were in every hand, and a sort of religious ecstasy took possession of the army. In the annals of the Episcopal Church an incident is recorded which serves pleasantly to relieve the general bitterness of the war. The bishops and clergy of the South appealed to their brethren at the North to send down 2,000 or 3,000 prayer books, and a quantity of church tracts for use in the Confederate army. The United States government gave permission for passing these through the lines of the Union army. In concluding this survey, a comparison between South and North with respect to certain prepossessions of the two peoples naturally suggests itself. The Confederate Congress refused a number of times to make their Treasury notes a legal tender, construing the clause of the Constitution, alike in the Confederate and Federal, which related to the subject more strictly than did the United States Congress. In the thorough discussions that took place, it was mainly the constitutional arguments which prevented such legislation, although this was advocated by many men of influence, among them General Lee. In the practical application of the clause of the Constitution, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it, the Confederate government exhibited the greater regard for the liberty of the individual, and the Southern citizen the greater jealousy of the use of arbitrary power. Lincoln from the first assumed the right to suspend the writ by executive decree, a right never claimed by Davis. It was generally conceded at the South that Congress alone possessed this power, and the privilege was available to the citizens of the Confederacy except when curtailed by express statute. And the Confederate Congress asserted its rights boldly enough, declaring in the act of February 15, 1864, that "the power of suspending the privilege of said writ is vested solely in the Congress, which is the exclusive judge of the necessity of such suspension." The war may be said to have lasted 4 years. The periods of suspension of the writ in the Confederacy amounted in the aggregate to 1 year, 5 months, and 2 days, less than one half of the war's duration. In the Union, the writ was suspended or disregarded at any time and in any place where the Executive, or those to whom he delegated this power, deemed such action necessary. For anyone who in any manner or degree took an unfriendly attitude toward the recruitment of the army, for political prisoners, for persons suspected of any disloyal practice, the privilege did not exist. It was suspended for 1 year, 10 months, and 21 days by executive assumption, and for the rest of the period by the authorization of Congress. The provocation for the use of arbitrary power was, all things considered, about equal in the Confederacy and the Union. In the Union, the disloyal secret societies were larger and more dangerous, and the public criticism of the administration more copious and bitter. There was, too, the organized political party which made a focus for the opposition and developed Vallandigham, who had no counterpart at the South. But these considerations are balanced by the circumstance that in the South was the seat of war, which was never, but for brief periods, moved north of Mason and Dixon's line and the Ohio River. "Civil administration is everywhere relaxed," wrote Judge Campbell as early as October, 1862, "and has lost much of its energy, and our entire Confederacy is like a city in a state of siege, cut off from all intercourse with foreign nations, and invaded by a superior force at every assailable point. Where armies stand in opposition, disloyalty may give the enemy aid and comfort so substantial as to decide an impending battle. Far from the front, it is apt to spend itself in bluster, threats, and secret midnight oaths." In the Confederacy there was practically no important place east of the Mississippi River which was not at one time or another invaded or threatened by the invader. The courts, it is true, were open in the South, but owing to the disorganized state of society, the interruption of trade, and the passage of stay laws by the states, they tried few commercial cases, but confined themselves to criminal jurisdiction, and to decisions sustaining the acts of Congress; or on the other hand to issuing writs of habeas corpus in favor of those who desired to escape military service. The press was essentially free at the North, entirely so at the South, where no journals were suppressed as some had been in the Union. As the Southern papers had little news-gathering enterprise and borrowed a large part of their news from the Northern press, they did not offend the Confederate generals as the Union generals were offended by the publication of estimates of the strength of armies or shrewd guesses of projected movements. Sometimes the Richmond journals, upon request of General Lee or of the Secretary of War, refrained from publishing intelligence that might benefit the enemy, but no compulsion was employed. The right of public meeting was fully exercised in both sections, but the gathering for free discussion were much more common at the North. Southerners believed that the Federal government had degenerated into a military despotism. At the same time, the general belief at the North was that the Confederate government was a tyranny which crushed all opposition. The basis for both these beliefs are apparent. Theoretically, liberty seemed sure at the South and at the North, but practically the reverse was true. Few men either in the Union or in the Confederacy had actual need of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus; but all able-bodied men at the South who were not too old were touched by the universal exaction of military service, and all who had property were affected by the impressment of it at an arbitrary price fixed by the government. The Federal government may be called a dictatorship. Congress and the people surrendered certain of their powers and rights to a trusted man. The Confederacy was a grand socialized state in which the government did everything. It levied directly on the produce of the land and fixed prices; it managed the railroads; operated manufacturing establishments; owned merchant vessels and carried on a foreign commerce. It did all this by common consent, and the public desired it to absorb even more activities. Frequent requests to extend the province of the general government, the states, and of the municipalities may be read in the newspapers and in the public and private letters of the time. The operation seemed too large for individual initiative, and the sovereign power of the state came to be invoked. It will always be an interesting question whether the affairs of the Confederacy outside of the military department were ably conducted. In the lower branches of administration they certainly were not. Nor did the Secretary of the Treasury display sufficient capacity to cope with the difficulties which environed him. The post office was badly managed, and it boots little to inquire whether this was due to untoward circumstances or to the Postmaster General's inefficiency. The State and Navy departments seem to have availed themselves of their opportunities. Benjamin's work was not confined to foreign affairs, for he was Davis's intimate friend and confidential adviser. But he was suspected of corruption, and through his cotton speculations was believed to have carried to his credit in England a handsome sum of money. One part of this rumor was unfounded, for, after Benjamin landed in England, he was for some time nearly penniless. And if he made illicit gains, he spent them in the Confederacy. Indeed, he was one of the men who had lived well throughout the war. Davis naturally gave his attention to the War Department, of which the Secretary was said to be merely his chief clerk. If the frequently superfluous controversial letters of the Confederate President and Secretary of War be accepted, a study of the papers of Davis, Seddon, and Judge Campbell will give one a high idea of their executive talents. Indeed, any government might be proud of the ability shown in these documents. A certain class of facts, if considered alone, can make us wonder how it was possible to subjugate the Confederates. And this would certainly have been impossible of accomplishment without great political capacity at the head of the Northern government, and a sturdy support of Lincoln by the Northern people. Lincoln was a man of much greater ability than Davis, yet Davis was a worthy foeman. Davis suffered constantly from ill health, which was so persistent and so noised abroad that men were always conjecturing how the government would be carried on in the event of his death. In December, 1864, it was thought that he was suffering from brain disease and would surely die. His form was spare, his face emaciated, and he looked older than his years. The cares of the Confederacy weighed heavily upon him. But he had a sweet domestic life, and the devotion of a woman of brains and character. Those who like similitudes will recall that Lincoln and Davis each lost a beloved son during the war. Willie, at the age of 12, from an illness. Joseph, a little romping boy, died as the result of a fall from a portico to the brick pavement below. But if Davis had won, he would have been a hard master to be vanquished. "Does anyone imagine," he asked in October, 1864, "that we can conquer the Yankees by retreating before them, or do you not all know that the only way to make spaniels civil is to whip them?" The moral height of Lincoln's second inaugural address was beyond his reach. Perhaps one of the reasons for the success of the North is given in the words of Shakespeare's Henry V. "When levity and cruelty play for a kingdom, the gentler gamester is the soonest winner." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Our story left William T. Sherman in camp at Atlanta during September, 1864. Mentally and bodily in his prime of 44, he had added to an ample book knowledge of his profession 3 years of fruitful experience in the field, whilst his warm friendship with Grant had proved of great advantage to each and to their country. Now his busy brain planned an extraordinary movement, a march to the sea. He proposed to leave Thomas to cope with Hood, while, to use his own words, he should make Georgia howl. But the President felt much solicitude at his leaving Hood in his rear, believing that a misstep might be fatal to his army. Meanwhile, Hood crossed the Tennessee River and invaded Tennessee. This movement made Grant doubt the wisdom of the plan, and he asked Sherman whether he had not better destroy Hood's army before starting southward. But Sherman, anticipating this objection, had already sent a dispatch to Grant allaying his misgivings, and drawing from him the word, "Go as you propose." The march to the sea, the march northward from Savannah, and Thomas's operations in Tennessee are a combination of bold and effective strategy, possible only after the Chattanooga-Atlanta campaign, and a fit sequel to it. 100 persons may have conceived the design of advancing to the ocean, but the genius of the general lay in foreseeing the possible moves of his adversary, in guarding against them, and in his estimate of the physical and moral results of cutting the Confederacy in twain. Wise in precaution, and fully conscious of the difficulties of the venture, Sherman showed the same boldness and tenacity in sticking to his purpose, when others shook their heads, as Grant had shown in his Vicksburg campaign. No general who lacked daring and resolution would have persisted in his determination to advance through Georgia after Hood had crossed the Tennessee River, especially when Grant himself for a while doubted the wisdom of the movement. Sherman was the commander, and even as he knew his men and comprehended the conditions, he knew he could expect no success unless Thomas should defeat Hood. Therein, as the affair turned out, lay the risk. But Sherman knew Thomas through and through. Classmates at West Point, they had ever since been friends and had been drawn closer together by the vicissitudes of the Civil War, despite differences of opinion arising from their diverse temperaments. Sherman had implicit confidence in Thomas, thought that he had furnished him a force sufficient for all emergencies, and that the defense of Tennessee was not left to chance. "If I had Schofield," Thomas telegraphed, "I should feel perfectly safe." Sherman had already detached Schofield's corps from his army and sent it northward with instructions to report to Thomas for orders. On the day that Sherman started for the sea, Thomas sent this word: "I have no fear that Beauregard (Hood) can do us any harm now, and if he attempts to follow you, I will follow him as far as possible. If he does not follow you, I will then thoroughly organize my troops, and I believe I shall have men enough to ruin him, unless he gets out of the way very rapidly." At this time the Union commanders were uncertain whether Hood would follow Sherman or move north toward Nashville. The army that marched to the sea proved unnecessarily large, and 10,000 men more with Schofield would have saved some trial of soul. Yet, as the problem appeared at the time, Sherman must be sufficiently strong to defeat Hood and the scattered forces of uncertain number which would gather to protect Georgia. Moreover, as his ultimate aim was to reinforce our armies in Virginia, he must have troops enough to oppose Lee until Grant should be at his heels. He reckoned that the force left in Tennessee was numerically greater than Hood's. Considering everything that could have been known between November 1st and 12th, it seems clear beyond dispute that he made a fair division of his army between himself and Thomas. Sherman reviewed his decision with deliberation, care, and foresight. Until within 6 days of his start southward, he held himself ready if need were to cooperate with Thomas in the pursuit of Hood, the one moving directly against the Confederates, and the other endeavoring to cut off their retreat, for he admitted that the first object should be the destruction of that army. But as the days wore on, he came to believe that the advantages of the march to the sea outweighed those of any other plan, and he took the irrevocable step. Stopping at Cartersville on November 12th, on his progress southward, he received Thomas's last dispatch, and replied, "All right." A bridge was burned, severing the telegraph wire and all communication with Thomas and his government. As was the case with Julian, who plunged into the recesses of the Martian or Black Forest, so was Sherman's fate for many days unknown to the world. No direct intelligence from him reached the North from November 12th to December 14th. "I will not attempt to send carriers back," he had written to Grant, "but trust to the Richmond papers to keep you well advised." For these 32 days, Lincoln and Grant had no other information of this important movement than what they could glean from the Southern journals. Sherman's imagination was vividly impressed with the strangeness of the situation. 2 hostile armies were marching in opposite directions, each in the full belief that it was achieving a final and conclusive result in the great war. It would be impossible to show an entire consistency in the utterances of this great general. A single aspect of the campaign often claimed his attention to the exclusion of all others, and he was so fertile in thought and fluent in expression that the idea uppermost in his brain was apt to burst forth without regard for what else remained behind. As with almost all men of action, the speculation of today might supersede that of yesterday, only to disappear under that of tomorrow. Yet this did not impair his capacity for making a correct decision, nor his steadfastness in the execution of a plan. Grant, more reticent and not at all expansive, is not chargeable in the same degree with inconsistency in his written words. He lacked imagination and did not worry. A remark of Sherman's provides an acute estimate of their different temperaments. "Grant does not care for what the enemy does out of his sight, but it scares me." While the army was concentrating at Atlanta, the railway station, machine shops, and other buildings of that city which might be useful to the enemy in his military operations were destroyed. The right wing and 1 corps of the left wing having started the day before, Sherman rode out of Atlanta on November 16th with the 14th Corps. He had in all 62,000 able-bodied, experienced soldiers, well armed, well equipped and provided, as far as human foresight could, with all the essentials of life, strength, and vigorous action. One of the bands happening to play "John Brown's Body Lies a-Mouldering in the Grave," the men sang the well-known song, giving to the chorus, "Glory, glory, alleluia, his soul is marching on," a force full of meaning, as their minds reverted to the events which had taken place since that December day in 1859, when he who was now a saint in their calendar had suffered death on the scaffold. When the march to the sea began, the weather was fine, the air bracing, and the movement to the south and east exhilarated the men. Many of the common soldiers called out to their general, "Uncle Billy, I guess Grant is waiting for us at Richmond." There was a devil-may-care feeling pervading officers and men, related Sherman, that made me feel the full load of responsibility. The tale of the march is not one of battle and inch-by-inch progress, as was the campaign from Chattanooga to Atlanta. "As to the lion in our path," wrote Sherman after he had reached Savannah, "we never met him. Officers and men looked upon the march as a picnic, a vast holiday frolic. The burden was on the general in command. He was in the enemy's country. He must show his skill by keeping his large army supplied. When the army set out, it had approximately supplies of bread for 20 days, sugar, coffee, and salt for 40, and about 3 days' forage and grain. It had also a sufficient quantity of ammunition. All this was carried in 2,500 wagons with a team of 6 mules to each. Droves of cattle, enough to ensure fresh meat for more than a month, were part of the commissariat. The ambulances were 600 in number. The artillery had been reduced to 65 guns. Pontoon trains were carried along, as the invading host had many rivers to cross. The right wing was composed of the 15th and 17th Corps, the left of the 14th and 20th. Each corps marched on a separate road. The division of the wagon trains gave each corps about 800 wagons, which occupied on the march 5 miles or more of road. The artillery and wagons with their advance and rear guards had the right of way, the men taking improvised paths at their side. The troops began their daily march at dawn, and pitched their camp soon after noon, having covered ordinarily 10 to 15 miles. Milledgeville, the capital of the state, was reached by the left wing in 7 days. This march through the heart of Georgia so alarmed the Confederates lest either Macon or Augusta, or both, might be attacked, that they divided their forces; and when it finally became clear that Savannah was the point aimed at, they found it impossible for various reasons to concentrate a large number of troops for defense. By December 10th, the enemy was driven within his lines at Savannah, the march of 300 miles was over, and the siege began. The special field order of November 9th said, "The army will forage liberally on the country during the march." As the state was sparsely settled, and the plan of making requisitions on the civil authorities therefore impracticable, this was the only possible mode of supplying the troops. The arrangements for the foraging were made, and carried out with military precision. Each brigade sent out a party of about 50 men on foot, who would return mounted, driving cattle and mules, and hauling wagons or family carriages loaded with fresh mutton, smoked bacon, turkeys, chickens, ducks, cornmeal, jugs of molasses, and sweet potatoes. As the crop was large and had just been gathered and laid by for the winter, and as the region had never before been visited by a hostile army, the land was rich in provisions and forage. While Sherman and his officers sincerely endeavored to have the foraging done in an orderly way, the men were often riotous in seizing food on their own account. "A soldier passed me," so related the general, "with a ham on his musket, a jug of sorghum, molasses, under his arm, and a big piece of honey in his hand, from which he was eating, and catching my eye, he remarked in a low voice to a comrade, 'Forage liberally on the country.'" Sherman reproved the man, as he did others when similar acts of lawlessness fell under his observation, explaining that "foraging must be limited to the regular parties properly detailed." Full of pride in his soldiers, and elated at their manifestations of confidence in him, he had for them after the completion of the march only this mild censure: "A little loose in foraging, they did some things they ought not to have done." A spirit of fun pervaded the army, which exhibited itself in innocent frolics, typical of which was the meeting of some officers in the Hall of Representatives at Milledgeville, where they constituted themselves the legislature of the state of Georgia, elected a speaker, and after a formal debate repealed by a fair vote the ordinance of secession. Destruction was a part of the business of the march, especially as Lee's army drew its supplies of provisions largely from Georgia. "The state of Georgia alone," said Jefferson Davis in a speech at Augusta, "produces food enough not only for her own people and the army within it, but feeds too the army of Virginia." It became of the utmost importance to sever the railroad communication between the Gulf States and Richmond, and to this Sherman gave his personal attention. The bridges and trestles were burned, the masonry of the culverts blown up. In the destruction of the iron rails mechanical skill vied with native ingenuity in doing the most effective work. The chief engineer designed a machine for twisting the rails after heating them in the fires by burning the ties. This was used by Michigan and Missouri engineers. But the infantry, with the mania for destruction which pervaded the army, joined in the work, carrying the rails when they came to a red heat to the nearest trees and twisting them about the trunks, or warping them in some fantastic way so that they were useless except as old iron, and even as such in unmanageable shape for working in a mill. About 265 miles of railroad were thus destroyed. This, in the heart of Jeff Davis's empire, as Sherman called it, effected a damage almost irreparable owing to the scarcity of factories which could make rails for renewals, and to the embargo on imports by the blockade of the southern ports. Stations and machine shops along the lines were burned. Many thousand bales of cotton and a large number of cotton gins and presses were destroyed. At Milledgeville, Sherman reported, "I burned the railroad buildings and the arsenals. The State House and Governor's Mansion I left unharmed." The penitentiary had been burned by the convicts before the arrival of the army. A negro from whom Sherman asked information regarding the operations of the right wing, thus described what he had seen. "First there came along some cavalrymen, and they burned the depot. Then come along some infantrymen, and they tore up the track and burned it. And just before I left they sought fire to the well." In the main, the general forbore destroying private property, but in nearly all his dispatches after he reached the sea, he gloated over the destruction along the line of his march, writing from Savannah, "We have consumed the corn and fodder in the region of country 30 miles on either side of a line from Atlanta to Savannah, as also the sweet potatoes, cattle, hogs, sheep, and poultry, and have carried away more than 10,000 horses and mules, as well as a countless number of their slaves. I estimate the damage done to the state of Georgia and its military resources at $100 million. At least $20 million of which has inured to our advantage, and the remainder is simple waste and destruction. This may seem a hard species of warfare, but it brings the sad realities of war home to those who have been directly or indirectly instrumental in involving us in its attendant calamities. Well might be said afterwards, 'War is hell.'" Various orders given from time to time show that there was not only lawless foraging, but that there was an unwarranted burning of buildings. A more serious charge against these men of the Western Army is pillage. Sherman admitted the truth of it, as did likewise General Cox. After the campaign, Sherman heard of jewelry being taken from women, and was of the opinion that these depredations were committed by parties of foragers usually called bummers. Cox dubbed with that name the habitual stragglers to whom he ascribed a large part of the irregular acts. Some of the pilfering was undoubtedly due to the uncontrollable American desire for mementos of places connected with great events. Moreover, while 3½ years of civil war had built up an effective fighting machine, they had caused a relaxation in the rules of orderly conduct among its members, so that it had become to be considered proper to despoil anyone living in the enemy's country. But the commander and his officers sincerely desired to restrain the soldiers within the limits of civilized usage. The lofty personal character of most of the men in high command, and the severity of the punishment threatened for breaches of discipline are evidence of this. Nor should it be overlooked that much of the plundering charged to Sherman's men was actually done by Confederate bands. From my general characterization of the Union officers, one notable exception must be made. Kilpatrick, the commander of the cavalry, was notorious for his immorality and rapacity, and his escapades, winked at by Sherman on account of his military efficiency, were demoralizing to the army at the time, and have since tended to give it a bad name. With no purpose of extenuation, it is pleasant to record some of Sherman's words which should be read in the light of his honesty of soul and truthfulness of statement. "I never heard," he wrote, "of any cases of murder or rape. Sherman's campaign struck slavery a staggering blow. Everywhere the negroes received the Northern soldiers with joy. Near Covington, an old gray-haired negro said to Sherman that he had been looking for the angel of the Lord ever since he was knee-high, and he supposed that the success of the Northern army would bring him freedom. Another, who was spokesman for a large number of fellow slaves, said to an aide-de-camp of the general's, "I's hope the Lord will prosper you Yankees and Mr. Sherman, 'cause I tinks, and we's all tinks, that you's down here in our interests." At Milledgeville the negroes in their ecstasy shouted, "Bress the Lord! Tanks be to Almighty God, the Yanks is come! The day of Jubilee hab arrived!" "Negro men, women, and children joined the column at every mile of our march," reported the commander of the left wing. The desire to realize their freedom at once was keen, and the number would have been far greater had not Sherman discouraged the negroes from following the army, as all but the young and able-bodied who were put to use were a serious drawback, increasing the number of mouths to be fed, and causing constant apprehension lest they should hamper the movement of the troops, in the event that the enemy were encountered in formidable array. But the tidings that President Lincoln had proclaimed them all free was spread far and wide. The moral effect of the march to the sea was very great. "Sherman's campaign has produced bad effect on our people," wrote Jefferson Davis. At first it was popularly supposed at the South that the operation was hazardous, and that the Union army might be checked or even destroyed. The Union force was underrated. The Confederate means of defense were estimated too high, especially as they were so disposed as to be ineffective. The marching columns met with little resistance. The victorious progress of this "modern Attila," as Sherman was called, brought out indications that many people in the South were tired of the war. During the 32 days when the world lost sight of Sherman, the only news of him was from the Richmond newspapers which came through Grant's lines, and from other Southern journals, copious extracts from which were printed in the Northern dailies. The President was apprehensive for his safety; and, if Grant's recollection be correct, there was for a time considerable anxiety among the people at the North who had husbands, sons, or brothers in the invading army. The first word of his security was received in Washington on the evening of December 14th. 4 days later came a dispatch from Sherman himself, saying that he had opened communication with the fleet. On the night of December 20th, the Confederates evacuated Savannah. Sherman took possession of the city and sent his celebrated dispatch to President Lincoln, who received it opportunely on the evening of Christmas Day. "I beg to present you," the general said, "as a Christmas gift, the city of Savannah, with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, and also about 25,000 bales of cotton." When the balance of probabilities seemed to indicate that Hood would invade Tennessee, Sherman, on parting with General J.D. Cox, whom he was sending northward, said, "If there's to be any hard fighting, you will have it to do." This turned out to be the case. Tempted by the division of the Union army, and aiming to distract Sherman's advance into Georgia, Hood, on November 21st, took the offensive and began his movement upon Nashville. His energy and alertness secured for him the advantage of superior numbers over General John M. Schofield, who endeavored to retard the Confederate advance so that Thomas might gain time for a concentration of the Union troops. Aware of his inferiority, Schofield executed a masterly retreat, and through strenuous exertions of officers and men arrived safely at Franklin, where the impetuous Hood forced him to fight with the river at his back. Hood made a desperate frontal attack, and was repulsed with terrible slaughter. General J.D. Cox shared with Schofield the credit for the brilliant victory. The Union troops, under orders from Thomas, marched to Nashville. Hood followed Schofield to Nashville, and sat down before the city with an army now reduced to 26,000, inviting his doom. The reason he gave for continuing his advance northward was stated in his report of December 11th: to force the enemy to take the initiative. Thomas had now at Nashville 49,000 men. Thomas understood the position of affairs, and knew that he should attack Hood. Feeling pretty sure that Hood would not attempt an advance to the Ohio River, or retreat southward, he was making his preparations complete with the aim of striking the Confederates a crushing blow. Meanwhile Grant was growing impatient; the more so as personally he did not like Thomas. The two were unsympathetic, and their view of military movements was diverse. Grant loved Sherman and Sheridan, and was always ready to overlook their shortcomings, but his attitude toward Thomas during these December days was that of an unrelenting fault-finder. Knowing that Hood's defeat was necessary for the success of Sherman's campaign, he could not control his annoyance at the delay. "Attack Hood at once," was his order of December 6th. As no attack was made, he purposed relieving Thomas and placing Schofield in command. But suspending for a space the issuance of an order to this effect, he telegraphed to Thomas on December 11th, "Let there be no further delay." Meanwhile, a storm of sleet had converted the hills about Nashville into slopes of slippery ice, rendering any movement impossible until there should be a thaw. This was reported to Grant, who appeared to see in the intelligence only a further excuse for delay. In his unreasonable mood, he ordered General Logan to proceed to Nashville for the purpose of superseding Thomas in command of the Army of the Cumberland. Then, growing still more anxious, he decided to go thither himself, and had reached Washington on the way when he received word that Thomas had made the attack. Grant had been unjust to Thomas, looking at only one side of his character. While Thomas was deliberate unto slowness, he had the situation well in hand after the Battle of Franklin, and was admirably fitted to cope with an impetuous general like Hood. This Sherman had divined when placing upon him such a weight of responsibility. Moreover, he had the confidence and devotion of his soldiers. In whatever way the circumstances may be regarded, there was no justification for superseding him by Schofield or Logan; and the sequel showed that he was abundantly equal to the demands made upon him. On December 15th, Thomas attacked Hood, and in the course of that day and the next struck him a crushing blow. When in the spring of 1864, Grant took command of all the armies of the United States, the two salient features of his plan were the destruction or capture of Lee's army, and the crushing of the Confederate force in the Southwest. Before the close of the year, one half of the work had been accomplished. Hood's army was disintegrated. Not all, to be sure, of that compact and well-disciplined force of 53,000, with which Johnston had begun to resist Sherman's advance in May, had been killed, wounded, or made prisoners, but through casualties, desertions, and forced furloughs, practically none of it was left as a fighting body. As an army, it is no longer known in the annals of the war, although 2 detachments of it appear to recall to us its wrecked fortunes. 9,000 of these discouraged and partially equipped soldiers turned up under Johnston in North Carolina, and in 1692 went to Mobile. Jefferson Davis had unwittingly helped to bring about the destruction of the Confederate force in the Southwest, by removing Joseph E. Johnston and placing Hood in command. Sherman began the ruin of Hood's army about Atlanta. Schofield gave it a severe blow at Franklin. Thomas completed the work at Nashville. There was good generalship. They were brave, devoted, and energetic officers and men. Of course, Sherman's successful march to the sea would have been a bitter disappointment to the North without Thomas's victory at Nashville. But the two together formed an important part of the grand scheme which broke down the military resistance of the South. The great achievement, the capture of Lee's army, still remained. While the people were rejoicing in the merriest season of the year over the success of Sherman and of Thomas, the President, Grant, and Sherman were evolving the plan which would end the Civil War. The President earnestly desired the adoption of a constitutional amendment abolishing slavery in the United States forever. Such an amendment had passed the Senate at the previous session, but it had failed to secure the requisite 2/3 vote in the House. It was still the same House of Representatives, but the President pointed out that the voice of the people as manifested in the national election was for the amendment, and that the House, which should come into being on March 4, 1865, would certainly pass it. Therefore, as it is certain to go to the States for their action, may we not agree that the sooner the better? He recommended the reconsideration and passage of the amendment. On January 31st, 1865, his ardent wish was gratified. When the Speaker announced that the constitutional majority of 2/3 had voted in the affirmative, there was great enthusiasm. In honor of the immortal and sublime event, the House adjourned. This amendment, which is now known as the 13th, was in due time ratified by 3/4 of the States. To contrast the amendment which Congress intended in March 1861 to have numbered 13, with the existing addition to our organic act, is to comprehend the mighty revolution of 4 years. That of 1861 reads, "No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give to Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any State with the domestic institutions thereof, including that of persons held to labor or service by the laws of said State." That of 1865, which is a part of our Constitution, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction." The South was approaching exhaustion. Sherman's march through Georgia and Hood's defeat at Nashville had bred a feeling of despondency far and wide. Lee called attention to the alarming frequency of desertions from his army, which were due mainly to the insufficiency of food and non-payment of the troops. Even the Confederate paper money was not to be had, although this was fast losing value. $60 of it were needed to buy $1 in gold. Beef sold for $6 a pound, and flour for $1,000 a barrel. The weather was cold and fuel scarce. Jones makes a record of the mercury at 0 and wood selling at $5 a stick. In the midst of this distress came the news that Fort Fisher had fallen. This closed Wilmington, North Carolina, the last open port of the Confederacy. Blockade running was now at an end. The trade with Europe of cotton and tobacco for needed supplies, on which the South had lived and carried on the war, must now cease. As the existence of the Confederacy depended on Lee's army, the most serious feature of a very grave situation was the lack of food for his soldiers. Sherman's march had cut off the supplies from Georgia, but meat and corn could be obtained from Southwest Virginia and the Carolinas. The permanent way, however, of the Richmond and Danville Railroad, on which the transportation of this food depended, had not been kept up. The locomotives, cars, and machinery generally were out of repair, so that the daily wants of the commissariat could hardly be met. Lee reported that the whole country within reach of his army had been swept clear. The commissary general wrote that for several months the Army of Northern Virginia had been living literally from hand to mouth. The overpowering difficulty was the lack of money. In North Carolina, producers refused to sell, as they feared the government would not pay. In a number of Virginia counties along the Potomac, the people, who had formerly held that patriotism required them to take Confederate money and refuse greenbacks, would now sell their cattle and hogs only for United States currency, cotton or gold. In Virginia, generally gold or greenbacks were necessary to obtain horses. The value of the paper currency of a nation is a symptom of the nation's stability, and men had it thus brought home to them in the common operations of life that the financial system of the Confederacy had broken down, while the enemy's money was eagerly sought for within its borders. A natural step in reasoning led to a distrust of the whole Southern enterprise. Traffic across the lines with country under control of the Union forces was an important source of supply for Lee's army. This traffic, which consisted in the exchange of cotton for subsistence stores, was carried on largely by agents of the Confederate government. Despondency and discontent filled the public mind. President Davis was discontented with his Congress, and Congress was equally discontented with him; and many people were dissatisfied with both. The General Assembly of Virginia, by unanimous vote, expressed the opinion that Lee's appointment to the command of all the armies would promote their efficiency, and reanimate the spirit of both soldiers and people. This was communicated deferentially and in confidence to Davis, who, with ready sympathy, replied that he fully agreed with the Assembly. Shortly afterwards he appointed Lee General-in-Chief. It is significant that all men, no matter how they might differ in other respects, turned with one accord to Lee as their savior, if indeed salvation were to be had. His personal influence is illustrated by a circumstance occurring at this time. Heavy rains had destroyed a part of the Richmond and Danville Railroad, which was the main source of supply for his army, so that food could not be transported over it for a number of days. On a suggestion from the War Department, Lee made a personal appeal to the farmers, millers, and other citizens to give him food, and although it was probable that nothing could have been impressed in that section, these men willingly brought in supplies sufficient to tide the army over its difficulty. Far below Lee in the public estimation came Jefferson Davis, yet next to Lee he was the strongest individual influence in this time of distress. The power which he exercised by virtue of his office, together with the fact that his opponents lacked a leader, made it difficult to discern what was public opinion. All yearned for peace, and everybody would have been willing to give the North liberal conditions if she would grant independence to the Confederacy. This view was shared by Davis, who, however, did not fully comprehend the widespread demoralization of the South. His hopefulness gave him strength to rise above illness and a constant debility. He was inflexible, and lacked tact in an eminent degree. Criticism was rife, and various plans were proposed, but, with rare exceptions, men failed to grasp the actual situation. That by superior resources and more efficient management, the North had beaten the South. but it is impossible to tell how many saw the inevitable, that there could be no peace except by reunion and the abolition of slavery, and were willing to submit to these conditions. Thus matters were allowed to drift. The only feasible plan from a military point of view was to confer freedom on all slaves who would take up arms for the Confederacy. During the year 1864 the enlistment of slaves began to be mooted, and on January 11, 1865, this policy received the sanction of General Lee, who proposed immediate freedom to all who should enlist, and at the same time recommended a well-digested plan of gradual and general emancipation. Congress did not act promptly on Lee's recommendation, and if there was any virtue in such a policy, it was now too late to avail anything. The enlistment of the slaves was strongly opposed, and Howell Cobb, who at the commencement of the war owned 1,000 negroes, argued against it with force. "The day you make soldiers of them, the negroes," he wrote, "is the beginning of the end of the Revolution. If slaves will make good soldiers, our whole theory of slavery is wrong." In truth, it might have been asked, if we are voluntarily going to free our slaves, wherefore did we secede and go to war? But in January, 1865, nearly all Southerners, if asked, "What are you fighting for?" would have answered, "For our independence and against subjugation." Through the officious interference of Francis P. Blair, Sr., a conference was brought about between Lincoln and Seward on the one side, and Vice President Stevens, Judge Campbell, and Senator Hunter on the other. Known as the Hampton Roads Conference, it took place on board a United States steamer anchored near Fort Monroe, February 3rd. When personal courtesies had been passed, and Whig memories revived between Lincoln and Stevens, Stevens asked, "Mr. President, is there no way of putting an end to the present trouble?" Lincoln replied in substance that "there is but one way I know of, and that is for those who are resisting the laws of the Union to cease that resistance. The restoration of the Union is a sine qua non with me." Judge Campbell inquired how restoration was to take place supposing that the Confederate States consented to it. Lincoln replied, "By disbanding their armies and permitting the national authorities to resume their functions." Slavery was discussed. The President said that he never would change or modify the terms of the proclamation in the slightest particular, and Seward told the Southerners that the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery had just been passed by Congress. If the Confederate States were to abandon the war, asked Stevens, would they be admitted to representation in Congress? Lincoln replied that he thought that they ought to be, but he could not enter into any stipulation upon the subject. When Stevens pressed the point that there should be some understanding, Lincoln said that he could not treat with parties in arms against the government. Hunter said that "this had been often done, especially by Charles I, when at civil war with the British Parliament." Lincoln replied, "I do not profess to be posted in history. On all such matters I will turn you over to Seward. All I distinctly recollect about the case of Charles I is that he lost his head in the end." After further discussion, Lincoln burst out, "Stevens, if I resided in Georgia with my present sentiments, I'll tell you what I would do if I were in your place. I would go home and get the governor of the state to call the legislature together, and get them to recall all the state troops from the war, elect senators and members to Congress, and ratify this constitutional amendment, the 13th, prospectively, so as to take effect, say, in 5 years. Whatever may have been the views of your people before the war, they must be convinced now that slavery is doomed. It cannot last long in any event, and the best course, it seems to me, for your public men to pursue, would be to adopt such a policy as will avoid as far as possible the evils of immediate emancipation. This would be my course if I were in your place." Hunter summed up the talk, saying that nothing had been offered them but unconditional submission to the mercy of the conquerors. This Seward disclaimed in courteous terms, and Lincoln said that as far as the confiscation acts and other penal acts were concerned, their enforcement was left entirely with him, and on that point he was perfectly willing to be full and explicit, and on his assurance perfect reliance might be placed. He should exercise the power of the executive with the utmost liberality. He went on to say that he would be willing to be taxed to remunerate the Southern people for their slaves. He believed the people of the North were as responsible for slavery as people of the South, and if the war should then cease, with the voluntary abolition of slavery by the States, he should be in favor, individually, of the government paying a fair indemnity for the loss to their owners. He said he believed this feeling had an extensive existence at the North. He knew some who were in favor of an appropriation as high as $400 million for this purpose. But on this subject he said he could give no assurance, enter into no stipulation. He barely expressed his own feelings and views, and what he believed to be the views of others on the subject. In the President's report to the House of Representatives, he said, "The conference ended without result. Two men, Lee and Davis, acting together, could have led the Confederate Congress and the South. Lee's caution, his deference to his superior, and his aversion to assuming a responsibility that was not clearly his, probably prevented him from urging his President to negotiate a peace. But if the memories of private conversation may be believed, he had lost all hope of success. It was Jefferson Davis who in this matter imposed his will on all his subordinates, and it was he more than anybody else who stood in the way of an attempt to secure favorable terms for the South in a reconstruction of the Union. If Davis, Lee, and the Confederate Congress could have made up their minds to sue for peace, the contemporaneous occurrences in Washington reveal the magnanimous spirit in which they would have been met by Abraham Lincoln. 2 days after the Hampton Roads Conference on Sunday evening, February 5th, the President called his cabinet together to consult them in regard to a message he proposed to send, recommending that Congress empower him to pay to the 11 slave states of the Southern Confederacy, then in arms against the Union, and to the 5 Union slave states $400 million as compensation for their slaves, provided that all resistance to the national authority should cease on April 1st next. The cabinet unanimously disapproved this project, and Lincoln, with a deep sigh, said, "You are all opposed to me, and I will not send the message." Such a proposal to the Southern Confederacy, tottering to her fall only 63 days before Lee's surrender to Grant, would have shown magnanimous foresight. Had the Confederates accepted it, there would have been an immediate fraternal union after the Civil War. Had they rejected it, the President and Congress would have made a noble record. The offer, however, was too wise and too generous to be widely approved of men. Lincoln, of all those in authority, had reached a moral height where he must dwell alone and impotent. But when reflecting on the events from 1865 to 1877, men may well wish that the offer had been made. A month later, in the spirit of this Sunday, Lincoln uttered the sublime words of his second inaugural address, the greatest of presidential inaugurals, one of the noblest of state papers. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. Sherman, with an army of 60,000, which was substantially the same as that which he had led from Atlanta to Savannah, started northward from Savannah on February 1st, in the execution of a plan devised by himself, and on March 23rd reached Goldsboro, North Carolina, having covered the 425 miles in 50 days. His progress to the sea had been a frolic, the march northward a long wrestle with the elements. At the outset, the First Division encountered a deluging rain, causing a rise in the Savannah River which burst its dikes, washed over the road, and nearly drowned many of the troops. Waiting until this flood abated, and passing successfully the difficulties occasioned by the high water in the neighborhood of Savannah, the army plunged into the swamps of the Combahee and Edisto, and floundered through the flat quagmires of the river countries of the Pedee and Cape Fear. They crossed 5 large navigable rivers, which the almost continuous rains of the winter had converted into lakes, at times marching through icy water waist deep. One day, as Sherman related the incident, while my men were wading a river which was surrounded for miles by swamps on each side, after they had been in the water for about an hour without much prospect of reaching the other side, one of them cried out to his chum, "Say, Tommy, I'm blowed if I don't believe we've struck this river lengthways." Where the country was not actually under water, there was deep mud. The incessant downpour made roads which were always difficult almost impassable, turned swampy ways into deep quagmires. "It was chaos come again," wrote Cox, but the chaos was bridged for hundreds of miles by this indomitable army. The roads were corduroyed; the streams and rivers were crossed on pontoon and trestle bridges. It would have been a difficult region for an army to march through had the inhabitants been friendly and no enemy near; but under the direction of Wheeler's cavalry, details of negro laborers had felled trees, burned bridges, and made obstructions to impede Sherman's progress. To gain possession of the long causeways through the swamps, it was necessary to outflank the enemy and drive him off. For this and other reasons there were skirmishes nearly every day, yet the army marched at the average daily rate of 10 miles, "Sherman seems to have everything his own way," wrote Lee from Petersburg. "I made up my mind," said Joseph E. Johnston, "that there had been no such army since the days of Julius Caesar." The 2,500 wagons of the army carried a full supply of ammunition and a large number of government rations. The initial food supply was eked out, and systematic foraging upon the country was carried on in the manner which had proved so successful in the campaign from Atlanta to the sea. The march began in South Carolina, continued directly through the center of the state, and was marked by a line of buildings and cotton bales of hire. The soldiers tore up the railroads, applied the torch to their woodwork, twisted the rails and destroyed all water tanks, engines, and machinery. The Confederates set fire to cotton to prevent its falling into the hands of the Union army, and what they spared was burned by the Northern soldiers in the territory which they were merely traversing, and could not hope to occupy permanently. In the high circles of the army a bitter feeling existed against South Carolina as the cause of all the trouble of the past 4 years. "The whole army," Sherman wrote, "is burning with insatiable desire to wreak vengeance upon South Carolina. I almost tremble at her fate, but feel that she deserves all that seems in store for her." With such sentiments at headquarters, it is little wonder that the rank and file thought it legitimate to despoil the enemy and set fire to his houses. Still most of these irregular acts were committed by stragglers. Sherman's orders may probably be justified from the military point of view, but they left loopholes for the mania for destruction; and the necessities of the case and the burden of responsibility resting upon him may have caused him to wink at the havoc wrought by his army. The evidence shows, however, that many of the general officers did their best to stop the depredations of their soldiers, and some punishments were inflicted. From this statement must again be excepted Kilpatrick, whose command suffered no restraint and were forward in destruction and pillage. The most notorious occurrence during this march was the partial destruction by fire of Columbia, the capital of South Carolina; but this was due neither to Sherman nor to Wade Hampton, nor any other Federal or Confederate officer. The occupation of Columbia by Sherman compelled the abandonment of Charleston on February 18th by the Confederates. Efforts were made to collect a force which should be able to resist the Union army, but in view of the steadily advancing host, they seem to have been puny, and at any rate were of no avail. When Davis heard that the evacuation of Charleston was necessary, he wrote, "I had hoped for other and better results, and the disappointment is to me extremely bitter. In Charleston much property was destroyed, but it was the Confederates who, through accident or design, were the agents of destruction. The Federal troops, on entering the city, found public buildings, stores, warehouses, railroad bridges, private dwellings, and cotton afire, but they afterwards wreaked their vengeance on this cradle of secession by robbery and pillage. Probably the majority of Northern people at the time had no other idea of Charleston's distress than that it was abundantly deserved; but the suffering and want in this former abode of wealth and refinement must evoke in us now sympathy with the community on whom the horrors of war were visited. To understand the march through South Carolina, the hatred of officers and soldiers for the State which had taken the lead in the secession movement must be borne constantly in mind. This undoubtedly led many of them into transgressions which they had not committed in Georgia, and from which they afterwards refrained in North Carolina, while it furnished the stragglers a ready excuse for their robberies and outrages. General Blair reported on March 7th, that every house on his line of march today was pillaged, trunks broken open, jewelry, silver, etc., taken. Cox had evidence after the war of robberies and even partial hanging to extort the disclosure of a place where money and valuables were hidden. Stragglers, deserters from either army, marauders, bummers, and strolling vagabonds, negroes and whites committed outrages upon the inhabitants. 3 cases of rape and 1 of murder were reported. In some cases punishment was inflicted. Howard directed that a soldier who had violently taken a watch from a citizen should have his head shaved and be drummed out of the service. Cox, who commanded the 23rd Corps in Schofield's army, executed the death sentence pronounced by court-martial for a rape. The culprit, according to his recollection, was a bounty jumper. A military commission, having found a private soldier guilty of the murder of a North Carolina citizen, sentenced him to be shot to death with musketry. 2 days later the sentence was executed. Sherman asserted generally that whenever individuals were detected in theft they were punished; but in going over the evidence one cannot fail to note many offenses and few penalties. Yet, despite the general lawlessness of which we obtain glimpses from time to time, outrages on the persons of women were rare. Sherman testified under oath that in the whole of the march he heard of but 2 cases of rape. The tendency of Federal officers, apart from the contemporary documents, has been to minimize the depredations, and the tendency of many Northern writers has been to gloss them over, so that even if every instance brought to light by Northern testimony be mentioned, the Union armies will suffer no injustice by the seeming redundancy of facts. So much of the Southern evidence is not specific, and all of it is so pervaded with intense feeling that I have preferred to develop this subject from Northern sources, leaving the natural inference to be drawn that, if all had been told, the evidence against Sherman's army would have been somewhat greater. The men who followed Sherman were probably more humane generally than those in almost any European army that had marched and fought before our Civil War; but any invading host in the country of the enemy is a terrible scourge. Sherman reached Fayetteville, North Carolina, on March 11th, and, by means of a steam tug which had come up the Cape Fear River from Wilmington, was placed in communication with Schofield and therefore with Grant and Stanton. Up to February 22nd, Grant, through the Richmond newspapers, had kept pretty well informed of Sherman's progress, but on that day the newspapers were requested by the authorities not to publish any news connected with the pending military movements in the Carolinas, so that afterwards he could cull from them only meager and unsatisfactory information. In his letter to Grant, Sherman said, "The army is in splendid health, condition, and spirit, although we have had foul weather and roads that would have stopped travel to almost any other body of men I ever read of." On March 21st, Schofield reached Goldsboro, North Carolina, where 2 days later Sherman's army made with him the desired junction. "Were I to express my measure of the relative importance of the march to the sea and of that from Savannah northward," wrote Sherman, "I would place the former at 1 and the latter at 10, or the maximum." He might have continued in Napoleon's words written during his Austrian campaign, "I have destroyed the enemy merely by marches." Sherman himself went to City Point to have a consultation with Grant, and there met President Lincoln. The 3 had 2 interviews, one on the afternoon of March 27th, and the other next day, when they discussed the past operations, the harbinger of their success, and the approaching end of the war. Lincoln and Sherman did most of the talking, while Grant listened and ruminated. According to Sherman's recollection of the interviews, the 2 generals were agreed in their opinion that one or the other of them would have to fight one more bloody battle, and that it would be the last. Lincoln said more than once that enough of blood had been shed, and asked if another battle could not be avoided, to which Sherman made answer that they could not control that event. It rested with Jefferson Davis and General Lee whether or not the 2 armies should meet again in a desperate and bloody battle. In truth, these masters of state and war, the 3 men to whom above all others we owe the successful termination of the conflict, could not without gladness review the military operations of the last year, and look forward to the promise of the future. But they appreciated too well the magnitude of the business in hand to give way to undue elation. As in May 1864, Grant was confronted by Lee, and Sherman by Johnston. But Grant had fought his way from the Rapidan to the James and the Appomattox, while Sherman, after a contested progress from Dalton to Atlanta, had made a holiday march to the sea, followed by a march northward with the elements for his bitterest foes. He had achieved his purpose, and was now at Goldsboro, North Carolina, with 80,000 men, preparing to advance against Johnston, who lay between him and Raleigh with an army of about 33,000. In other parts of the theater of war there were large and well-appointed Union forces bent on aggressive operations, working under Grant's efficient direction with the common purpose of dealing the enemy a final blow. But it was confidently believed that if Lee and Johnston could be forced to surrender, the rest of the military resistance would collapse. In this final encounter, the generals were well matched in intellectual ability, but the material resources on the Union side were vastly greater. Yet the latent power of resistance in soldiers, skillfully and honestly led, who believe that they are fighting against the subjugation of their people, must be rated high, as so many instances in history attest. The more profound the study of the last days of the Confederacy, the firmer will be the conviction that the best of management was required of the North to assure the end of the war in the spring of 1865. In one respect fortune had signally favored the Union. Although distributing in the last 2 years of the war the favors of military skill with an equal hand, she had at the same time given to the United States a great ruler. Manifestly superior as had been Davis's advantages in family, breeding, training, and experience, he fell far below Lincoln as a compeller of men. We have seen Lincoln in times of adversity and gloom, and have marveled at his self-effacement, and we have seen him listening to words of advice, warning, and even reproof, such as are rarely spoken to men wielding immense power; and throughout he has preserved his native dignity and emerged from nearly every trial a stronger and more admirable man. Grant appears at his best in the final operations of his army. He is the Grant of Donelson, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga, with a judgment developed through larger experience and the discipline of adversity. The full reports and detailed dispatches admit us to the actual operations of his mind, as he surveyed the vast field over which his armies, always in touch with him, moved to their several tasks in his grand scheme of strategy. He combined self-confidence with caution. He did not underestimate his enemy. He did not, as he perceived the successful operation of his plans, give way to elation, thinking the work already done which was only half done. But he was not too cautious to move forward boldly and without fear of the result. In Sherman and Sheridan he had helpers on whom he could rely as if each were another self. Seeing things alike, they were in complete sympathy with him. They comprehended his orders, and carried them out in letter and spirit as did no other of his subordinates. Sherman's marching and fighting were now over, but Sheridan was to be to Grant a prop and a weapon such as Stonewall Jackson had been to Lee in his earlier campaigns. With the force immediately under him, Grant had, besides Sheridan, an efficient coadjutor in Meade, and good corps commanders in Warren, Humphreys, Ord, Wright, and Parke. At the commencement of the Appomattox campaign, he had in this army 116,000 effectives, while Lee mustered 52,000. Since the summer of 1864, Grant had besieged Richmond and Petersburg. The progress of the siege had been slow but persistent, until soon after the middle of February, Lee began to consider the eventuality of abandoning both cities. While in the freedom of private conversation he may have expressed himself in a despairing tone, his dispatches indicated a belief that there was still a chance of success in fighting on. Moreover, he made it clear that he would resist the foe as long as resistance was possible, unless he were advised to yield by the superior civil authority. He infused an energy into his sortie of March 25th, which, though the attempt was unsuccessful, demonstrated that there was still a great deal of fight in him and in his army. The Union lines did not encircle Richmond and Petersburg, but left open an avenue of escape to the west and southwest. The Richmond and Danville Railroad and its Petersburg connection, the South Side or Lynchburg Railroad, which were the lines of supply for Richmond and Petersburg, were in operation. Grant spent days of anxiety lest Lee should abandon these places, and after getting away from him, either make a junction with Johnston, or retreating by way of Lynchburg, secure himself in the mountain fastnesses and make a raid into East Tennessee. Should the two Confederates unite their forces, he feared a long, tedious, and expensive campaign consuming most of the summer. Lee considered the two alternatives, and preferred the union with Johnston. But if Davis's memory may be trusted, Lee never contemplated surrender, but in emulation of a plan of Washington's, purposed as a last resort retreating to the Virginia mountains, where he thought that he might carry on the war for 20 years. Taking all conditions into account, the game was equal, and was played with skill on each side. On March 29th, Grant began his movement on his own left, and at night had an unbroken line from the Appomattox River to the Dinwiddie Courthouse. From his headquarters in the field he wrote to Sheridan, "I now feel like ending the matter if it is possible to do so without going back." 2 nights and a day of heavy rain interrupted operations, but on the 31st the advance was resumed, when Lee attacked the Fifth Corps and the Union cavalry and gained a temporary success. Sheridan, in falling back, wrote Grant, displayed great generalship. On April 1st, Sheridan fought in a masterful way the Battle of Five Works, which resulted in disaster to the Confederates. "He has carried everything before him," is Grant's account of this action. The General-in-Chief received the intelligence of the victory of Five Forks at 9 in the evening, and immediately ordered an assault on the enemy's line, which was made at an early hour next day. His army won a decisive victory. On the night of April 2nd, Lee evacuated Richmond and Petersburg with the intention of concentrating his troops at Amelia Courthouse, and making his way to Danville, whence he would effect a junction with Johnston's army. After him next morning followed the Union forces in eager pursuit. As late as April 1st, Davis apparently thought that there was no immediate necessity for the abandonment of Richmond. On the morning of Sunday the 2nd, he was at St. Paul's, listening to the noble liturgy of the Episcopal Church. The clergyman was reading for the last time in his ministry the prayer for the President of the Confederate States. Here Davis was apprised by a messenger from the War Department of the gravity of the military situation. He left his pew quietly and walked out of the church with dignity to receive Lee's telegram, which gave an account of his disaster, and advised that Richmond be abandoned. The news spread rapidly, and so unexpectedly had it come upon the city, that the greatest confusion and excitement prevailed as functionaries and citizens made ready for flight. Davis, with all the members of his cabinet except the Secretary of War, a number of his staff and other officials, got away at 11 o'clock in the evening on a train of the Richmond and Danville Railroad, and reached Danville next afternoon in safety. Under Lee's previous order, Ewell, who was in command of the troops in Richmond, directed that the tobacco in the city should be burned, and that all stores which could not be removed should be destroyed. It is probable that the fires lighted in pursuance of this order spread to shops and houses, and it is certain that in the early morning of April 3rd a mob of both colors and both sexes set fire to buildings, and began to plunder the city. Ewell said in his report that by daylight the riot was subdued, and Jones wrote that at 7 o'clock in the morning men went to the liquor shops in execution of an order of the city government, and commanded that the spirits be poured into the streets. The gutters ran with liquor, from which pitchers and buckets were filled by black and white women and boys. By 7 o'clock also, the evacuation of Richmond by the Confederates was completed. The Union troops passed cautiously the first line of the Confederate works, but as they met with no opposition, they went by the next lines at a double quick, and when the spires of the city came into view, they unfurled a national banner, and their bands striking up "Rally round the flag," they sent up cheer on cheer as they marched in triumph through the streets. But they found confusion, an extensive conflagration, and a reign of pillage and disorder. Their commander, Weitzel, received the surrender of Richmond at the City Hall at 8:15, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon they had quelled the tumult and put out the fires, but not before a considerable portion of the city had been destroyed. The Union soldiers were received by the white people gratefully, and by the negroes with joy. Full of meaning was the visit of President Lincoln to Richmond, which was made from City Point next day, in an unostentatious and careless manner. Proper arrangements had been made for his conveyance and escort, but, owing to two accidents, the President completed his river journey in a 12-oared barge, and walked about a mile and a half through the Richmond streets, accompanied by Admiral Porter and 3 other officers, with a guard of only 10 sailors armed with carbines. He was received with demonstrations of joy by the negroes, and, though the city was full of drunken civilians, he met with neither molestation nor indignity. He went to the house which Davis had occupied as a residence, now Weitzel's headquarters, and, if we may believe some personal recollections, looked about the house and sat in Davis's chair with boyish delight. Lincoln passed the night in Richmond, and on April 5th returned to City Point. Under that date, Jones reported perfect order in the city, and Dana telegraphed from Richmond, "Whig appeared yesterday as Union paper. Theater opens here tonight." The Army of Northern Virginia evacuated Richmond and Petersburg during the night of April 2nd and the early morning of the 3rd. Grant, without tarrying for a visit to Richmond, set after them in hot pursuit. After a chase of 80 miles, he hemmed them in and compelled their surrender. When Lee became convinced that further resistance was useless, he said, "Then there is nothing left me but to go and see General Grant, and I would rather die 1,000 deaths." He ordered the white flag to be displayed, requested by letter a suspension of hostilities and an interview with Grant. The two generals met at McLean's house in the little village of Appomattox Courthouse. Lee wore a new full-dress uniform of Confederate gray, buttoned to the throat, and a handsome sword, the hilt of which was studded with jewels, while Grant had on a blouse of dark blue flannel unbuttoned in front and carried no sword. "In my rough traveling suit," wrote Grant, "the uniform of a private with the straps of lieutenant general, I must have contrasted very strangely with a man so handsomely dressed, 6 feet high, and of faultless form." Although jubilant over his victory, Grant, on coming into personal contact with Lee, felt like anything rather than rejoicing at the downfall of a foe who had fought so long and valiantly. Grant was magnanimous, Lee heroic in his adversity. Generous terms were offered, and the paper signed that ended the war. The number of men surrendered was 28,231. The Confederates had been living for the last few days principally upon parched corn, and were badly in need of food. Grant supplied them with rations. As soon as the Union soldiers heard of the surrender, they commenced firing salutes at different points along the lines. He ordered these stopped, saying, "The war is over. The rebels are our countrymen again. And the best sign of rejoicing after the victory will be to abstain from all demonstrations in the field." Lee rode back sorrowfully to his soldiers. With eyes full of tears, he said, "We have fought through the war together. I have done the best I could for you. My heart is too full to say more." On the morrow he issued a farewell address to the Army of Northern Virginia, and rode away to Richmond. The army disbanded and dispersed to their homes. The news of Lee's surrender was received in Washington at 9 o'clock on Sunday evening, April 9th, and at a somewhat later hour in other cities. While the people had exulted at the occupation of Richmond, they perceived that the possession of the capital of the Confederacy did not imply the end of the war. But now it was in everybody's mouth. The great captain of the rebellion had surrendered. This imported that slavery was dead, the Union restored, and that the nation lived. So pregnant an event ought to be made known speedily to Europe. Accordingly, the Inman line dispatched a special steamer on the Monday to carry the intelligence across the ocean. The people of the North rejoiced on the night of the 9th and during the day and evening of the 10th as they had never rejoiced before. Nor did they on any occasion during the remainder of the century show such an exuberance of gladness. Business was suspended and the courts adjourned. Cannons fired, bells rang, flags floated, houses and shops were gay with the red, white, and blue. There were illuminations and bonfires. The streets of the cities and towns were filled with men who shook hands warmly, embraced each other, shouted, laughed, and cheered, and were indeed beside themselves in their great joy. There were pledges in generous wine and much common drinking in bar-rooms and liquor shops. There were fantastic processions, grotesque performances, and some tomfoolery. Grave and old gentlemen forgot their age and dignity and played the pranks of schoolboys. But always above these foolish and bibulous excesses sounded the patriotic and religious note of the Jubilee. "Praise God from whom all blessings flow," were the words most frequently sung in the street, the Board of Trade, and the Stock Exchange. One writer recorded that in the bar-room of Willard's Hotel, Washington, when the news arrived, an elderly gentleman sprang upon the bar and led the crowd in singing with unwonted fervor the well-known doxology. 20,000 men in Wall Street sang it with uncovered heads. On the Tuesday, Trinity Church, New York, was crowded for a special service. The choir chanted the Te Deum, and at the bidding of the clergyman, the congregation rose, and inspired by the great organ and guided by the choir, sang the noble anthem, Gloria in excelsis. These opening words, "Glory be to God on high, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men," had a peculiar significance to the Northern people, who during these days of rejoicing were for the most part full of generous feeling for the South. Patriotism expressed itself in the songs John Brown's Body, My Country, 'Tis of Thee, Rally Round the Flag, and the Star-Spangled Banner. Lowell instinctively put into words what his countrymen had in their hearts. "The news, my dear Charles, is from heaven. I felt a strange and tender exaltation. I wanted to laugh and I wanted to cry, and ended by holding my peace and feeling devoutly thankful. There is something magnificent in having a country to love." The surrender of Johnston to Sherman naturally followed Lee's surrender. The war was over. Between these two events our country suffered the greatest disaster in its history. Lincoln was assassinated. Walt Whitman sang, "O Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every rack, the prize we sought is won. O Captain, my Captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up! For you the flag is flung. For you the bugle trills. My Captain does not answer, his lips are pale and still." Although exasperated by Lincoln's assassination, the North was at the same time inspired by the grandeur of Grant's conduct at Appomattox. Nobody was hanged for a political crime, no land of the vanquished Confederates confiscated. "Since the Americans' most noble closing of the Civil War," wrote George Meredith, "I have looked to them as the hope of our civilization." The great man of the Civil War was Lincoln. Lacking him, the North would have abandoned the contest. His love of country and abnegation of self made him a worthy leader. Other rulers of great power have remorselessly crushed those who stood in their way. He said, "I am not in favor of crushing anybody out. Give every man a chance. Lincoln is not as Mommsen wrote of Caesar, the entire and perfect man, who worked and created as never any mortal did before or after him. Verily Caesar created Caesarism for the modern world, the autocracy of the Superman. But which is the better policy to transmit to mankind, despotism or liberty, the better injunction, submit yourselves unto Caesar, or give every man a chance? In intellect, Caesar and Lincoln are not to be compared. We speak of the mighty Caesar, never of the mighty Lincoln. But nobody speaks of honest Julius, while honest old Abe will live through the ages. End of chapter 14. End of History of the Civil War, 1861 to 1865, by James Ford Rhodes. Recorded by Céline Major.